And specifically this morning, the Minerals Commission will be updating the nation through your very good platforms on a number of developments that the Commission has superintended to the benefit of the minerals subsector. I want to acknowledge a number of persons who are here before I invite the Honorable Minister to the podium. The Deputy Chief Executive in charge of small-scale mining and industrial minerals, Mr. Samuel Teka, is here with us. Samuel, where are you? Thank you very much for being with us. The Chief Inspector of Mines, Mr. Kofi Ejay. Kofi, where are you? Thank you very much for being with us, Kofi. The Chief Executive of the Minerals Commission, Mr. Martin Ayisi. Mr. Ayisi, how are you? Thank you so much for being with us. The Advisor to the Minister on Mines, Mr. Benjamin Ayi. Mr. Ayi, thank you for being with us. The Honorable Deputy Minister in charge of Mines, who is also a Member of Parliament for Takwa Insuayem, the Honorable George Mekuduka. Thank you very much for being with us. The Deputy Lands Minister in charge of Lands and Forestry and MP for Epima Nwabija, the Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio. Thank you for being with us. Should I mention the other name? I should leave it out there. And then, ladies and gentlemen, to give us the opening remarks for the presentation by the Minerals Commission, my brother, the Member of Parliament for Damongo and Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable Samuel Abujinapo. Let's receive him with a round of applause.
Distinguished guests, members of the press, let me first of all thank our outstanding Minister for Information and the Ministry of Information and his deputy, the Honorable Fatih Abubakari, and of course my two dependable deputy ministers, Chief Executive Officer of Minerals Commission. We are gathered in the auditorium of the Ministry of Information this morning to perform a very important part of our mandate, which is accounting to the people and giving an account of how far we've discharged the instructions of the President thus far. Distinguished guests, members of the press, I'm sure you will appreciate how important the mineral sector of our country is to all of Ghana. As you know, these minerals are vested in the President, and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources has the mandate and responsibility to manage the minerals of our country through the Minerals Commission, which is the technical bureaucracy through which these resources are managed. And you know, we began the year on the instructions of the President with a national consultation on small-scale mining, which was held on the 14th and 15th of April. Thereafter, I've been leading a delegation from the ministry to tour the country. We've done Ashanti, we've done Eastern, we've done Western, we've done Central, we've done Western North, we've done Greater Accra, we've done Northeast, we've done Upper East, we've done Upper West, we've done Savannah, we've done Northern Region, we've done Bono East, Ahafo. We are just left with Oti and Volta region to cover all of Ghana. And essentially, one of the main reasons for our tour has been how to effectively manage the mineral resources of our country on the basis of transparency and integrity. We also recall that the President declared water bodies and forest reserves as red zones when it comes to mining. And pursuant to that, I issued a directive to ban prospecting, recognizance, and exploration of minerals in forest reserves in our country. And we recall Operation Halt and the work that is done, which culminated in the launch of the National Alternative Livelihood Program by the President for miners. There's a lot that has been happening at the Minerals Commission, and very soon I'll be inviting the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission to give a presentation to the country on how far we've come with the management of the mineral resources of our country. But let me just conclude and invite the Chief Executive Officer by making two very important points. The first one is that in many cases the impression is created that mining is all about galamsey, or that the only issue we deal with in the mining sector has to do with galamsey. Yes, galamsey is a very important and consequential matter. It has far-reaching, debilitating adverse effects on the forward march of our country. There's no two ways about that. But there is a lot more we do than dealing with galamsey. there is a major sector, the large-scale mining sector, a very significant sector of the economy, which the Ministry and Minerals Commission manages. We work with the Ghana Chamber of Mines and seek to create a conducive environment to keep Ghana as the #1 producer of gold in Africa and the 6th producer of gold in the whole world. And it's a lot of work, and the Chief Executive Officer will be speaking to some of the interventions we've made so far. As you know, the budget which was read by the Minister for Finance had a very significant intervention in the small-scale mining sector of our country. Before the budget, the arrangement which exists now is that if you were exporting gold from small-scale mining, you were required to pay a withholding tax of 3%, which was effectively and by all intents and purposes an export tax. And indeed, the Precious Minerals Marketing Company was responsible for collecting this tax. And it became somehow a disincentive and encouraged smuggling, and which was not good for the mining sector of our country. Arising out of broad consultations in the government and under the leadership of the President, the Minister for Finance has reduced this withholding tax from 3% to 1.5% on unprocessed gold. And it will be collected at the point of production. So it's going to be collected at the mine site. It will not be collected at the point of PMMC, and which will mean that if you were exporting gold arising from small-scale mining, at the point of export, you literally, quote-unquote, will pay 0% tax. What the obligation will be is at the point of production, which is at the mine site, which will be 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed gold. I think this is significant, and it's going to contribute tremendously to the growth of the small-scale mining sector. The matters to do with community mining, the mercury-free equipment we are bringing in to ensure that the gold is extracted from the ore in a sustainable manner, in an environmentally sound manner. All of these are matters we seek to bring to the attention of the Ghanaian people. But all in all, I believe that we haven't gotten to where we should be yet. There are still challenges. On a daily basis, we receive reports of illegal mining activities in several areas and parts of our country. There's a good deal of work we still have to do to come to a situation, a satisfactory situation. But without a shred of doubt, we are making progress and we're on the right track in our view. And we are still open to suggestions and critiques and additions here and there. But by and large, I believe that the mining sector is seeing a lot of action and is seeing a lot of leadership through the Minerals Commission. Fortunately for me, I have a very excellent Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission, very sound technically and hardworking, and a distinguished professional of our country, Mr. Martin Ayisi is the Chief Executive Officer of the Minerals Commission. I invite him to do the presentation. Thank you.
Morning. Minister, indeed, there's a lot beyond Galamsey. Honorable Minister for Information, who is the MP for Ayabi Ofuasi, I hope I got it right. My Minister, Honorable Samuel Abdullah Jinapo, also the MP for Damango. Deputy Minister Duka, MP for Takwa Swahili. Honorable Benito Usubio, Member of Parliament for Achima Wabiaja North. And then my colleagues from the Minerals Commission, as well as distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the media. I'm here to present essentially to the entire nation what we've been doing so far. I will be speaking ex-tempo. Occasionally, I will demonstrate and show you pictures and also one or two issues on the slide. That's the outline I have for you. Essentially, I cannot see from there, so I may have to bend a little. So I'll briefly talk about mandate, look at the situation as at the beginning of this year, development so far, what we have achieved, of course, challenges, the outlook for 2022, and then we'll conclude, and then with the permission of my minister, we may invite questions from the members of the press. Let's take a look at this. For us, we are a creature of the Constitution. What do I mean by that? If you look at that article, there specifically says that when it comes to the management of the natural resources of the nation, the Parliament must create commissions to manage them. So you have the likes of Forestry Commission, Energy Commission, Water Resources Commission, etc. So that's how come you have the Minerals Commission. We have been in existence under PNDC Law 154/1986. So with the coming to force of the Constitution, a whole lot of things have to be done. So PNDC Law 154 was amended, and currently we are governed by Minerals Commission Act 1993 Act 450. Let me say this, and let me put it on record. Essentially, what we do is to regulate and manage a sector. We've been hearing people saying Minerals Commission grant licenses. We don't grant licenses. Fortunately, the education we've been doing over the years, things are becoming clearer now. The person who has the sole mandate and authority to grant mineral rights is the minister responsible for lands and natural resources. Let's go ahead. Yes, what was the situation as at the beginning of this year? Minister took office in March 6. I was appointed as acting CEO sometime, I think about 2 weeks or so, specifically 22nd March. This is the situation we inherited. Widespread illegal mining, degraded lands from illegal activities all over the country, complaints of delays in the licensing regime, and the lack of suitable areas for small scale, weak enforcement of environment, health, and safety legislation, and then poorly equipped inspectorate division. What have we done within the last 8 months? Take us to the next slide. Yes, I think when Minister took office in March, he's been on my neck 24/7. One of the things he's been telling me, cut the delays in the licensing regime. You can see I listed it earlier on my slide. What have we done? Minister, I'm proud to tell the people of Ghana that effective 1st November, we have abolished paper-based applications. So we no longer accept applications, hard copies. You have to go online and do it. Today is 23rd, barely 3 weeks now. It's been very phenomenal. Cooperation has been wonderful. Essentially, what it means is that you can submit application 24/7. You don't need to leave Damango or ILB and come to Minerals Commission all the way and make sure you meet us between 8 to 5. You can now submit applications online. Online, that's what I mean. So that has one of our major things that we have done. Let's move, it's on the next slide. I want to highlight more on that. Yes, so that is it. Paper-based applications have been abolished. Now, we have also upgraded our infrastructure to meet the digitalization process. I'm happy to announce that practically all our regional and district offices have been connected online. Minister, God forbid, but if today there's a disaster and we shut down, we can work 24/7 from our homes. That is Minerals Commission. That's what we've been able to achieve within the last 8 months. Again, we are digitizing all our records. I have recruited as many as 50 national service personnel to digitize the fine details of all the mineral rights, and by close of the year, everything will be fully digitized. But what we have done so far is enough for us to process applications online. I'm also happy to announce that companies now file all their returns online. So whether it's environmental reports, labor returns, production returns, whatever that you're supposed to file as per the regulations and the act, they just upload them and we acknowledge receipt instantly. In fact, what I was also shocked is that now we even requested that they make a request for meetings, and then if they want to have meetings with us, if they want to send notifications, they do it online, and it works. I have a dedicated officer who sits in my office and then see to it that these things are done. As soon as the emails come to, we acknowledge receipt. So that is that on the digitalization process. And then we've also commenced same for small scale. As we speak, we have digitized 1,400 small scale licenses, about 726 valid. And they can now apply for their licenses by paying Momo. Now what it means is that Saturday, rather than me saying that, look, it's 5 o'clock, I cannot go to TAQA office, you can sit in the comfort of your home. Saturday, upload the application, and then pay through our GhanaGov platform. We'll accept it and process it. Let me tell you how this has been a game changer for us. And so if you like 3 weeks ago, what typically happens is that you go to, let's say, our district office in Wa or Takwa, you go and file an application there, then the officer has to take you to the ground and then do inspection, prepares his report. That's more or less like a week. And then he has to send it by courier to head office. Today is Tuesday, if I got it right. If a courier is done in Takwa today, the earliest I can get it in my office is Friday. Sometimes Monday if he delays. Now I'm saying that save the fact that the officer has to take you to the ground and do inspection within 2-3 days. So you submit your application on Saturday, and I'm even encouraging them to work on weekends because they are connected. Most of their bungalows are within the offices. So you submit your application on Sunday, he gives you a date for inspection, Monday. And I've told them within 3 days you have to complete the inspection. He uploads the application immediately. We will see it at head office. We'll look at it. So within a matter of 1 week, the application can get to the minister. In the past or until recently, it takes us 3, 6, 7 months. So that is the changes that we are bringing. The small-scale miners themselves told us that they prefer to go and do the registration themselves in the district offices. I've been checking daily, and it's working very well. So, Minister, we are grateful for that. For the large scale, yes, if the figures are small, they pay by Momo. Other than that, they pay directly into our account. You don't know to, most of them have offices around the airport. And it takes about an hour to just come to Mincom and come and pay. Again, for me, it is also good because it also reduces face-to-face interaction, which sometimes get our officers compromised. So that's how far we've come with improving the licensing regime. We'll still have a lot to do. When I get to the challenges, I'll talk more about that. Let's take us to the next slide. And I'll encourage you to visit our offices. You can see the change for yourself. Practically everybody has a new computer. They have laptops. They have all the gadgets that have been procured for them. And then, again, reforms at the commission. We have hired more inspectors. I think we've hired close to about 30 or so inspectors, essentially mining engineers, most of them from UMAT, so that we put them on the ground. Most of them were hired somewhere between March and then last week. And then we are also providing operational vehicles. With the effort of my minister, I'm pleased to announce that by the end of the year, I'll be getting 20 pickups. 20 pickups, something that has never happened in the commission, so that we'll be able to distribute them to the offices. As I speak to you, I have an office in Dunkwa. The officer there is under the Obuasi officer. There is no vehicle in Dunkwa. So it means this is a problem. The folks in Obuasi have to come all the way. And if the officers in Dunkwa can hear me, I am here telling them that in the next month or so, they'll get a pickup so that it will make them more efficient. So that is in terms of strengthening the Minerals Commission. We have also renovated our lab in Takrady, and that will give us more money. Minister, and then distinguished members of the press, we didn't have blast monitors all these years. It's a shame that we had to go to even some of the mines. I'm talking about this issue that we used to text for noise level and then the quarries. We've procured about 10 or so, and now our officers can work efficiently. Apart from that, too, we can also make money from it, because when we come to the site and come and test, you have to pay us. In the life of the commission, we never had this thing. This has been done now. So it's part of the reforms and equipping the Minerals Commission. And then we've also commenced joint monitoring together with EPA, particularly the small-scale sites. That is working very well. The next thing I also want to talk about is the construction of offices across the country. Distinguished members of the press, if the definition of mining in our law is anything to go by, particularly we are mining in all the 16 regions in Ghana. 13 for gold, if it comes to small scale. Apart from Oti, Volta, and maybe Greater Accra, we don't know what the geology will tell us one day. We have small scale mining taking place in 13 regions. I don't know how else you can be efficient if you are not on the ground. One of the reasons that made us inefficient is the fact that we're not visible everywhere. Until recently, Minister, we only had an office in Wa. That's all. And how do you expect the Wa officer to cover the likes of Bole, Tinga, and Co., which are now major hubs for small scale? Offices have been created, and some of them are also under construction. I would like to see some of the pictures. Can you show us some of the pictures, what is happening? Okay. When you are ready, let us know. Let's go to the next slide. Yes, so this is my Bibiani office. Construction started about a month ago. Next one. This is Akimodan. Yes, you can stop here for a while. Minister, distinguished members of the public, I am not here to come and talk about plans that are far advanced. These things are happening now. This is my Tamale office, 5-story, and it's supposed to serve the northern hub, which is becoming the new frontiers now. Construction has started, and by maybe 2 years from now, it will be ready. Can I see the construction going on? So this is Tamale office, Tamale office. So these are ongoing. And then we have offices being constructed in Bibiani and Akimodan. Next year by this time, they'll be commissioned. And then we intend to build more offices across the country. So this is, you can stop here for a while. This is our model offices for the district. So this is currently being constructed as Bibiani. It will be ready next year by this time. We shall commission it. There's a big mine that, courtesy of the minister, life has come back, the so-called Bibiani mine. This will be where our inspectors will be operating from. And then the same thing is also being constructed at Akimodan right now. You can go and verify for yourself. These are not plans that are far advanced. These are resources we've been able to find, courtesy of our hard-working minister. The next one. So we intend to put 3 this next year in Bane to take care of the new big mine coming up, and also in a place like Tinga and Co. Yes, this is our mega office. This is the Kumasi office. You can see the lab at the back. That alone can take care of our revenue, because almost everything has to be tested in a lab. There's also a museum. This is a 7-story. Construction will start next month, just opposite Golden Tulip. So that is Minerals Commission office. That is it. And these are from our own resources. So let's go to the next slide. Yes. Minister, I remember you said in your introductory remarks that it's not all about Galamsey. For us, this is where we need to be telling our story. A lot is happening here. This law was passed just last year. The transition period is coming to an end 21st December this year. And then it says that if you provide support services, you hold a mineral right, you acquire a license to export. You are supposed to submit a 5-year plan. Let's go to the next slide. And these are some of the things that your plan must cover. But you don't just submit a plan. You have to give us a plan that covers the items on the list. That is where I'm coming to. And I'll give you some figures. Yes. Currently, we have 29 items on the list. Minister, the list was published in 2018. Earlier on, the items were 19, so we added 10 new items. And then let me just give you the figures. I'm not talking about corporate taxes here or royalties, because we tend to be obsessed with that, just to demonstrate where we can make money in this country. When we increase the items from 19 to 29 by adding 10 items, implementation started in 2019. We had $1.4 billion being spent by the mining companies. That's 12 mining companies on procurement. Now, revenue receipts in 2019 was $6.7 billion. So, out of $6.7 billion, that much was spent on local procurement. Now, you'll be asking, what is true local procurement? In other words, 1.1 billion out of the 1.4 were goods and services that were procured from here. So my job, my duty, is to ensure that that 300 is captured here. You're talking about roughly about 20% or so of the 6.7 billion. we could be doing 3, 4, 5 billion. As new mines come up, we may head to receipts of 10 billion, and we should be talking about 4, 5 billion. This is more, we don't get this in royalties. The truth, yes, we don't get this in royalties. So if you add royalties and other things, you can see where we are heading towards as a nation. Now, just last year, it fell to 1.2, of course, COVID. So everything has to shut down. People were not coming in. For almost about 4 months, nothing happened. But still, we managed to pull through. And nearly $1 billion was spent on true local procurement. Now, Minister, I'm happy to announce that we've added 11 new items. Yesterday, I spent 2 hours with the Chamber of Mines going through with them. And that's the 4th edition. It will be published and made available to the public. Can we see the items on them? And before we talk about some of these things, let me just make a quick remark. The items we have introduced are made up of 2 categories. One, items that are essentially preserved for Ghanaians. In other words, we don't allow foreigners to get involved. And then the other one where you have to come and set up here. For instance, 2018, when we published the 3rd edition, anybody could do fuel, the likes of Total. And then when we said fuel is meant for Ghanaians, $282 million was spent by the mining companies, just 12 companies on fuel. This is money in the hands of Ghanaians. The figure dropped to $218 million, again for COVID reasons. Contract mining, which is by far the biggest, in 2019, it was 789. Nearly $800 million was spent on contract mining, and then it fell to a little over 700, again for COVID reasons. I'm proud to announce this morning that contract mining, even though it's on the list, now we are saying that for surface operations should be done by Ghanaians. Yes, only Ghanaians, the likes of Rockshore and the other company. We have capacity now. Underground, we will still open it because we lack technology. Already it is happening. If you take Obuasi, for example, it's a JV between Rockshore and a foreign company. Our job is to monitor and make sure that there is true technology transfer, so that maybe in the next 5, 10 years down the line, we will say contract mining for Ghanaians. So maybe I'll come back and tell you what will happen in 2022 when we restricted contract mining for Ghanaians. So that is it. Catering is now for Ghanaians, $25 million. Catering services, 12 companies. Security was open. We restricted to Ghanaians. 2020, $60 million was spent by the mining companies on security. Now, lubricants. We made fuel exclusively Ghanaian. What it means is that the shareholders and the directors must be Ghanaians. That was in the 2018 list, which started implementing in 2019. General lubricants was open. Minister is one of the new lists. So apart from contract mining surface, lubricants have also been added. The good thing is that we are not a nation that destroys people's business. So we have agreed with the chamber yesterday that existing contracts will be grandfathered. So for example, Total, which will be caught by it, if they have a contract already, let's say Newmont and Co., that will run out. After that, they will not continue. It has to go to a Ghanaian. That's what we did for the fuel. So maybe I have to, I think you cannot see from there. So contract mining surface, exclusively Ghanaian directors and shareholders. Underground will be a JV, it's already happening. Then I want to talk about these two, which is very significant. Financial services. Financial services. Regulation 12(2) of LI 2431 is so clear. It says that at least 20% of all the transactions that the companies will have to undertake must go through Ghanaian banks. So it means that this is good news for the likes of ADB, NIB, CBG, and Co. So if you are talking about 7 billion receipts, for instance, in 2020, okay, and we are saying at least 20% of that should go to the local banks, you know what I'm talking about in terms of real impact. So that is that. We've also added insurance. Now, the good thing is that our hands are not tied. We don't have to go to Parliament anytime we want to change this law. We're supposed to do it annually. So if we look at the data and realize that, look, insurance, we need to increase it. It could go up, for example, 40%. Or we could increase that of the bank, what do you call it, financial services. So I'll be announcing this to the various banking institutions in next week when I meet them. Let's go to the next list. We also have Yes, oxygen generating plants. We've also added overall. I was shocked to see this. Actually, I was particularly very angry when I saw that we have on the list overall and wear clothes. So just yesterday, I have to add it to the list that it has to be done by Ghanaians. I don't know why these things have to be imported. So we are not going to allow the companies to import these things again. So that has been added to the list. And then the other thing too is drilling. Until recently, drilling was done by foreigners, mainly companies from Australia. So this is also a new thing on the list now. We are saying that for surface operations, it has to be done by Ghanaians. We have registered about 5-6 companies that do drilling, and Ghanaians have capacity. They are doing drilling, providing drilling services for the likes of Newmont, Anglo-Gold, and Co. Now, for underground, there's a bit of challenge there. So we are treating it like contract mining. We are also saying that that one too has to be done by JV. With time, we will have to, once Ghanaians get the right technology and can do it, we will restrict it solely for Ghanaians. So you can see the distinction on the screen there. Let's go to the next thing. And then I also have, yes, the first 3 covers mineral exploration services. It's quite technical, so we have to break it. There are some areas that we said, look, it should be done by Ghanaians. Some like airborne, geophysical survey and Co. We are saying, look, we don't have the technology yet, so let us partner. Foreigners are welcome, but it has to be JV. Again, it is up to MINCOM and Geological Survey to ensure that these things are properly monitored. So that is that in terms of the local content. And then small-scale mining, almighty small-scale mining. You can never discuss mining in Ghana without talking about small-scale. What have we done beginning of this year? Minister has already discussed a dialogue, so I'll not bore you with that. We have identified 27 areas, and 6 areas have been launched. You'll notice that we had to pause for a while because we didn't want this small-scale thing or this community money thing to become another say. So, with the support of my minister and the ministry, we have come out with an operational manual. We are going to roll out very soon and go throughout the whole Ghana to educate people. Essentially, this is to guide everybody who wants to do small-scale and community mining, how you have to do it responsibly. Code of practice, everything is clearly stated here, accordance with law. It's no longer this, excuse my language, in a hodgy thing. And I must be grateful to my deputy minister who has helped me to get this thing through. This is how a typical small-scale or community mining site is supposed to look like. You must have a changing room, have all the first aid and everything provided. So this is what we are insisting that they provide at the site before we license them. So this will be rolled out very soon. We are also going to establish the Community Mining Oversight Committee. I think from the next week or so, we shall be launching them to assist the district officers to monitor the operations of the small-scale miners. And of course, let me say this. Minister, when you came to office, we only had 5 equipment. I'm proud to say that we've been able to raise money. Now we are bringing in about 100 mercury-free machines, 100 of that. I think the first 20 or so will be delivered within the next 2 weeks. We'll give it to the small-scale miners. Now, the full set costs $113,000. Clearly, this is not something the small-scale miners will be able to pay. They can't do that. And that's how come the Chinese and other foreigners came in. Supply of equipment, and then they were doing all the kind of things we are seeing now. So what is the procedure? We're going to give it to the miners. They will do what, just like they do in the taxi business, where can pay. Typically 1 year, they should be able to pay. We spent over $10 million. I guess you heard me, over $10 million to bring in this equipment, and we'll be giving it to them as and when they come. Now, this will be a game changer in 3 ways. 1, we'll be stopping the use of mercury. By so doing, the nation will be honoring its commitment to the Minamata Convention, which says stop using mercury. I don't know what you heard this morning and where it came from. So that is 1. 2, typically, if you look at the method they use, maximum 40% mercury. The machine you can get 90%. In fact, I've just been advised that the machine also traps mercury. So that is what the machine can also do. They will recover more And those who are processing tailings are no longer happy, because what they tell you is that when the people work and they throw it away, they go and take it and process it. But I said we will need to change our behavior somewhere along the line. So these machines have come in now. Effectively, we are taking out the Chinese. If I can give you, if the ministry can give you a $113,000 machine, go and work with it and come and pay. You don't need a foreigner. You don't need these foreigners to come and give you these machines. So that is how we are trying to stop these galamsey activities, particularly the influx of foreign, what do you call it, immigrants and doing all this stuff. Let's go to the next slide. And then reclamation. Somebody was asking me, yes, you said you are doing a lot, we've been following you. But what about all these degraded sites that are scattered all over? We keep asking ourselves those questions. And with the help of the ministry, we have begun a program to reclaim some of these degraded sites. We have no choice. We started in Ashanti, the pilot process. You are welcome to visit to see what is happening. I have a couple of features, but I don't know whether you'll be in a position to show us. The next one will start in the next month, essentially in Central Region, the Goma area, Western North, and then we'll continue next year in Eastern Region. But in the Central Region, in Asin area, it will mainly be sand, reclamation of areas devastated by sand, wind, and clay. Perhaps that's what people call the next galamsey. So a lot is also happening in this area. This thing has never happened before. But within the last 2-3 months, under the leadership of my minister, we've started reclaiming these sites. We'll keep doing it all over the country. Again, this law was passed in 2020. We are about to commence the implementation. What have we done? We've shortlisted people who want to do it. Essentially, this is how it will work. Any person or any equipment, in fact, the law says earth-moving equipment, excavator, that you have to bring to a mine site, whether large scale or small scale, has to be registered. That's the first thing. We'll have to register you. And then secondly, we'll put in a tracking device. So let's assume if this is your 25 acre. The moment you move the equipment out, it stops. So we are not going to have a station where they remove the control box and then they come back and fix it. That is not going to work that way. Then when you bring it to a site without being registered to, you'll be arrested and punished. So whether you're a service provider or you're a miner yourself, you have to get this thing registered. We've done the trials, we took them to the field, it worked for us. In fact, there was a particular question my deputy minister kept asking, what happens if they take out the control board? And we have to demonstrate that. So we'll roll out very soon and ensure that, and we'll watch you live, wherever, so we can be in our room. There will be a setup in the ministry at Mincom 24/7. We can see what is happening as far as this technology is concerned. With this, we think we can reduce, if not eliminate, illegal mining. Of course, we cannot end the discussions without challenges. Illegal mining persists. So people still work, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. My minister will tell you, yes, we will still work with the security agencies to make sure that the last person is flushed out. Smuggling of gold from SSM, resulting in a significant fall in production. Thankfully, that has been resolved by government now. The tax has been reduced from 3% to 1.5%. Of course, one other area which is also a nightmare for us, and people seem to lose sight for that, is one thing saying this is a blockout area, let the small-scale miners go and work. If you ship them there, they can just start digging anywhere. A company has just surrounded an area to be used for small scale. Then I sent the officer, I'll not mention the name right now, because if I do that, I'll find 20,000 people there tonight. We'll go and do the demarcation ourselves. I checked the data, then I asked the officer to go to the ground and do the inspection. We have 10,000 people working there, 10,000, that was the report. Minister will send you the report. 10,000 people working on the ground. These are illegal miners. Illegal to the extent that they are working within a company's property, but the company graciously surrounded it to Minerals Commission. Let me say that practically almost all the areas we've been launching are areas that were given to us by the large-scale people. And then when we look at the geological data that came out of it, the place is actually a very good area. So I was wondering why the company is being surrounded, looking at what they have found. They said they were just overwhelmed. Almost everywhere they were working is outside the area if the geological report shows. So if the geological report shows that the gold is within this area, they were somewhere. I'm making a point. Now, yes, in spite of that, they are still producing something. Now, you can understand what it comes to, devastation, etc. So that is the kind of thing we want to do. We want to partner with Geological Survey to explore some of these geological areas. We have started. We started with an area called Kwasi. I think it's about 16 square kilometers, and the gold was found. Now the community is telling us that small scale, they want it large scale. So, Minister, that is something I have to come and discuss with you as to how to go forward. We're able to find all the gold-bearing areas, and it's quite a big thing. We are doing a similar thing with Geological Survey. You might have been worrying us that they want a place to explore. You remember at the launch of the National Alternative Employment Program, Professor Amankwa mentioned it. And I think last weekend or so, during the UMAT congregation, he talked about, we've given them a place, we are going to support that. So we hope to avoid that situation where years down the line, the gold is here, but the people are digging somewhere else. We can only do that when we do geological investigation. We have started. And of course, encroachment of quarry sites, we are working with the district assemblies to get that sorted out, or else we have to bring rock aggregates across our borders. Then illegal side winning, which is a very big problem, particularly in Volta region. And then, of course, the high cost of exploration compared to regional peers. It's essentially the issue of assay, which takes about 70% of the cost of exploration. Minister is working hard at it. It came together with the tax issue, but they've sorted out the tax issue. I believe in the coming year, that will also be sorted out. Without further ado, Minister for Information, Minister, I would like to end here, and then, with your permission, invite comments or suggestions from the general public. Thank you very much.
Mr. Isi, thank you for that quick and detailed presentation. Colleagues, now is a good time to take your questions. I would not do more than 3 rounds, and I will not do more than 4 questions per round. So if you have questions, now is the time to put them forth, and then we can get responses. One of the key things that comes home very strongly is the digitization of the Minerals Commission and the fact that what used to take months to process, during which period you find all sort of illegal activity going on the ground, now can be done in a matter of days because of the technology and the investment in technological infrastructure that Minister and Chief Executive, you've done there. Another thing that hits home very strongly is the advancement in the local content listing, which is a major way of stimulating local economic activity and ensuring that there's retention of wealth here in this country. I think it's a very, very laudable initiative. And then, even apart from that, you're going further to provide support to small-scale miners so that in terms of some of the capex items, they can get it on a leased basis and, be able to produce in a safer, more efficient manner and pay back later. So, if you ask me, these are some of the big things I hit home. But if you have questions, colleagues, now is the time to take your questions, and then we will wrap up. Okay? So let's start with you. 1, 2. Yeah, let's start with you. Nana?
Yes, good morning. Honorable Minister, in order to curb the menace of small-scale mining, or Galamsey for that matter, I think the government came out as a policy to train some local miners, a local community mining scheme. What has happened to it? What is the development so far? And then I want to find out, Minerals Commission, when you give license to, when the ministry gives license to somebody to prospect or mine gold, and the person doesn't do the reclamation, as it were, what is the punishment associated with that kind of behavior? Thank you.
Sanction for failure to reclaim. Thank you. Yes, sir. Janet.
Yeah, thank you. As the minister said, you will take delivery of 100 free mercury machines. I want to know the specific time these machines will arrive in the country. Then 113,000 per each, and the miner is supposed to pay within a year. If the miner failed to pay, what happens? Then
So what are their contractual obligations?
Yes,
and if they
contractual
fail?
obligations.
Okay, right, go ahead.
Then 1.5% withholding tax that on processed goods. It is going to be collected at the mining site. What are the safety mechanisms that are put in place to ensure accountability and transparency, so that when they not hear that somebody has collected the money and it couldn't get to the appropriate quarters? What are the safety mechanisms? Thank you.
Very well. Are there other questions? If there are, now is a good time to take them. Or I'll move straight to answers and then we'll wrap up. Are there other questions? Ms. Azy?
Minister, thank you very much. The first one has to do with punishment or failure to reclaim. In fact, that is what has brought us this far. So the minister has directed, and it's as part of the manual which are displayed, operational manual, we are now having joint monitoring and concurrent reclamation. So just like the last case people do, you reclaim as you go along. The legacies, we have to live with it and deal with them. But for now, that is a new process. And then joint monitoring has begun together with EPA to make sure that these things are done properly. And then as I speak, I have about 5 applications on my desk now for renewal. I've refused to process them until my officers come back and confirm to me that they had reclaimed the area. So that is what we are doing, joint monitoring now and concurrent reclamation. The legacies, we have no choice than to reclaim. That is it. Now, for the machines, yes, it's a full set. It crashes, mills, concentrates, and then recovers the gold. What is the guarantee that it will pay back? We are giving to cooperatives. These are cooperatives well organized. And you're talking about people, membership are ranging anything between 100 and about 5,000. So we put in stringent mechanisms. They have our accounts, everything in place, and they will start paying. In fact, most of them will start paying from January. And we hope that by December next year, they will have completed it, and then we'll have the opportunity. When the monies are paid, we'll also bring in more for those who need them. So yes, the system is quite robust to ensure that they pay. We are not just giving to anybody. That is, in fact, a lot of them even want to pay outright. A lot of them, but we realize that when we do that, it will affect the bulk or the masses that are living down in the villages, like these 10,000 that I talked about. They need about 5. I prefer to give it to them than to give it to somebody who just approached me yesterday and said, I want to pay for 2. And he really had money. That is it. When are the machines coming? The first 20 are coming within the next 2 weeks. And once they come, we'll announce, we'll launch, and we'll distribute them to the various mining communities. Hopefully, by the end of the year, we should be doing about 40. And by March, the 100 should have come in. So that is that. And then maybe as and when people pay, we'll be bringing in more. So that's the question on when is the next one coming. We'll let the press know when we're about to launch. And then the other thing is the training. Yes, they have been trained. But then you remember the manual that we published, which are displayed. It's on our website. All those things are there. You're supposed to be trained now, and then come and see us. We'll give you a place for you to work, rather than just go and say, I don't have any place to work. We are assisting them now. So those of them who have been trained, we don't have to now spend money and retrain them again. We just have to introduce them to a new technology. So that is my answer to that question. Now, let me also... The 1.5%, yes. We've had a meeting. There was a meeting, in fact, 3 times I attended myself, Minerals Commission, the Ministry, the Ministry of Finance, and the Small Scale Association as to how to implement this. So hopefully by the time it is approved by Parliament and then we start the implementation, between the end of the year, we'll put in place stringent mechanisms as far as the collection is concerned. That is it. So we started even the agreements way before the budget was even announced because we anticipated the reduction. So that's my answer to that. And then let me also say that, I don't know whether I clarified this. The contract mining, I'm saying there are 2 aspects of it. We have the surface one and then the underground. For now, I think 99% is surface. And that's giving us about $800 million or so in 2019, and it dropped about 700 because of COVID. It may go up and hit $1 billion or more. I'm saying I'm preserving that for Ghanaians, so the likes of engineers and planners that are heavily involved, that's a bonanza for them.
apart from Rockshot that is doing underground. So let us take note of that. It is the underground one that I said, as a result of technological challenge, Ghanaians will have to partner locals, the foreign companies who are doing it now. And we have an example happening in Obuasi. So 5-6 years down the line, I'll be in a position to say now, no more contract mining for foreigners. So if contract mining alone is giving us nearly $1 billion, why are we so fixated about royalties and taxes? I'm not saying we should collect them. So this is where the money is. At the appropriate time, Minister will hold a whole briefing on opportunities in the mining sector. You don't necessarily have to rush and say, I want a license to mine. Come and talk to us about local content. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Chief Executive. Quite clearly, there is a Chief Executive we can rely on. He's on top of his brief. Now, let me just emphasize 2 or 3 things. The first one is that the President's strategy when it comes to small-scale mining, and I remember when I was at Jubilee House, he kept emphasizing on that. The enforcement regime is important, which is the Operation Hall, the Inspectorate Division of the Minerals Commission, and all of that. But the reforms is equally important, if not more important. So the set of measures the Minerals Commission CEO has outlined, the measures to do with the mercury-free investments we are making, the reforms in the regime in terms of licensing, then all the gamut of interventions we are making to reform the Minerals Commission, reform how small-scale mining itself is regulated. It's absolutely important. I mean, you can deploy as many soldiers as you care. If the man, as he said, has to travel all the way from Asankragua through his regional capital, very frustrated, come to Minerals Commission, he's never been to Accra before, go to Minerals Commission offices, get frustrated as well, and goes back, he must as well go and do the illegal mining. And you can't blame him that much. But whilst you are insisting that don't engage in the illegalities, I think it's also our responsibility and obligation as a government to provide the conducive environment and the proper regulatory framework within which we'll have the moral authority to insist on compliance. And I'm very excited that the CEO of Minerals Commission seems to have outlined the measures we are putting in place. The second one is that the President is big on the indigenization of the mining sector in our country. When you listen to this presentation, quite clearly, the old adage of gold mine is truly a gold mine. It's a lot of money. We're talking about billions of dollars. So it's government's responsibility to create the framework to ensure that, as the Minister for Information quite appropriately pointed out, to retain some of the value here in Ghana and the significance of it. And it will take policy interventions, legislative interventions, local content interventions to ensure that we indigenize the mining sector of our country. And that is another major preoccupation of President Akufo-Addo. He's never minced words on that. He's been on that case all throughout. And I'm happy again that the CEO of Minerals Commission is outlining some of the measures we are undertaking to ensure that we indigenize the mining sector of our country. I want to conclude by indicating forcefully, everywhere in the world, the extractive sector is mostly bedeviled with challenges. No extractive sector, whether it's in the petrochemical industry or the gold industry or diamond or what have you, where there's extraction, there's money. And where there's money, you can be rest assured that people will also be determined to make the money hook or crook. What is important is that we also are ahead of these criminals, and if I may use that word. And so, as we are engaging in this encounter, I'm sure a lot of people are commenting, look, there's illegal mining happening here, or this is not going well there. We are not by any means suggesting that we have resolved all the problems in the mining sector. Not at all. We cannot resolve all the problems in the mining sector within the period that we've been in office. And it's not even possible to resolve all the problems ever. But what is important is to take the sector to a satisfactory situation where the country is reasonably assured that there is a proper regulatory framework and regime that responds to eventualities and issues when they arise, and so on and so forth, and that we're on the right track. And all that we also do is anchored on integrity and transparency. so that people, civil society, actors, industry players can question what we do, and we'll be able to stand up squeaky clean. So let me make that very clear. In South Africa, in Canada, in Australia, everywhere you have a strategy, you can check it out. They are grappling with a lot of problems, and the most important thing is that the people who are responsible for managing these sectors are up to the task. I want to thank the Deputy Minister responsible for mining, Honorable George Mrikuduka, Member of Parliament for Takwa, who's been working day and night and working tirelessly with the CEO of Minerals Commission and the Minerals Commission to achieve a lot of this work that we've been able to achieve thus far. And of course, our very experienced Deputy Minister, 5-term Member of Parliament, who is responsible for lands and forestry. And the last time we're here to talk about lands, you saw the work that he has done in that sector. And hopefully, out of the generosity of our distinguished Minister for Information, we will have an opportunity again to speak to the country about forestry and green Ghana and all the matters relating to forestry. And there again, you will find the work that the Deputy Minister is. We all work under the vision of the President and his leadership, his outstanding leadership, and we work as a team. And we call on Ghanaians to continue to support us and to bear with us and give us all the impetus to be able to handle the mining sector and the lands and natural resource sector of our country. I thank you so very much, and I thank my brother, the Minister for Information.
Honorable Minister, many thanks to you and your team. It's been brief, but it's been full of detail with which we can work. I want to thank you that you've made yourself available this morning to account to the people through our platform. All these are Minister's press briefings. They are done under the auspices of our distinguished Deputy Minister for Information, the Honorable Fatia Abubakar. Yes, she's the woman in charge. I've been seeing her white this morning. Brutal. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, we're grateful that you've given us your platform to utilize. And to the team that came here from Lands and the Minerals Commission, we're grateful. I'm sure we'll see you during the week. Thank you very much.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Well, something wonderful is happening on Saturday, the 27th of November, 2021. What am I talking about? Oh, sorry. My name is Jacob Blanks and I work for GhanaWeb, or I'm the commercial manager for Advertiser and Publisher Solutions, Ghana Limited. We are the managers of GhanaWeb. And something really wonderful is happening. I'd like to invite you to be part of it. It is a GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. We'll be having this campaign since March 2021. And it's time to get to the next phase of it, which is a walk. We're going out there to let people know that they have to be careful. We all have to be careful. And I really invite you to come on it. We are starting on Saturday at 6 a.m. from the Presbyterian Boys Secondary School, which is Presec. And then we'll walk through the streets, go around Legon, Medina, and then we'll end up at Delish restaurant in East Legon. I don't want you to miss this because it's an opportunity for you to tell somebody to be careful as we get closer to the end of the year. Come with us. This is GhanaWeb and we love you.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Vena Mineral Water and Delish Restaurants.
For your share. The Milani Farms is located at Akweti Junction, which is about 1 hour 30 minutes drive from Accra. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, like and share. So guys, I'm currently at this beautiful plantation, pineapple plantation, and I'm here with Seydou. Say hi.
Hi.
So Seydou is here with me, and Seydou is going to take us around the farm and take us to all the process and technique used here at the pineapple farm. So hi Seydou.
Hi Stella.
We've already met, but yeah, this is your first time meeting you. Yeah. So we are currently at the first part. So let's see how it goes.
Virtually, these plants were planted in April up to August. So virtually, they are some 5-6 months old. This field is about 180 acres fully planted, and then we are expected to start harvesting it from next year June.
Next year June?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's when we are starting to. So they are in their various stages of growth. Herbicide has been applied just some 2 weeks ago, so you can see the weeds turning brownish and dying, leaving the pineapple.
What is the first stage, like the first stage in pineapple production?
The first stage, yeah, it depends. I mean, you can start either from the land preparation or the seed production, but logically you should start from the land preparation. Yeah, I mean, you need to clear the vegetation if there is vegetation on the field. You bring with the help of your machinery, either a bulldozer, a payloader, to clear the vegetation. Then you have to do your plowing, you have to do your subsoiling, you have to do your harrowing, and then you cut your ridges, which they are very important. So we'll get to know these implements I'm mentioning. We have them at the site of land preparation. So after the land preparation, you cut your ridges, you do your cleaning. If you have to put plastic mulch to control the weeds and conserve moisture, you do. If you don't want to plant on plastic, you also do. So virtually we've adopted since 2 years now the no plastic approach. So you can see all our plants are on backgrounds, they are not
on plastic.
People doubt if they could do well, but we've studied so much, and then we think they are doing very well, even though the yield has been down by some 5 tons per hectare, but they are doing quite well, and then we are reducing plastic pollution.
We are currently at one part of the farm. Where are we now?
So this is the seed production unit.
Okay.
We call it seed, but the actual or the technical name is the sucker.
Okay.
Pineapple can be propagated by the suckers, the slips, either tissue culture, or the crowns.
Okay.
But here we prefer using the suckers because the suckers have higher or faster growth rate compared to the crowns and the slips and the tissue culture.
So why have you turned it upside down?
So you have to turn it upside down because when they are harvested, there might be some pathogens at the base of the plant that you have to turn it between 24 hours to 48 hours for the solar radiation to sterilize the root zone of the plant before planting.
So you are giving us some big terms. So, well, how will a layman like me understand?
No, you see, you know the solar radiation or the sunlight is a good sterilizer.
Okay.
So when you expose these pathogens, soil-borne pathogens, they cannot stand the heat of the sun. So they are sterilized. Then you minimize the use of chemicals to control these pathogens when the plant is finally in the soil.
So how long does it stay like this before you plant them?
No, a minimum of 24 hours, and then it can stay a maximum of 2 weeks when it is like this.
Okay, so how do you get this? Do you get it from the existing old pineapple plant?
Yes,
or
after harvesting,
yeah.
The mother plant, you call them the mother plant, after harvesting the fruits, when you decide to go for seed production inside of the second crop or the ratoon, you have to do the slashing to stimulate the seed to come. So the seed starts coming. I can harvest one for you here. This is a seed this is the mother plant. The mother plant is here. The fruit has been harvested and it's producing seed down here.
Okay.
So you just have to then
you just pull it.
Pull it carefully. That you then put it. So that is the seed for you.
So what happens? Do you get rid of the old mother plant?
No, this mother plant has can produce you, each plant on the average can produce you about 3 to 4 seeds after the fruit has been harvested. So they don't produce it at the same time. So you harvest the first batch, second batch with the good nutrition and then good rainfall. You can harvest it for continuously for about 8 months.
8 months. Oh, okay. So how long has this one been there, like this particular mother plants? Yeah.
These fruit were harvested I think in May.
In May.
So it has been there in May. So let's say it has been there for about 5 months producing. So it can produce up to January or maybe February.
Then you get rid of them.
You can get rid of them.
Oh, okay.
Then they go under fallow for about 2 years more. Then we start plowing and preparing land for the next planting.
For the next plant. Oh. So guys, I hope you're enjoying the video so far and we are learning a lot from Seidu. So this is how it looks like when it's very young. How many weeks is this?
This should be about 10. This is about 8 weeks old.
8 weeks.
8 weeks plant. So it's left with 12 weeks for harvesting.
12 weeks. Okay. So what happens? Are there instances where after 12 weeks the fruit doesn't look too big, so you decide to wait a little longer, or whether it's big or small, you harvest?
They are maturity from the time of flower induction or forcing, depending on how you call it. You count about 20 weeks in our setting here is 20 weeks.
Okay.
Plus or minus 1 week for harvesting. So immediately you do the flower induction, you have to just check the success of the induction,
of the fruit
of the induction.
Oh, okay. When you say induction, what do you mean?
You have to synchronize the flowering. You know, pineapple, when you leave it, you don't synchronize the induction. They come one here, one there at their own time. So you just have to harvest one here, one there, and they can spend about 2 years. But you want the fruits at the same time. So you have to put some hormone, with calcium carbide or ethylene gas or ethaphone to induce them at the same time, synchronize the induction to produce the flowers. So when you do the induction, you expect the flowers to come out after 6 weeks. So it's like you are impregnating them. So you have to do the pregnancy test. After 14 days, you do pregnancy test. So this is how the pregnancy test goes.
Okay, let's go and see how the pregnancy test goes.
So after 14 days, when you induce them after 14 days, you see the pineapple coming. So you cut. After 14 days, you see the sign whether it has responded to the synchronization or not. You see? So this is the pineapple growing. That's the pineapple. So this one, actually, if it's in the soil, it will grow to become a pineapple like this. Like this. So after 14 days, you have to do the pregnancy test to check whether it has responded.
It looks like Seydou is very much interested in the pregnancy bit. So we are finally at my favorite part, where the fruit is fully grown, and right in front of me is one of the pineapple. Look at how beautiful it's looking. Is it ready? Can I pluck it? Not that one. Not this one. Okay, so see how I'm excited. I'm so excited. So we came late, so we didn't get the farmers harvesting. It's about 1 p.m. at the moment. So Seydou, can I follow you?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay. Very curious.
This one has been prepared, it's right. It's going by air.
It's going by air?
You can see it is packed.
Yeah.
It has been selected to go by air.
Oh, this is very beautiful.
So this has been selected to go by air. You can see they've been packed. So the green ones will go by sea.
The what?
The green ones.
The green ones will go by sea.
Yes, it will go to the So I can harvest one for you.
Yes. I want the ripe one.
You want the ripe one?
Yes.
Okay, so I harvest this one.
Yeah, harvest this one.
Okay. They are all ripe.
Oh, right. This looks good. I'm super excited. I'm going to eat pineapple fresh from the farm. Yeah. So guys, this is official tasting of the fruit. I will be the only judge here to see if the fruit is sweet or not. This is good. I'm sure you're used to eating pineapple every time. So do I realize this particular fruit is yellow, but I'm used to seeing the whitish one. Why is it that?
It depends on the variety. The one you always see on the roadside is the sugarloaf. The sugarloaf by nature is whitish, and then it's a bit conical. So that's what locally they call it fanti. But this is MD2.
So this is officially MD2. MD2, that's why it's yellow, and it's very nice, very sweet. If I don't return home, just know I'm here at the farm eating pineapple. So I see that some of them look very ripe. That is like they are very yellow. Others too are green. Does it mean that the others are not ripe?
They are ripe.
They are all ripe.
One is specially treated. I told you this is for air. We treated it separately to get the yellow color for air.
Okay.
The others are treated to go by sea, you know. Sea will normally take about 2 weeks to get to the destination, so you don't need it as
okay, and it's because they are perishable goods, so you don't want them to get spoiled before getting to the destination. Yeah. So which countries do you export to?
France, we go Switzerland, we go Belgium, we go Netherlands, we go Lebanon, we go Morocco.
Oh, right. So if you are in this list of countries and you are enjoying pineapple, just know that some way, somehow, it's from this farm, because this is the biggest farm, pineapple farm in Ghana. So guys, this is my first harvest and this is what I'm taking home. Do you want some? Come to the Milani farms for your share. So yeah, so far so good. It's been amazing. I hope you're also enjoying this video as much as I enjoyed the experience here with Seidu. Let me know if you have any other questions. Let me know in the comment section. I'm sure Seidu will see the comments and he'll respond to you too. So let's go to the next thing. The good part about Milani Farms is that they created their own dam, which is the only source of water for the farm. So we are currently done with the field things to see. I hope you're enjoying this video so far. So Seidu is currently taking me to the packaging area and we are going to see all the things that happen before it goes for export. Do you also sell to locals?
No.
You don't?
Only, yes.
Only exports?
For processing. Local companies that are doing processing for exports.
Okay.
Before the load will come, we fill this water with 15,000 liters.
Okay.
Water into the tank. And then we add 1.2 kilos of chlorine.
Of chlorine, okay.
Chlorine. As a disinfectant.
Entering, that's to wash your hands. It's not to contaminate the fruits. Right after washing, the pineapples are coated with wax which protects them from pathogens and prevents them from dehydration.
We pack it according to the size. The lady over there, she packs size 8.
Okay.
That is that the 8. When I say 8, it means that the 8 in the box.
Okay.
This is the box. We pack it according to the weight.
Okay.
We have the weight. The 6 start from the 1.85 to 2 kilos. That one qualifies for the 6 in the box. Palletize it. We arrange it on the pallet nicely. Then the 7.
What happens here?
So this after packaging, this where you sprinkle it, you know, to prolong the shelf life of a fruit, you have to sprinkle it to a very low temperature before. So pineapple is stored at 7.58 degrees Celsius temperature. Good.
So this is how the boxes look like. This is the one that goes by air and this by sea. So guys, say thank you to Seidu for me. He took his time took me everywhere, both the field and the production house and everything that happens here. So if you see him, please buy chocolates for him on my behalf, because he did.
The chocolate is already here.
He did an amazing job. Thank you so much. So if somebody needs advice on pineapple farming in Ghana, should they call you?
Yes, I'm always ready and willing.
Yeah, so I'll drop his contact. Call him and he's ready to give you the best of advice. But be ready to give him some coins, right? Don't less. So guys, thank you so much for watching. This brings us to the end of this video. I hope you were educated just as I was. This is my first experience here and it's been amazing. This video has been an enlightening video. It has taught me a lot. It has taught me how the fruit started. I mean, from the seedling right to production, right to exporting. And this particular farm here is mainly for exportation, both sea and by air. And so thank you guys so much for watching. I love you all. I know you're always with me. You're always sticking around. I mean, I love you. Mwah. It is going to my house. Thank you so much, Seidu. You can't come to the farm without getting pineapples. Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Fatima Tyre, Sales Executive with AdPure Advertisers and Publisher Solutions, Managers of GhanaWeb. I invite you on the 27th of November to join GhanaWeb on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walks as we walk from Presec Bus Stop to Delish Restaurant. See you there, 6 a.m. Let's walk to save lives.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your socio-political program that updates you on the issues and facts that matter to you. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to find the missing link between job creation and wealth creation in Ghana. We are going to tap in the knowledge of our guest, who is an experienced economist and serial entrepreneur with excellent background in business management, business development, and investment services. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Dr. Kofi Amoah. He is the founder and CEO of Progeny Ventures International. Welcome, Dr. Amoah, to the Lowdown.
Thank you for having me.
So one interesting fact that you have to prove it or not that I see online about you is that a certain website says you are the richest man in Ghana. Is that true?
Well, I love the website that is saying that. I wish it was true, but there are a lot of people richer than me in Ghana. But I think if we make more and more people rich, it will percolate to help the society. You can create more jobs. lift up the youth, so wealth creation, as I think you said you're going to be talking about a little bit later on. It's important.
Exactly.
Yes.
And you have so many businesses. I know you're employing a lot of people, and you've been in entertainment, you've been in sports, and even entrepreneurship generally.
Yes.
And you've also started from the United States. You brought it down to Ghana.
Yes.
How is the condition of entrepreneurship in Ghana right now?
Well, I mean, entrepreneurship is a very, very beautiful area. It's an important area for every society. Through entrepreneurship, young people can solve the problems of society. Entrepreneurship is nothing more than identifying a need in a society and putting together an organization and structures to fulfill the need. If you look at a place like the United States, and young people like Bill Gates when they were very young, Stephen Jobs, Larry Brain, all these people created wonderful businesses. Google, Facebook, and these companies are really controlling the world. And this came from the minds of young people through the drive of entrepreneurship. So that's why I'm very passionate about us becoming very, very serious about how to create opportunities for Ghanaian youth. Because they are going to be our future.
A lot of our youth now, when they don't get jobs in the public sector or with the private companies, then they say they are venturing in entrepreneurship. And we see a lot of them selling kelewele on the street. Someone just starts a small business and it doesn't even last. It just ends. Are there people you could compare to Bill Gates and the others who managed to build empires?
Well, a society will create the conditions that will dictate the kind of entrepreneurship that will work. So if you're in a society where the financial support system is there, you can go and get a loan, then the support is there, you can expand and be successful. So here, as you know, our brothers and sisters who want to gain entrepreneurship, it's tough. Even if they will get a bank loan, the collateral becomes a hindrance. Even if they have the collateral, the interest rate on the loan is too high. So these are the areas that as a society, we have to make it better so that it will be easier for the creative ones amongst us to start businesses and employ the others.
But loans are a problem. And I know you had the savings and loans, global access, that was
closed
by the
you don't have to be nice about it.
And did you give enough loans to entrepreneurs? Did you see, I mean, while you're running it, did you see a very fruitful venture?
Yes, we did give to some people who were honest and they will pay their loans back. You have all kinds of people. So in that arena, one of the things that we need to have is the credit rating system. When I was in the United States, I was able to build up my credit to A1, so that banks will be calling me, don't you need any more money and all of that, because banks they really value business people who get a loan from them and without any sweat from them, they pay them back, because that's how they make their money. So here in Ghana, I think we should emulate that, so that the good ones who are being honest, they take a loan, they pay it back, they can be giving more loans, and they can expand more and employ more people. And then their interest rate will come down because they have demonstrated their credibility. So I think the Bankers Association is beginning to do something in that area, and we must encourage them because it will really help develop the kind of entrepreneurs that we want, who can also help develop the economy.
We have a lot of entrepreneurs now who are trying. We have the caveman watches guy, we have the horseman shoes and all of the others, and they are complaining. They are complaining because it's quite expensive to run businesses here, and also to even pay their employees, to even get people to buy their produce and products. And it's really affecting them. They're losing a lot of motivation, and a lot of people are closing down. Do you think we are still in the right direction? Do you think all the structures available are conducive for such entrepreneurs?
Well, I mean, entrepreneurship cannot be practiced in a vacuum. It's practiced within the armpit of a society. And if there are challenges within the society, if their potential customers don't have the money to come and support their products or their services, as we talked about, if the interest rate of the loans they got is too high, then it's going to be a challenge for them. But I think that once we get into this discussion and we start talking about what are the blockages to Ghana's economy growing, one of the areas that we have to look at is the free trade mantra, where we have opened our borders. Anybody from anywhere in the world can come and sell us anything at any price. When you do that, you are damaging the prospects for your local young entrepreneurs. So if you and I started a business, we are going to make some pencils. Let's say pencils is something we want to make. And there's a company in Brazil been making pencils for the last 50 years. There's a company in China made pencils for 25 years. One in the UK, 15 years. And they can all come and sell their pencils in the Ghanaian market. You and I are just starting. We are struggling to improve our quality, to bring our prices down. We don't have a chance. That's what I'm saying. So these are all horseman shoes. He was one of the guys. Joy FM had a program. I was one of the mentors, and he came from that. And a very aggressive young man. He did well, but if he's facing problems now, it's not because he's not focused, it's because the environment is beginning to turn negative on him, and that is going to swallow his business.
So do we shut down imports?
You don't shut it down, but you see, these international organizations, before we go and join, we must assess the pluses and the minuses. China didn't join the WTO, the World Trade Organization, that when you join, you can sell to anybody and anybody can sell to you. China decided that when they were in their beginning stages, we don't have anything to sell to anybody, so we are not going to join. We will put our house in order and learn how to do things, and when we think that our products are of good quality, the prices are good, we can compete in the international market, then we open our doors. And that's exactly what they did. And by the time they opened their doors, they were very competitive, they took over a lot of industries, and they became rich. In our case, we are now starting to do things, you know. And so going to join an organization like that without attempting to understand the pluses and minuses, it becomes a negative. And this is where you're seeing affecting horseman shoes and these other people you're talking about. I'm not saying we shouldn't join, but if you're going to join, you must have a strategy for the thing that has to come in. What are you going to do to make sure that it doesn't affect you negatively?
So this is more of a problem with leadership. Can we say that? Because who has to take the decision? Well, who calls the shots?
Leadership is very critical in moving a nation forward. Leadership is critical in a company succeeding. Leadership is critical in a family being a solid family, with the children being well catered for and guided. So leadership is, I mean, it's sine qua non. You cannot do anything without leadership. Now, on that topic, let me say this. Ghana's classmates, Singapore, Malaysia, Korea, all these countries. When I say classmates, mean we got independence at the same time after the Second World War. And Lee Kuan Yew, that you mentioned earlier on, came to Ghana twice to get advice from our first president, Kwame Nkrumah. So you see that these leaders, and he was there for 32 years, you see how he has transformed Singapore. They are now about $55,000 per capita income. About 90% of the citizens of Singapore own their homes. You understand? And they started from nothing. They were a colonial country. So through the force of his leadership and be able to get the right people to come, and the foresight of his policies, and gradually making the sacrifice that he thought was necessary for them to make, they have risen. They are now a highly developed country. We started with them. What happened to Ghana? Malaysia came to West Africa to pick the oil palm seed. Malaysia makes $12 billion a year from oil palm alone. India imports 6 million tons. China imports something like 80 million tons from them. From Malaysia, they have so many derivatives of products from this one crop. is really underwritten the cost of their industrialization without borrowing so much money. And in saying that, let me say that if you look at the Ghana cocoa industry, it's a clear example of something that we could have used to underwrite our industrialization financing. Because when Tete Kwashi brought this crop here, we hadn't seen it before. And to me, I get excited when a society hasn't seen something before, but it can see the benefits of that something and create the system, the processes, the policies, the support help, the financing scheme, the extension officers to support farmers who were really not that. Now we are talking about education. There are certain things that the human being, his own native intelligence, can guide them and they'll be successful. And Ghana became the largest producer of this crop at one time. That's something we should clap for ourselves and emulate ourselves. We could have done that with maize, we could have done that with oil palm, so many things we could have done that with, and escalate ourselves from nowhere to somewhere without having to borrow so much money, but financing our forward movement by the output of our own production. And when we talk about this job creation thing, we are talking about using the resources God gave you to create a better future for your society. And that's what every country has done. Let me give you this example. The United States, the UK, Germany, these were the first wave of countries that developed from the 14th century to the 18th century. And when you look at them, their industrialization policy was basically starting from agro-based activities, then moving into the factories to process these things and creating a strong domestic economy from which you can satisfy the needs of your people. And as you become rich, you get into the international market and you start trading and make more money. You look at the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, they were shepherds. These people were rearing goats, cattle, and sheep. Their best export was wool. They didn't even know how to translate the wool into textiles. They were just like we just ship our cocoa beans. They were shipping their wool to Italy and Germany and Belgium. These were the countries that had the expertise to turn the wool into textile, to making clothes. King Henry VI came on and said, no, from now on, nobody can export wool in its raw form to anywhere. We have to use the wool inside the United Kingdom to create the textile so that we can create jobs for our people and become rich. They didn't even have the expertise. They went to Belgium and poked their best people there and brought them in. I'm saying this to say that at some point, Ghana could have said, not a single cocoa bean should be exported to anywhere. We can do a JV. The Switzerland people come here. They have the know-how, but we have the seed. The Hershey's of Pennsylvania, who make all this seeds candy, big nice chocolate that they are making billions of dollars from, they could have joined us here. You understand what I'm saying? So the policy of a society becomes the vehicle, the road that you travel to get success. And through traveling that road properly creates the jobs for your people. When people get up and they have somewhere to go, they are going to create wealth for themselves and for their society. But you see so many of our young people walking around hopelessly, and even those who have a job, let's be honest, when we go to work, not too many of us are seriously working. So I want this call to action to be listened to by all Ghanaian citizens, that we were not brought into this world to suffer the way we are suffering. We can do the same thing that other nations have done to escalate ourselves from poverty to wealth. Because if you look around, our soil and climatic conditions support so many things that we can do and be successful.
This is very interesting because we've been clapping for ourselves for some time now. Every Independence Day we look back and then we see from the 60s going, there were plans and policies to make the macroeconomics, indicators work in our favor. We had all the businesses, we grew the crops, we also had the industries, and slowly we're moving away from an industry of agriculture and manufacturing to a more service-based industry. And currently we have many services all around and everybody is fighting to eat from the same cake when there are others that nobody is looking at. What is making the services more attractive to the people than
I don't know if it's more attractive or that is the one with easy entry. People cannot find a good job, so somebody says, Abena, his wife, I have 1,000 CDs. Maybe you can start doing something. And what can they do? Buy and sell. We have become a buy and sell country. We are not a make and sell. We are not manufacturing things. We are importing things from outside, things we should be able to make. You understand what I'm saying? So until your economy has become a bit more sophisticated, if at the beginning stages, the service sector is the largest portion of your economy, you are on the road to failure. We must be an economy that is making things. You have our young people coming from our universities to sit at home for 3-4 years before they get a job. I mean, it means that we don't have a plan. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, if I was going to bring here and I forgot the list of items that Ghana imports, and if you look at it, you say that, why is this country doing this? Why are we importing these things? Cereal. The western region of Ghana, I mean the central region of Ghana, I've said it many times, has the best climatic and soil conditions than Brazil. But the yield in Brazil of maize is 14 times higher than ours. What does that mean? It means that God has given you some gift. Your land is excellent. Your rainfall, your sunshine. You can grow this this item, maize, that you use in making flour to make bread. You can export it all, but instead of that, we are importing bread. I mean, we are importing flour to make our bread. You understand what I'm saying? So, Ghana, I'm here to tell you that we need to rethink. We are blessed people, but if we don't really unite our forces and start thinking properly and have a plan, we must have a plan. This song of the private sector is the engine of growth, the private sector is the engine of growth, it's a broken record. Let's put it away. It's not helping. The private sector is weak. The private sector is not pervasive enough. The private sector is not supported. The private sector is hemorrhaging under high credit cost. So we cannot depend on our private sector to be our engine of growth. Our public sector must come into the picture. Now, this colonial mentality that we have, because we're colonized by the British, that when you say the public sector to come and do something, then you are becoming communist. You are talking about socialism. But look at all these countries. China, 70 years ago, was worse than Ghana. Pricewaterhouse has predicted, and Goldman Sachs, these are Western financial institutions, predicted that China will be the #1 economy in 2025. 3 years from today, 4 years from today, it will be the largest economy. The economy where 1 million people died of starvation. They couldn't even create their own food. But with centralized planning and using their people properly, using the vast land they have now become the manufacturing hub of the world. They make everything, and they make it the cheapest.
But on the issue of private sector being the engine of growth, which has been a mantra in this country, the public sector is full. The public sector cannot employ a lot of the people who are out there, over 500,000 people seeking jobs. How can the public sector take in all of these people?
Well, my brother, when I say the public sector should be a senior partner in our development, I don't mean that the public sector should employ Ghanaians. No. The job of government is not to employ people, but the job of government cannot also say that we have employed 700,000 people, we can't employ it anymore, so the rest of the Ghanaians, you are on your own. That is not leadership. I'm sorry. The job of government is to be the collective voice of the people, the collective knowledge, the collective wisdom of the people. That's why we have Parliament, representing us. We have the executive branch. We spend a lot of money to pay people to do these things for us. We have the judiciary to make sure that the laws are followed and all of that. These collectively become the head of the society. And that these issues that are confronting us, cutting our head off from our forward movement, These must be issues that must agitate the minds of our people. So how does government help in business creation? Very simple. Let's take agriculture, for instance. If I were doing agriculture in Ghana, it's under me, I will be envisaging putting 1 million hectares of land under cultivation, doing different things. Cash crops, there are areas that we have our cash crops, they can take that. Our food crops, there are areas that we have our food crops. Do you understand? Vegetables. And all these things, we have already mapped up Ghana, where tomatoes can grow, where oil palm can grow, where maize can grow, where we have all these things done. And therefore, when you have this, and the people there who live there, the young people who live there, how's a young man in the village, who live there, who are working on the farm, right now they have not been supported, and to a point that they are all migrating to the city centers to stand by the roadside in the sun and the rain, selling useless items. That means that this is not a country that is being led properly. If I see all these young people at the barrier, when you are crossing the barrier, you see a lot of them. A lot of them are young girls who have all moved to the villages, standing in the rain and the sun, and it really hurts me. Because if you really watch where they are going to sleep, a lot of times they are going to sleep just by where they are standing. Yeah. Filthy, you know, that dejected by their society. And I'm saying, Ghana, we must wake up. If we don't learn how to use the people God has given us, the citizens of the nation, to become the engine of our transformation, by transforming the individuals, you are transforming our society. And that any government that comes into power, anything they do must be related to the welfare of the individuals in the society. Otherwise, it is not going to work.
We'll be taking a break now, and Citizen Kofi is a citizen, and he's saying you should be a citizen. He will tell us more about how to start a business, which business is viable right now in the country, and if you are facing losses, what do you have to do? And I'm sure there are so many questions the young entrepreneurs out there would want to ask. If this was a live show, they'll have the opportunity to do that. I could still ask after it's published online, and we'll get you the answers in later interviews. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. We are speaking with Dr. Kofi Amoah. He is the founder and CEO of Progeny Ventures International. He's talking to us about the economy and job creation, how best to handle the situation or the crisis that's happening right now. So we are talking about how people should be citizens and to go into the areas that will best help the nation. And leadership should work in the direction of saving the country than working, in just one sector which starves the other. Recently, you went to Pokuwari Senior High School, which is your alma mater, and you spoke about the dependency mentality and how Africa is normally or overly dependent on the West and also Western institutions to be able to survive. And that was quite an interesting speech. Why did you choose to have that speech at Opokuwari?
Well, it was the 70th anniversary of my alma mater in Opokuwari school. I cherish that school very. The discipline, everything that we were taught there, is something that has helped a lot of us. A lot of my classmates and schoolmates have done quite well. So when I was asked to come and give the keynote speak, I really thought about what is it that I must say. Should I just go and talk about the happy days I had on campus? But I decided that no, the country needs a certain different voice, and that I'll capture my speech on issues that I think must be addressed and must be listened to by the young, the youth, and the older people, so that we can move forward. And my address was simply what should be in Ghana's blueprint. What is it that should guide Ghana? What are the principles that should guide us as a people, as a society, to do well? Because when we look around, all the people we started with have left us down there, you know. And therefore, I think that by looking at what did the Koreans do, the Singaporeans, the Malaysians, all these countries, even the Americans, the British, the Chinese, what is it that guides them to do better than us? And we are still down there. And I think the first important thing that should be in our blueprint, I believe, should be a sense of unity and confidence. We must have individual confidence and confidence amongst ourselves. And we must be united. And we must trust each other. And you see, this is important, Mr. Akwe. And let me show you why this is important. Okay. Let's say a government goes to borrow money to go and do a flyover. They go and borrow $200 million or $300 million to go and do a flyover. Okay, why are they doing the flyover? There's congestion, the traffic will flow better, whatever. There's a need for that, as presumably. So the loan is contracted. Now the contract is to be awarded. And you see that the contract is awarded to a foreign company. That foreign company is going to also calculate what they have to do to maximize their profit. Businesses are supposed to do that. And then he sees that the concrete sections, I can make these in my country, you know, and I'll just fly them in and put them in place. And you see that a lot of things are happening like that. And so the loan doesn't really come into Ghana. It just circulates around the periphery of Ghanaian economy. However, I'm saying to you, if we trusted each other, if we had confidence in each other, and if we believe that a Ghanaian company can do the flyover, and we gave the contract to a Ghanaian company, the Ghanaian company will do the sections in Ghana, okay? He will buy the cement, the iron rods, our carpenters, our bricklayers, our masons, they will get jobs to do this work. And therefore, the $200 million spent in here, now these people have monies in their pocket. They want to go and buy bread. Mami Efia, who is selling bread, can now sell more bread. And because he's selling more bread, he needs more flour. And if we were not importing the flour and my sisters in the central region were producing the maize to do the flour, then you see what we call in economics the multiplier effect. So that's $200 million that we borrowed. If the multiplier is like 4 times, it becomes $800 million to benefit Ghana. Now, when these people finish the flyover and they go, okay, the flyover can be used, but now we have a loan of $200 million to pay. But because we gave the contract to a Ghanaian contractor, and he hired Ghanaians, and they became revenue earners, they were making salaries. Some of the activities that they partake in, they pay taxes. These tax revenues then go back to government, and government can use the tax revenue to pay for the loan. So by that simple analogy, you see that borrowing is not wrong. Borrowing is something that can improve our economy, become a multiplier effect, give us that catalyst to get something going, get some people working. But if we don't like each other, we don't love each other, we don't have confidence in each other, and we keep giving these things to foreigners, then our loans cannot be paid because you have not created jobs in Ghana. So now, what do? We go and borrow some more to come and go and pay that loan. That's why we are in debt $43 billion. And the joblessness is still there. Our young people are coming from the universities without a job. So my brothers and sisters, all that I'm saying is that let's emulate the common sense approach to building a strong local economy, using the resources we already have in here, focusing on the welfare of the people, get the people involved, pay them well, and they will become the change agents. As our villages, if you wanted me to show you how to create jobs and all that, let me use it as an example. Let's say I have some 3 villages somewhere, and if you look at these villages, they are living in these mud houses. The school there is dilapidated, the teacher is not motivated, you know, everything really doesn't look good for the future. So I go in there, and I use the money of government, and let's say I till 5,000 hectares of land, 5,000 hectares of land with tractors and combines. Okay, I do my boreholes. I put the dormitories. Okay, I put schools there. I put a clinic. I put quarters for the teachers, and I move these villagers who are going to work on these farms over there. Right away, I have improved their lives. They are living in better conditions. Their children are going to go to good schools. The teachers are motivated because they have living quarters and they're going to be paid well. Now, these people will be motivated to work hard. You don't let them become lazy. If you don't work, I'll kick you out. They will be motivated to work hard. Now, you brought in my nephew who finished KNUS, you can get a job, studied biochemistry. He can come and work there. Whatever it is that you are growing, that we are going to package, the guy who studied graphic design, the labeling can come there. The guy who studied law at Legon, he can help it to write our sales contracts. You have created a litany of jobs, the linkages along the line. By the catalyst of government investment in changing the lives of these people and getting them to do something. Now, the activities that come out of this, whatever product that they are growing, if it's processed properly, can consume in Ghana, can pay for itself, and the rest will be exported. So we have to understand how to transform the face of Ghana. And this is what everybody is doing. You go to China, you go riding somewhere, you see a new city is developed. Nobody's living there now, but very soon they'll move the people there. Understand? We cannot have our villages continue to look the way they are and take them into the future. Look at our marketplaces, where we go and buy the food to eat. With the flies, the gutter is smelly. We are sitting there and we drive past it every day. We go there and buy the food and we don't change anything. How do we look at ourselves? Forget about how other people look at us. We must begin to change things ourselves. And I think leadership is important in setting the stage that to motivate all of us to see the right things to do and become a united, confident people and move for a better nation.
So you moved to Ghana and then started a business after you worked in the US for some time. If at that time, I mean, if it was this time and you were in the US working, would you be motivated to come to Ghana to start a business?
Oh, I mean, I don't think that it is hopeless to start a business in Ghana, even today. It's tough, but I don't want to paint the picture that everything is hopeless. No. But a good business person will calculate the pluses and the minuses and make decisions to how do I take care of the minuses, the negatives. What is my risk amelioration strategy? How do I? And there's a way to do that, you know. And I also think that when you have a business, you're not going to do the business alone. You have to have employees. And if you treat employees well, for instance, if you pay them well, and they see that if they lose the job that they have with you, their life will be difficult, believe me, they will work for you. But a lot of times, just to be blunt, a lot of Ghanaians who are working, if you look at the salary, a lot of people's head is below the water. They can't breathe. So when they come to work, you don't have their 100% of their focus. Because at the end of the month, the money you're going to give to them cannot take care of everything. So they have to be thinking of something else to supplement their income. So let's say you're doing free education, which is good. A lot of people are being educated, but the teacher's salary, his mind is not there. And therefore, the quality of education is given is not the best. You know, so salary structure discussion must also come into the space. It's not just giving people a job; it's giving them a good-paying job that will make their life become different, that will make them focus on the job. And you see, in that speech I gave to Popua, I said that a job is not just the income. A job is also an extension of the human being. His adventurism, his curiosity. You saw that recently, Facebook changed itself into metaverse. You see, these are the people who are thinking big things nanotechnology, the Internet of Things. There's a new book out, Homo Deus, man has become God. And you see all this transformation that is taking place. We in Africa must be careful, because gradually we are falling behind. And you get to a point, just like the gorilla and the chimpanzee, who are family members, pretty much extinguished. We can become lost species. So this is not a joke anymore. We need to structure our society in such a way that our young people can also have their fertile mind being agitated to be used to that. Kwame Nkrumah's time, we have the Atomic Energy Commission. By now, we should be in space. And let's not think that we cannot do that. We cannot think like that. We have to think that the brain God gave us is just as fertile. And with that kind of thinking, I think we'll succeed in several areas.
Anyway, you've pointed out so many flaws and challenges in the system in the country, which most of the time we blame leadership for affecting it and all of that, and also having the mandate to make corrections and to change it. You lost global access, savings and loans. Was that as a result of the system?
I don't think so. Global access should not have been closed, but I'll come back at another time for a more in-depth interview like my brother Mohamed is doing. You see, all that I will say about that is this. Let's not destroy Ghanaian institutions. You see that on CNN, you see companies that have been 100 years old. They are talking about it. Now, if an institution, there's something wrong with the institution, some malfeasance is taking place in the institution, arrest the person and deal with the person. Don't kill Ghanaian institutions. It's a matter of the sense of community, the sense of we are in this together, the sense of these institutions, these Ghanaian-inspired native institutions have become a part of the strength of Ghanaian asset, and they must be protected. If there are people doing the wrong things there, the law must punish them. But don't kill it. You kill the Ghanaian institutions, you have given monopoly to the foreign banks. Government money is now in foreign banks, it's here and there. So all these things we are talking about, how do you move forward as a people when some of your people who are at the front doing these things, you are killing their institutions?
So was this a failure on your part, or it was
so not a failure of anybody's part. It's a failure of the logic. It's the failure of the logic of leadership. It's a failure of the people who were restructuring the banking system, not understanding the role of banking in the institution of a nation as to move forward. Not understanding that the natives of that society must be at the leadership front of moving the society forward, not foreigners. And if we don't begin to love ourselves as citizens of the nation, and protect each other and move forward, you kill Kofi Amon's business, me, I am fine. But the 250 people who had high-paying jobs, who are now sitting at home, most of them haven't gotten a job. How do you move forward? So, at another time, you want to do in-depth, but we've already talked about that. But the point that I want to make on that, let's understand that Ghanaian institutions are tools with which we move forward as a people, and don't kill them. If individuals in there are corrupt, let the law get them and put them in jail. I'll be the first to vote for that, but don't kill the institution.
Okay, so as a successful businessman, I think it's important to say successful because you have a series of them, a lot of them. Have you ever failed in any business since you came to Ghana?
Failure is an asset. You just said that my company provides. Failure is an asset. Failure is a lesson. Without failure, you cannot define success. They are two of the same thing. So don't be afraid to fail, but don't go into business with the intention of failing. I mean, that's all. But don't be afraid to fail, because if you're afraid to fail, then you don't start anything. There are several people who are multi-billionaires who fail at some point in their initial stages, but they kept going and they kept going. So, but you learn from your mistakes and you get better.
What's the biggest amount of money you've ever lost in business?
Donald Trump said that the most money he ever lost were the deals he let go. Do you understand? Somebody comes to you this greed, you're going to make all this money and all of that, and you are supposed to invest this, and you don't invest. 2 years later, you see that they are down the drain. So I cannot, you know, I don't relate to that. I relate to the excitement of business, and for me, profit is defined as society's thank you. Business is about solving a problem for society. I think people who go into business with the sole purpose of making money, they have problems. But if there's a problem in society that you want to solve, and you really focus on that, society's acceptance of the way you're solving the problem will become your profit. That is their thank you to you.
Words of wisdom. We'll be right back after this break, and we'll discuss more on creating jobs and how to build a wealthy nation. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Dr. Kofi Amoah, and he is the founder and CEO of Progeny Ventures International. So we discussed a lot of things about business, creating jobs, and everything around that. And there's one question that keeps coming back to my mind, which is, what's the most viable business to go into right now in Ghana, which is going to bring people or young entrepreneurs more money?
Well, like I said, it's not about money. It's about fulfilling the need of society. That's what business is all about. But to succeed in business, one has to have, number one, passion for that which they want to do. I think to give a blanket answer that this is the way to go and all of that, if you don't have the passion and the interest and you're willing to sacrifice, it's not going to work. But as I said earlier on, we as a nation, we import a lot of things. And some of these things that we are importing, we are paying for them. So it means that there's money in Ghana to pay for these items. And therefore, if you are a local person and you have a passion for any of these items, and you can get together with a group of your friends and assemble the money and all the other resources to get into that, you have a chance. But as I said, I think the public sector, the government, must also look at these areas, these low-hanging fruits, where our own people can go and make a living and produce these items for Ghana. We must have a policy where they are protected. In other words, the competition coming from outside. Some countries are dumping. Dumping means that they are selling their products in Ghana below the cost, just to kill local competition. And you don't want to have that. So import substitution, anything that we are, like horseman shoes, so that we Ghanaians import a lot of shoes. Why don't I get into it and all of that? And that's why he was succeeding in the beginning. There's a lot of broni wau coming in there. Why? The concept of dead people's clothes. We are aware, and there has to be dignity in that area. So the clothing area is something, because people are buying clothes every day. But whatever area that fits your fancy, now you have the scale, you are willing to focus and sacrifice. It's not easy, but it's not difficult either. You can make it.
Is it advisable for an entrepreneur to go for a loan to start a business?
Well, of course, most businesses operate on loans. But as the entrepreneur, your job is to make the proper calculation that this loan I'm going to take at this interest rate, I can invest this money properly to yield a return and be able to pay it back. You don't want to go and borrow money you can't pay, then you lose your business. It's as simple as that. But loans are the engine of business. Obviously, if you have your own capital, or your father or your brothers and sisters can give you money to start, so you don't have to pay interest, then that's a better route. But don't be afraid to get a loan, but be afraid to use a loan to do something that cannot pay a return to pay it back.
And also quitting a job to start a new business. It's a risk, and a lot of people have tried, they failed, they've gone back to look for jobs. is it also an advisable venture to quit a job, well-paying job? Because you've done that before. You quit your job and then you went into business.
And it failed.
It failed.
Yes.
So would you advise someone to start to do it again?
But I went again and it worked. So the thing is this. What is your ambition in life? There is nothing wrong in being an employee in a well-organized company where you're being paid well. And I tell young people, there are 3 ways to assess if you're doing the right thing. You are working in a company and they are not paying you enough and you are not learning anything. You're wasting your time. Leave. You're working in a company, you're being very well paid, but you're not happy. You have to decide how much the money is to you, you know. But if you're working in a company, the pay is not too bad, but you are, the most important is that you are learning a lot. As a young person, you are learning a lot. You know, that's a good place for you. You know? But if you have in your belly the interest to do something on your own, don't let anybody persuade you not to. Start it. The burning the belly in the stomach will be the engine that will push you. Because if you look at all these big companies, IBM, we just talked about that, Bill Gates, they was the dream of one person. The dream of one person. And in most cases, they failed several times before another one worked. So don't allow the fear of failure to stop you if you have that burning desire to do that. And in my company, it's the same thing. I mean, when I got involved, I couldn't sleep. You know, I have a dream, I'll get up and go and write it down. I'm taking a shower, a good idea comes, I'll get out of the shower, write it down. You must be possessed to succeed in business.
And is it important to have a network?
Very, very critical. A network is an extension of your good luck. You know, because if you are my friend and you have a friend and who has a friend and all of that, and you like my product, you know, most likely they will like. So you multiply yourself through network and all. But today's world with social media, on one platform, you can easily reach a lot of people. So young people will become much easier. On Twitter, I see people advertising things, you know, retweet for me. My next customer may be on your timeline. So all these new platforms are something that I think young people, you should look at and see how you can use them to benefit yourself.
And business now and business in the past, which era would you say is easiest to take off and be successful?
Zakwe, I think the strictures of business are timeless. They are the same. A business is structured to provide a service or a product to the public, to the market. And therefore, number one, what you're going to produce, is it needed? Number two, have you done your research? How much can you produce the product? And can you make a profit? Are there competition with you? And all of that. So those are the issues regarding business. I don't think the businesses that operated 100 years ago are any that different. The only difference may be the level of technological involvement. You know, they were doing it this way 10, 15 years ago. Now they're doing the same thing a different way because there's a new technology that brings the cost down. It makes it more efficient. And so those are the issues that come in when you're comparing timelines.
You have a rich history, and you were the chairman of the local organizing committee for the country in 2008 in Ghana.
Correct.
You also worked as the president of the normalization committee of the GFA, and so many other things that you've done. Are there, or is there any book coming out? Are you working on a documentary about your story?
Yes.
A book?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah. We have to tell the story to motivate our younger people, to give them the confidence that they too, I expect Ghanaian young people to perform much bigger than I ever could. But you see, let me use myself to tell a story here. Looking for a way to send some little money to my mother so I have peace of mind when I was in the US. I didn't have a lot of money. but some $200 to my mother. That's why, you know, you send it to the post office, they have x-ray eyes, you know. I mean, so I was restless because I knew I had to find a way to send this money to my mother. And this is where I discovered Western Union. But I want Ghanaian young people to listen carefully. Just discovering Western Union didn't do the trick. Western Union itself didn't have the technology that to make it work in Africa. You understand what I'm saying? I took it upon myself. I must have talked to about 100 engineers around the world. What other technology can be used in Africa to make this work? And when I got that, then it opened up the market of this money transfer for the African continent. And billions and billions and billions of dollars, more billions for money transfer than is in foreign direct investment that have come in. The follow-up of that is this Momo thing that we have. Through the Western Union money transfer thing, then the people in Kenya are like, okay, it's okay for money to come from the US and all of that. But what about if I want to send money from Kenya, from Nairobi to Mombasa, from here to Kisumu? So that internal money transfer using the telephone platform has become the envy even of the West. Africans have created that. So one invention leads to another. And the point I'm making is that we too have the brains and the curiosity and the energy to be able to come up with things that can also revolutionize the world. And don't let anybody dissuade you that as for us, we have to sit and wait for the Western people to dictate to us. We need to become resurgent. Because if the Malaysians can do it, the Singaporeans can do it, we too can do it. But the only way we are going to do it is we have to think properly. Become united, love each other, trust each other, do business with ourselves, and let everything that God has given us be the vehicle through which we rise up.
Are you mentoring any business potentials or prospects right now?
Several people come to me for advice, yes.
Okay. So what's your biggest achievement in your business, which you would never forget?
Oh, biggest achievement? I mean, I don't know if
there are so many of them.
There's something like biggest achievement. I'm proud of revolutionizing the remittance business for Africa. That when I travel to Africa and I see the signs there all over the different countries, has created thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs across the continent. And any of you young people can do that 10 times more than I did. You just have to pick something that you're interested in and delve yourself into it, and you'll be successful.
So finally, your final or concluding remarks on creating wealth and also creating jobs in this country. What final advice would you give?
I would say that if you ask the question, why is it that we are struggling? Then the right question I think that must be asked is that why have other nations made it? What did they do that we are not doing? You know, I think that will begin to paint the right picture for us. And when you look at it, other nations use the resources God gave them, their people and their land, as the beginning stages. And that's why I keep saying that we cannot forget the 91,000 square miles that the good Lord has given us, the 5 degrees above the equator, the sunshine. The Chinese have made solar energy, making billions of dollars out of it. Some of these areas, we should participate in it. But regardless of what is happening to us, if leadership focuses on putting our people to work, whatever we have to do to put our people to work and our land to work, Ghana will become a very rich nation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kofi Amon, for coming to The Lowdown. And this has been an exciting episode of The Lowdown. We'll be back next Monday with very interesting interviews. Watch us on GhanaWeb TV. That's www.ghanaweb.tv. And you can find all our interesting programs. And also follow us on YouTube on GhanaWeb TV. And we stream live on Facebook. This is The Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
On behalf of the Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, I would want to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22 solid years of existence. I know it's not easy for any organization to be 22 years and still counting, with the kind of reputation that you've enjoyed, even though there have been some flaws. I guess you've done very well. You've added value to advertisers, especially Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, in terms of visibility, whether eyes or ears. And we would want to congratulate you. We would want to see more enhanced, what they call it, benefits and products that you could churn out for your clients going forward in the next 22 years.
It's all about the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. It's happening here on the 27th of November 2021. We're hitting the streets of Accra to interact with drivers and to share some educational material. Our starting point is at Legon Precinct and we'll end at East Legon. The time is 6 a.m. My name is Eche Atisu and I'm host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Let's do this.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurants.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations, you're doing a good job.
My name is Elsie Lamar, your favorite host for Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. Join us on the 27th of November as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk, which starts from Presec Legon at exactly 6 a.m. And then we will end at the Delish Restaurants inside East Legon. Make sure you be a part of it and do not miss it. Stay safe and save lives.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
Hello there, my name is Joel Leshen, the host of Friday Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. On the 27th of November 2021, I'm inviting you to join the GhanaWeb staff as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign to help save lives. We'll be meeting at 6 a.m. at the Legon Preseg bus stop and we'll be ending at East Legon. Come in your numbers and join us in our quest to save lives on our streets. I hope to see you there.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Vernon Mineral Water, and Delish Restaurants.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
He's loud on social media but could barely be heard when he stood in front of a Trinity for an audition which later metamorphosed into a moment of backlash. Did Nana Banamwa, Bridget Otu and Sewa Mihe bully cyberbully Albert? Could they have handled the issue any better, or would you rather dedicate Reggie Rockstone's Maka to them for scolding a young man who has been spreading falsehood about them? Well, wait to hear what my able panelists have to say as we table this for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. Thanks for joining us. It's 1 hour of great company, ably supported by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices to smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great news for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get 1 small pizza, fries and chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Joining me on this episode is the man I call a legend, the man who exposed Dr. UN. He's the one who did a research on Dr. UN and noticed that this man has been operating a fishy award scheme. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a columnist. He's an international debater. The University of Ghana will win awards. He's also a broadcast journalist with Class Media Group. Karim, thanks for joining us.
Grateful for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Yeah,
and I don't like that you never give yourself credit for that work on Dr. UN.
Oh, but you did the job.
You did the interview.
I only interviewed him.
Yes, you did the research.
You did the research. So
great
that's,
to be here.
Yeah, that's Karim. And Nani Aredu, a regular panelist, he's a director at oneplayafrica.com. Last time, no, same for director on the show because they can sack him at any point in time. But Nana, Omunyan Sakeno, Onoan Ansha, Ibiana, Obejai, because Obenya gigs are who do a muye ding pa. Nana Aredu, George Via, One Play Africa. former manager of Guru, Nana Ya. All the Guru songs, hit on songs in our network, Nana Kawa.
Just.
If you are fine.
Oh, you're fine, right?
Then
you're fine. You have we have a system where we read the budget, and the budget is to kill small SMEs in the country. Nobody's talking about it. You know, if a government tells you that we had a survey, and the survey said 40% of Ghanaians spend less than 100 cedis in mobile money transactions, and then it tells you that they are targeting SMEs because we do business over 100 cedis and you're supposed to pay 1.75 tax on it. And it's crazy. It's not just the mobile money, it's the e-transactions that we do. Also, it goes to affect music in a big way. Because for you to listen to music online, you need to have a Visa card.
Yeah.
And if they're charging you for 1.75, it means that there are going to be lesser numbers on the streams from Ghanaians. Already, people are not even using the cards in the first place. Now there's a charge on it. Those who had hopes that the iTunes, the Boomplays, and the rest will probably integrate mobile money on their app services now are lost, because if they integrate it, they have to pay. You know, and so it's like it's a big thing. Nobody's talking about it. We are treating it as if it's normal. It's not. It's not. You understand?
It's a big
For a government to say I want to go into job creation with something called You Start in March and begin to tax the people even when they have not even created the jobs, it's a problem. You know, back when I say when you're economist, one cool school, to win their work, but that's the reality.
We ban digital music near the
no, it's because I'm a businessman. I run a small SME, so I feel it. You know, when the earlier on budget that read, I feel you, because you're a small company already. Brands are not dealing with it because you don't have numbers, you don't have a lot of things going for you. You have to pay salaries, you have to pay SNET, you have to pay tax and all that kind of thing. Then all of a sudden, boom, another one. Maybe the government wants all of us to be employed by their corporations so that the country will not run very well. Like, I don't know what they're trying to do. You understand? It's just too much. And the creative art sector, everybody is quiet on it. We do a lot of heavy e-transactions, actually, creative art industry. I'm not talking about musicians.
Yeah.
You know, you want people to go to Netflix and watch a movie, right? When it's a Ghanaian movie there, they have to use their Visa cards. It's going to affect them now. It's a transaction. You know, already the banks are killing us. And now this. You understand? So, yeah.
Right. So, okay. That's Nani Aredu, director at oneplayafrica.com. Next, Ama Bruni is on standby with the tidbits. We call it Nkomo.
Nkomo hankasana na watwi the brand be also friend journalist Albert wa trending be a more ding ankasa eyi hu nkomo ene ne aka ene ye de ba besum to we de ye nche kwa Ama Bruni ye ntwa ye hu na ne ye konyina ye mfa mbesum na watwi bia ni munsem na sa na watwi de da sorry ya video bi e kwhwe Twitter nsana na ba na mo post video bi a Abufre bi as a young man be also a friend journalist Albert Oba audition for the next TV star GH1 program bi a woye na wo say wo kwhwehwe ni mu say na say the social media na obeye bia wo kwadwuma kra wotumi dege wo information na wo ahwese na wote na wo kwhwehwe ma say na sa eya kwe ya friend journalist Albert onu no ta account bi echi a ene wo kwa trolling wo say onu wo say wo friend agenda Twitter ho kaka nkofo nsem je say sem ni nim kra wo nkita evidence wo nkita fact kwa no abeka gu so dwuma bi no ene fofia anto ata na ba na moa Bridget Otu se wa me hom no mo ye judges sankofu ya wodina nanim ba ko ya kaka kansem ehu hia fata afa ho na ba se ne sume ne ebe ye wode no se wo a wugina kwe wo so ya na koka sa wa me hia ho asem Bridget Otu leader force no numu a wo kan ho asem ene wa be gina nanim se oba eye audition for ni show ono na embe mento ene je wotutu bi ma akwai na akwai ni nsem ebe echi ni se Twitter fo se oh when eye se wodi edi no cause ono de bi oso yo kan kwofo nsem won se wodi ye ne de amafuka se na eye journalist fi wan bo ho modern na eyi Albert Chirema okọ eye audition ya nanim kogu asi eye nkrofu bi wo ho no de wan hyeda mbodi wo se wo de se wo sake no if you want no man for them ko friend so ye kronfo ne ade nya yakopon ne di na na fufia ankankanka obi nko bi be bro no no se na nsem ye de betu dwa no aka se no o church of ankofo ho no onya ade ntin se de Ghana fo mfa bone nche no na video yi be ye beja ankofo keka eye Albert ya semi na boy yankasa ba house no so o pause ankofo na wa keka won hu semi no pɛ won achew na ye wo ho na ye hu se sam ono asanso abetro another post eye na adwuma o ye na anko ye adwuma wo some websites bi wan saake no na yi na ne boss kire mu so komo na nya sa nete o se ono Albert adwuma no wo ho no wo se wo ka se wo cho stories e bi adua na wa tro tu bi on bone homode nti ono wo ka o pass saake ne dada na etwa ne nsunu mu kra ne so wo ha no hu se ye Kojo Sheldon YouTuber Kojo Sheldon boy ya so drop screenshots bi aye Albert ya kokone na nsusu ankom ba no onye adwuma na aye Chris say ade na wo yesa wo ha say wo se wo mbo homode na wo se ye ma wo sometime kaka na san so afechi ekwa kopa adwuma fofo na ntisanka onya ase adwuma na Kojo Sheldon repair mana anko beja wo nti enu so eno se wa sake no nti o kire ma nya te se bia yi ne okoye ne nti na o sake no no aka so mbo ne homode ena etosu ebien ogu Kojo Sheldon so pa adwuma nti enu so ena wa fire wo dismiss him yenim san kesi wa na ye titiri bi wo krom ha se wo so eye journalist fa wo dis adwuma wan bomodin eye senior lecturer bi wo University of Ghana Legon eye Dr. Kobi Mensah Chema kofi won follow eye ethical principles bi aye oban central adwuma me se wo fa so cause wo so bi e cyber bully obi wo social media na keka kofi won sema na video wa ba wo hwa obetu ne fo na fa nkofo so atien na wo so wa kan anim sa nkofo se ni na ye trolling bi na ebe na nkofo se na wo begito to ye nkwa ye check Twitter wo keka nkofo won sem yawa ede yawa fitai wutumi ya nkofo nti ada na obi koka bia mu bu pese mu gubo ne nim asem sem de akoye bebre na so ni tietie ma ne se ye wo ho ye GH1 fo wo se won afa boy yi se won ne ba be ye campaign bi na eye Caleb ni boy ne breaking news no se say de boy ne ba anyone ba be ye adwuma Monday you cry no be start adwuma na ja na ba be kire mu so picture na ye hu se ye Albert Bolare ene ono na ba gina ho na nye se bia won afa ne adwuma boy ne na wo pese won ne ye some campaign bi won se GH1 de mutumi ye some drug abuse na aba na mo asa tramadol ne ade campaign for wo pese wo ye wo se anti cyber bullying campaign nti ye hwe nim se na ne ebe ko bia ma bro ni se onim se ye wo ha se e de komo ni na e ba beso na se ye de journalist Albert ni na aba na mo ansem se mi kogu mtuni sanso ye politician Kwame A+ Chema ono no so makokweku manti so ne nsa no de no ko hu mampini na do dan kweku faado e no man deputy minister position A+ na edi sa adwuma no de nsem to dwa bra Arnold Chema meeting ya wo koye wo creative art won IGP koshia no o se A+ na organize na se anka IGP ne nkrofo wo fa appropriate authorities creative art ministry wo hono na fe ne mako hu A+ na A+ o Arnold nkasa asem na wo ka no kra de bi na ka besa anka hina de di sa adwuma no mu no de to dwa so ono kra makokweku manti oji se anka sanka IGP fa no so ono kra nu ono no so ne nsa de ko hu faado ene wo ma ne ministerial position ene na chairman bia chairman rapper medical ne yire fela makafu na won bia one down fufuru kra no East Legon Hills na dan 4-bedroom luxury apartment fela makafu some video bia twegu on the Zion Felix blogger call torch so church ne high kitchen high master bedroom ni ade na fela chema mu sa property amu won ba 1-year-old island ne de one wo si man was what the 5 months na si dan na fela chema no won ba second born na ba be won won ne onu kra wo be si 5 to 6 bedroom apartment amana o chima elevator ni na bewum na fela de nsem YouTube dwambra wo ye housewarming party nyumtini medical mo be kai na say ya no ko ankafo ho say o social media na auditio bi ko kire ni ade neja wonze IGP dan pare ne boys so inviting nsem no kawie akodem kakra na medical chima o ko ankafo no nema fa ne nusu no ese woni ense wo ka kire o so be bia wo da pa na wo so obi sebio ejane na wo ha say nti wo abonten na wo nda prison na osra wa abo breye koso ko di prison ho no ma o kire ma enda fem kora na wo twe bia ye tinsem na fufura ba betwem kora ne say ye numtuni AK Sunstress kire ma say ni nomi ne head single ba ku ye Jonathan I wo say na say twetwegu ebe ye popular pe sister ise ne hu nto ne da ena ne hu dodo no ena ne tie ne ya just say why ye mra wa be petua yare odwen ho nti ase eyi na o kire ma That's a name of Quay. I can't quite to say, do you be, would you be no be dear dinner? O say, no, not to say focus so obey here, till by a popular, now for dear Drew Junior, the when Jendi. Cause see so on one castle who's in no yacht fema, just say, and Cofu so no ma wo bonum webefa radio, so befa in Uncle for Dijum, and a Jonathan, and now Cocoya, a man for Chima, Eki. One hit songs, album, we release the one in our wire, and now what? Amafo, yenche denim, but a case on stress chair, a ye numuya ye woyum, what put ye drew and eje, a yen for hit songs. Broadcast journalist Bridget Otun so they are to just say we are bia now one friend say we are shawoni jantre ni tutu ninia and want to me found sense we book as we are bia o say krom ha dia kwakoye say obia bia wa bone bra say we are well established we nya bibia un sa kwa na wo koba na manfo bo de say we are shawoni o say sense do me woman no nti ono de say de mpo de mfa ne ho cause we bo din say we are shawoni na say we nya shawoni entetare wo hunti sa asem na ya wo kan kwa de ama manfo nti emfa anya asem Stoneboy Chema Pass on ordinary better a gamron sem donya bida. O se gamro sem wo when pay for motel sem executive. Muni kwanga sem mo faso right where mo beje royalties. Na so mo nya dwuma mo tete position nim keke. Nti o so no de say o si so say 2000 Ghana cedis ya the man as royalties e no pay na wage no. Eno no de o de suani nyansa but pass o beka ye gamro ho asem na kwakwa ese de bia o kan wa asem de debi onya bida. We could na ye finance minister Kenofori tidy budget 2022 budget to a parliamentary na some abeto dwane say the abeje tax for kra ai we say electronic tax we say we mobile money transaction bank ne ade say adwumadini we betua 1.75% of tax na say me the mafu bebre akire mu wan so we betu dwa say yes to and I say the unam kroma wuntua to biem na say me na actually they are forcing chema akoye say Ghana has say muse ye nche tax na de nyate ye na ye mpese ye tua o eya bang na ye ni areshe wo mu cause tax amojejeje kan ye twumi na sa tax mu de ye deg na anza na mba be sorry so na ye Nigeria ni nwumtu ni Davido na we yinkonya bi wo social media Davido unum se November ye nche kwa abedi ni birthday na so okra some Rolls Royce bi afia manoni aba Nigeria nti oso ono de industry de hun se amafu se Davido de wa bo ankofo bebre nti o se na fofo won kire no do nti obi anse ne 1 million naira ento ne account na amafu ye nim se we di anka de nye ibia be hye amanfo say ye Nigeria for nim to for brands or your advert ma one ye collaboration amanfo send this case just say no be say 1 million naira ne kwa blum send in ye brosa na amanfo say the ye kwa check-ins currently ye say bi beba nyanso ye hwehwem sesi a 155 million naira ne sesi de wenya so ye song so be Joe Biden US dollars modia $376,000 kana make am kana bi wo mankasa na Davido nya asa donation amanfo ka say Ghana has say artists and assets in 20 benefits in bu akacha man so mo say na 1 million Ghana cedis no mo be send na man say we di ankasa ko de betumi aye ebidum say we di anka kokokra ma Shatawale ne fan na for the say Chrome has say Ghana ha ye celebrity benefits in bu aye ne Davido aye ye obenye ska wenye an say na wo dwen ho na say de na wo twede onu sama broni ensam ne bebre na edo so journalist Albert ne ekọ nyina me de besom nti Abrantepa wonu abegya fanya watwe de mamu nsom keke muni mi mobile money number mun peka kana mun fan send him na me fan kopodwe amabroni makram.
Thanks Amabroni for the tidbits we call it in Komoho mumu ni de yes and this is your betie 1.70 but they say you know 101 right. So for more of these stories visit our website www.ghanaweb.com. Let me begin with Karim. Let's see which of the stories you want to run with.
Well, I'm interested in what Bridget Otu has been saying. I mean, I won't attempt to speak for any woman because quite obviously my experiences are very different. But if you live here in Ghana and you observe public discourse, you would appreciate that she is making a very, very important point. And all of us need to do better because there are just about too many things that if you are a man, you can get away with. If you are a woman and you are not the Proverbs 31 woman and you are a Bridget Otu, Nana Majima Asante, I mean, name them, Felicity Nelson, you're going to be in trouble. And oftentimes, your trouble doesn't come as a result of the content of what exactly it is that you're putting out. It's largely as a result of some expectations of you to behave, to be submissive, to know your place. Because, I mean, you're a woman. How dare you come out there, talk about anything, and be so aggressive as any other person? And so oftentimes, even though, I mean, yeah, everybody gets overboard one time or the other. People maybe insult one time or the other. But you would notice that for the average woman, there's not room for you to be assertive, to be strong, and to put your views across in a manner that doesn't seek to first and foremost appeal to people and their sensibilities first. And so I think she has a very, very good point here. And also within the context of everything that is happening now, our favorite now turned celebrity cyber bully. If you look at the conversation around it and all of that, I can get it, but I really, really appreciate it. And I think that for all of us, especially as men also, we need to do better.
Nana, I mean, you say, I say, I say, me predict, say, we need their force in every boss.
But you know, but on a more serious note, you know, we have to take charge and go for accountability. You know, you don't have Baumia sit on radio and national radio and say that you don't have to tax the mobile money. You know, and then next minute you have a tax levy on e-transactions and mobile money is heavy tax. And you know, then they say the poor. Who is the poor? Define the poor in this context here. You can't define the poor because if you say a market woman spend a lot of money. My mom is a market woman. You know, they even do heavy transactions over mobile money. First, they didn't even understand what they were doing with the mobile money. Now they are trying to understand it. Now there's a tax on it. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah, and we run, like if you come to One Pill Africa, we have something called market. So people do online purchases and stuff from us, and we have to go to the market and get the product. You have any products you want to sell, you can just go to the website and put it there, and people can buy. Now it's hard to go and explain to the woman that meto into is not 5 now, meto into is 5 cedi now mommy 5 send them amount. You get me? Because you're sending the money on Momo. What am I saying? You see, Baumia had a word for it, paperless.
Yeah.
How do we go paperless if
cashless society?
You know, cashless, and how do we do that if you have 1.75 on you every time? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
How do we do that? You know, youth must call for accountability, and we need that. We need to hold them for their words. And yes, one day they say, "It's out there, cry." So for taking a bath. What am I saying?
Yeah.
But I want to talk to the artists, Stoneboy especially, for saying that Gamro knows what to do, and so he's tired of talking about it. I agree with him. It's frustrating that a group of old men who claim to understand certain system have been put in position to work for the system to be better, and they are not doing what they are supposed to do. It's very painful, especially when the people they represent are doing everything, you know, in their power to make sure that they do their part to bring them something to do for their service. Assuming every artist say that I will not release music anymore, you know, just imagine what will happen to the people who work at Gamro. Next to zero. They might probably have to shut down the business and, you know, fold up and all that. So I understand him. You know, I understand. I will say, unfortunately, that is not what is happening. And the big kick is that I was telling somebody in my office that the artist, when it comes to the creative sector, is not the most important creative person in the sector. But when it comes to the music, they are the most important. Because when they get a big cake, everybody gets a slice of the cake into a soubiaso. You get me?
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. So assuming that the way they showed up for the IGP, they decide that even though we know you guys are old men, you know what you have to do. We are going to pull up on you, like I said last week on the show. several times for you to do what is right. Tell us what the problem is. We know there are some mafias and some backdoor conversations where I know for a fact, per mathematics on the digital stores and everything, that if Gumroad should work properly, every media house averagely will spend a lot of money on paying for music usage. So, I mean, there are some conversations that goes on behind doors, you know, stuff like that. You hear, these are all things that you hear from people in that sector or in that circle. It may be true, it may not be true. I'm not saying it is what is there, but we hear those conversations. So I can understand it, but they have to work on it. They have to, because it's not for today. Today, you know, you are okay. Tomorrow, it's for tomorrow. These monies that come from Gumroad says like our SNIT for creative people. It's for your future. You know, it's for your 2 kids. You understand? So they have to work on it. They shouldn't just say, oh, excuse me, Gumroad knows what to do, and you know, they have to work on it. They have to go to the guys and sit down and have a conversation. If not, the AJ is there. Go to the AJ, make a complaint. Go with, you know, don't just go with empty hand. Go with some document. You can do some white paper. You understand? Do some white paper and have all your data analysis and all your research into it, and say that, listen, these are the reasons why this particular body is not working. So can we have another CMO in the country to help us? Would you get it?
Yeah.
If not, Abantepa, artists are supposed to feed, ideally, they feed over, if I'm not over exaggerating, they feed close to 20 people with 1 revenue in their hand. What am I saying? Yeah. Over 20. And say, scanner be doing in sema 19 na kano.
No,
exactly. What am I saying? Until someone tries to get it together. It's the unity that will change this. Believe me. They put up for the IGP. They showed up for the IGP. Why can't they come together as a unified body and go to Gumroad continuously and change
all right, stuff. Okay. So that's Nani Aredu is a director at oneplayafrica.com. We will take a quick break. When we return, it's all about Nanaba Namuabriji, Totu, Sewa Mihe, and journalist Albert. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV.
Hello there, my name is Joel Eshen, the host of Friday Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. On the 27th of November 2021, I'm inviting you to join the GhanaWeb staff as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign to help save lives. We'll be meeting at 6 a.m. at the Legon Preseg bus stop, and we'll be ending at East Legon. Come in your numbers and join us in our quest to save lives on our streets. I hope to see you there.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Venom Mineral Water, and Delish Restaurants. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Present your political show.
Welcome to another edition of has a blog fact, so I don't think I'll be.
You write
facts.
When you write this, hey Sewa, we know what you've been up to in this country. What do you know?
Where did you pick that from?
That is your Twitter page.
Okay.
That
Twitter is about agenda.
What's this agenda? So in other words, it's about fooling and saying stupid things. That is meant to tarnish someone else's image. What's this factual about what you've written about Sewa?
I mean, Twitter is a different world, you know.
How? Twitter?
Get that right. You can't even spell am I. You can't even spell it. Yet you think you can sit behind a phone and write crap on Twitter about people. Simple am I. You can't spell it. But that's not the point. You question people's relevance. How relevant do you think you are? Because I've seen tweets of you rubbishing Lydia Forson too.
I need to get the source of. I mean,
it's your phone. Your phone is in your pocket.
So you said you deal with facts. Yes. No, even wrote just on October 10 that the 4.5K issue that person is paid more than you at GH1 TV.
Do you know my salary?
I mean, how did you know?
That's why I'm telling you that what you see on Twitter is different from.
When you sit on Twitter and you write utter nonsense about people. You've said horrible things about me, Sewa, Lydia Forson, Bridget, other people on your Twitter. Here I am. Say it to my face.
Why should I?
Why shouldn't you?
Because Twitter is not real life.
I have always said that people who bully people, when they see them, they can't even talk.
You can't even.
You are a very clear example of those people.
You can't. If you sit on Twitter and you say that it's a different life, and you can insult Lydia Forson that you haven't met before, and you meet her, you will go shush.
In
you
fact,
can't speak like right now.
Because it looks like when you meet real human beings, you can't express yourself.
You cannot. You go back on Twitter and write crap.
Yes.
Go ahead. I don't care. But the thing is, you couldn't say it to my.
Welcome back to the show. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. So you saw the video clip of journalist Albert being scolded by Nana Banamwa, Biditotu, and Sewa Mihe when he showed up for an audition. And Kofo P, Amanfo P, actually, or my dream, they say they could have done better. Binzo say, Trinianim da Haya Monchain. Say, oh, there's this a candidate. Kokraman for Isu Besu, so and so for say, Odia Sawa Bishim. Let me begin with Karim. You've been following this conversation. It's a straight question. I mean, did they go overboard?
Unfortunately, I'm not really interested in that. So the answer to that will be a very difficult one for me, whether or not they went overboard. I think that's entirely up to them to choose how they want to approach that. However, I have my own views on what they did and what I think the implication of that is for expression broadly, for public discourse, and for the position that they sought to put themselves in, more or less to say that, see what has happened to this person. If you are out there and you think you can say whatever you want about whoever on the internet, watch, because one day you may need someone. That I have a challenge with. If they are taking a cane to whip him or drag him on the floor or punch him in the face, I'd be not interested in any of that. They could deal with all of that with the Ghana Police Service or whatever. And so the question of whether overboard or not, I'm not really moved by that. But what I'm moved by is what I've just talked about in respect of what that means and whether or not in the grand scheme of things they are any different from what they are complaining about. To that extent, I do not think they are.
Let's expand that conversation.
So for me, I think that generally I could agree that, I mean, life is hard. This world that we're all here, I mean, I've made this point time and again. This table that exists here is not a sentient being. If you hit it, there's no pain. It doesn't have to wake up every morning and look for food to eat and all of that. That's perhaps what all of us were at some point in the scrotum or the scrotal sac of our fathers or something like that. Eventually, something kicked in, we became whatever we are. So life is hard. So ordinarily, I would hope that whatever that we do it in a manner that would not bring displeasure, pain, difficulty for anybody. To that extent, if you live on the internet or wherever, I would hope that you bear in mind the sensibilities of people, and if you are so minded to, respect that and say things about them in a way that would not cause them some disaffection or pain. That said, I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with insults, with sitting wherever and saying whatever you want about people. The line, obviously, for me, is when you lie. I mean, when you lie about somebody, you have entirely made up something about them in a way that is unfair to them. But when you insult people, I have absolutely no problem with that. And if it so happens that you are at the receiving end of something like that and you do not like it, I think you're also at liberty to fight back in any way that you want, including when that person appears before you somewhere someday, or you meet them somewhere someday and you decide to, I mean, have your revenge with them and all of that. But the point is that while you have the right to exact revenge in any way that you want, you should also bear in mind that the rest of us have every right whatsoever to also interrogate your response to that, because that's how society works. That's the life that we live. And the reason this is very important to me is because, and that's the mistake we often make, is that we treat issues in isolation. We don't understand and appreciate issues in proper perspective and context, and to know that for every single deed that happens, especially when it has to do with other people, there's implications on what we do going forward. So I told you that I knew you were going to call me for this particular discussion because of some views that I'd shared. And I made reference to another journalist. I mean, because of your platform, I don't want to mention names and then you have to go and deal with all of that. But yes, there's a journalist here in this country, I mean, very respected, very senior journalist, who has also made a similar point some time ago, that somebody called him too known or insulted him on social media, and then later on in his life, this person appeared before him for an interview because he was seeking a job at a place that he was a boss at and all of those things. Ultimately, the young person who appeared before him for that job did not get it. The reason why that person did not get the job was not because he was not qualified, even though the job had to do with social media management and all of that. His reason was not that maybe based on your temperament and all of that, I can't give you the job. It came strictly to, you didn't show respect to me. And this is my platform also, so I'll do with you as I please. I think that is nonsense. And that's precisely what I saw in the video or the interaction between the three ladies, judges, who also happened to be victims of this guy who had come before them. Because the point is this: if there exists an open opportunity and you are placed in a position of leadership or trust to scrutinize, to engage, and to select, among other things, you are expected to objectively do that job. And so if at that moment a personal vendetta, and I do not trivialize the pain that you might have endured as a result of that at all, but the point is that when you are in that position and then someone appears before you and you engage them in that manner, then quite clearly you're not any different. And more importantly also, you could, for instance, decide not to give that person the job. That's fine. But when you put that out, and as we know, this is an interview process for a TV series yet to air. But somehow, that part of it came out. It came out for what reason? To send a message that we got him. And for those kinds of things, you see them in despotic regimes: China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iran. Those are the kinds of guys who always like to send a message to someone that, we've seen you. You can't hide behind this internet and do whatever you want. We are watching you. One day you will need us. When you come, we'll do this to you. That is nonsense, because at that point, it is not about the Albert guy again for me. It is about every other person. It's about all the people who are empowered by the anonymity that the internet creates. All the very, unknown people who are able to express themselves in any way that they want on the internet. Because if you look at all the events that have unfolded afterwards, and this very sham, very fraudulent cyberbullying campaign that they are on right now, if you look at all of that, ultimately, what that comes down to is that none of them really cared about any principles here. It was not about cyberbullying, because I reject that nonsense about cyberbullying between some unknown journalist, Albert, blogger from wherever, and Nana Banamwa, Sawami here, or whoever. That's not how bullying, I mean, just check the dictionary, that's not bullying. There must exist a certain power relations, asymmetrical power relation. It doesn't mean that a nobody cannot hurt someone else. I can hurt the President of the Republic of Ghana, but another Danko cannot sit anywhere and say, me, I'm bullying. With what?
With your words.
But that's not bullying. That's what? No, I could be abusive, but that's not bullying. Bullying is in context. If we're going to use it, we need to use it right. Because my challenge with that is, if we don't take care, we destroy words and their meanings. And then those things will not matter anymore to the people that those things apply to.
I mean, in the case of Sewa Mihe, yes. I mean, the post that they read, yes. There was one that said, Sewa Mihe, we know what you are doing in this country and all that. Yes. And Sewa has come out to say that some of these comments, at a point, could make people suicidal. In fact, she has shared her experience.
I don't dispute that at all.
So in that case...
no, I think that's obviously very abusive. And I mean, if you run through the gentleman's activity on social media, especially in respect of how he has engaged other people, I think you can see a trend of perhaps even sexism in there. Because overwhelmingly, his victims, if you want to call them that, appear to be women. So yes, it is abusive, it is not nice, it is not good, but it is not bullying, in my view.
Okay. Nana, Yao, George, Dia. Nana,
yeah, fine. Nana, meet you. There are three parts to this conversation. I have every time I run away from conversations elsewhere, and I come here. Because I've received calls from people on radio and all that, especially because I'm a content creator. Yeah, I'm one of the best we have in this country.
Definitely, no doubt.
So I understand content and I know how to monetize content. See, people don't understand. There's a way you market content.
Welcome to another episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Today, my guest is an MP who recently led a demonstration on bad roads in his constituency that nearly led to his arrest. He has since reported the case to the Speaker of Parliament, and is asking that the Ghana Police Service and some of its officers be held in contempt of Parliament. Lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu of Medina is my guest today. When we return, we speak about his demonstration, legal education in Ghana, and other matters. Stick and stay. We'll be right back. Welcome back. My name is George A.C. and this is Say Loud. My guest today is Honorable Xavier Francis Kojo Sosu, MP for Adenta constituency. Honorable, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Your guest, your constituency is Medina, actually.
Yeah, that is correct.
And recently, you led a protest against bad roads.
Mm-hmm.
One would say that as an MP, there are a lot of avenues for you to explore to get some of these issues addressed. Why did you choose to protest?
Well, I get surprised when people talk about a lot of avenues. I don't know what those avenues are. The reality of being a member of parliament and what people think members of parliament can do is completely different. I'm sure for many people in their community, maybe their MPs are supermen, and I mean they can just make everything happen. All they need to do is to talk to somebody, and then something will happen. So I think that there is this general disconnect between what MPs do and what MPs can do, and what constituents think MPs should do, or the MP's ability. And let me quickly add that demonstrations are part of legitimate constitutional political tools that you can use to press home your demands when need be. So you would have to weigh the options, particularly when you have used all the let's say all the diplomatic means of engaging and following up on things and nothing gets done. Then it means that you may have to draw central government attention to the plight. And we are talking about a road that is about I think 10.5 kilometers long, and then a road that is awarded on contract. And we're talking about 11 million Ghana cedis contract to somebody, and the person has failed to perform. This road was awarded way back in July 2020 and was supposed to be finished or performed by June 2020, and that was not done. And so under those circumstances, you have to use all the legitimate means to get the person to do the job. This one was a project of feeder roads. So we've raised concerns, we've been there with the feeder roads engineer, we've spoken to the assembly, and so the obvious thing that you can do to draw government attention is to demonstrate, and that's exactly what I led them to do.
So on that day, on that fateful day, what happened, and then what happened between you and the police?
Well, I wish I don't really go into details with that, particularly because the matter is currently before the Privileges Committee of Parliament. So I don't want to say things that would prejudice the work of the Privileges Committee. But quickly to add that this demonstration was a lawfully organized demonstration, because in the first place, it was a demonstration that came out of a continuous community engagement with the people. And so those people have had a chance to talk with their MP. They've raised concerns about how difficult things were for them. Pregnant women were struggling on that road. Many miscarriages recorded on that road, with trotro drivers and taxi drivers complaining about the number of times they need to maintain their vehicles, and among many other complaints. And at the end of our engagement, we came up with a roadmap that all these concerns, we would need to bring them to the doorsteps of the appropriate authorities. By appropriate authorities, I'm talking about the municipal chief executives, the various engineers that are supposed to be working on this road, as well as the the feeder roads, and the roads ministry. So this communique was made available to all of them, and with a condition that if the citizens or if the community members do not see any action within 14 days, then they will resort to protests and demonstrations. And so this was made very clear to the authorities that be. Unfortunately, after 14 days, nothing came out of the communique. And this communique was dated 27th of September 2021. So after we served the authorities on the 11th of October, we decided to then issue a notice of public action, public protest and demonstration to the police. The police got a notice and invited me, and we had a very fruitful discussion where they pleaded that we change the date. And in fact, we were going to have the protest on the 26th of October. But the police wrote to us and said we should do it on the 25th. And I said, no problem. So I had to just go back, get the other stakeholders informed so that we can do that on the 25th. And that was exactly what we did on the 25th. I know the downside or the unfortunate part of what happened, which really were things that should be expected in protest, was the fact that even before we would even start our demonstration, the people in the various community along that stretch had come out, particularly the youth, and were already blocking roads and burning ties. And if I later got to know that most of the people who were blocking the roads were even the trotro drivers. And some of them were claiming that if they will not go to job, then nobody must go to work on that day. But obviously, as a leader, when I heard that early in the morning, I just assured the police that once I get to the area, we are going to do everything possible to make sure that we de-escalate the situation. So, and when we're going, then we saw roadblocks ahead of us. And that was where we saw the police also. So together with the police, we went there. And I addressed the youth and told them that there was no need for them to remain on the streets, and that all of them should come with me so we can go to Otinibi so we can do the march. So they followed me. I mean, it took some time, to really cool their tempers, but that is what emotional intelligence and situational awareness requires. I mean, when people are angry, particularly in a circumstance of a protest, you just have to work around them to de-escalate the situation. And then from there, I then moved to Damfa. I think it was in Damfa that beyond the blocking of the road, I saw the first tie burning. That was what I saw in Damfa. So again, I had to get down, try to talk to them, talk them down. But whilst I was talking to them, some of them were still insisting on trying to burn more ties. But of course, like I said, the policemen were there with me, and we had to work with them together to de-escalate the situation and got them to follow us. So at Otinibi, we then took time to address the gathering and began to lead them on the protest. And this protest that we're now going, the police were the people ahead of us that were now, embarking on this walk. And the walk was extremely peaceful, extremely peaceful. And we did that until we got to Imensa, where I addressed the community. And in fact, just when I was preparing to address the community, between that time and the time I started address was when we began the initial conversation, when the police was trying to give me an intel that, or not an intel, to inform me that they would want to have me after the demonstration at the region. And I said that obviously was not going to be possible, because from there I'll come to Parliament. So and then they said, no, I need to come along with them. And I said, no.
At that point, they are not giving you any reason why they were
No. I mean, and of course, when you are not given any reason for invitation, I mean, you are not bound to respond to such invitations. So I recall that when I took the mic and I was finally speaking to the people, after making all my points, I made it very clear that police had indicated to me that they were inviting me and that I'm declining the invitation. And I want to assure them that they cannot arrest me because I'm not willing and ready to waive my parliamentary immunity for them. If they want to arrest me, they know what to do. So in other words, I was openly throwing a challenge to them that you know the law you need to use if you really want to arrest me. And I'm sure that probably might have angered them or something. So then if we say we can't arrest you, then we will arrest you for you to know that we can arrest you, or for whatever reason I can't tell. But my understanding of the law as someone who have been practicing for some time now is that you cannot arrest a person without telling the person the reasons for the arrest. I know that when you look at the sequence of events that I've narrated, obviously for those who might not have followed the demonstration from the time we began to the time it ended, you can easily confuse sequence of events and think that the real demonstration was the blocking of road and the burning of ties. I am very sure that people who probably were on social media or seeing some of those short videos, maybe at the police headquarters and others, they may be the people who may be calling the people on the ground that why is an MP leading a demonstration and burning ties and blocking roads? You know, so they probably may be directing that if that MP is doing that, then you may have to arrest the MP. Of course, and I agree. If the police saw me gathering ties and you know, and trying to spark fire on the road, yes, why not? I can't raise parliamentary immunity under those circumstances when right before them I am committing crime. You understand what I mean? Yeah. You know, but in this case, that wasn't what happened. In fact, when those things began, I wasn't even there. But even when I got there, I was the one who led the way to clear those things. And after clearing those things, before we actually started the demonstration.
The police's action was largely triggered by the challenge you threw.
I'm very sure. I don't think, I don't know. Maybe they probably might have some other reasons, I can't tell. You know, but, you know, the point is that we must understand our jobs. And everything we are doing is regulated by law. I am in Parliament because of law. I mean, what I do here, everything is law. It is a house of law, and we are making laws, and we expect that the laws that we make, we ourselves respect those laws, and we expect that people who are law enforcement officers will respect those laws. We expect that judges who are going to enforce those laws or give interpretation to those laws would follow those laws to do so. So that is what we call the rule of law. Rule of law means everybody working in accordance with a certain legal framework. I mean, Article 117 and 118 of the Constitution makes it very clear that no criminal, let's say, a process could be executed on a member of Parliament when he's on his way to Parliament or from Parliament or attending to Parliament or attending at Parliament. The purpose behind that law is that when a person is seized with duty as a member of Parliament, you cannot serve those processes on him. And the law, there is a reason for which the law was given, so that people who are in this space can have some limited opportunity to do their work without being intimidated by the force of police. You know, so like I said, these matters are currently before the Privileges Committee, and I think I've even made just too many comments on this one already. Except to say that, I mean, the videos of what happened are all over the place. I mean, how the police attempted to arrest and all that. And that conduct is what I brought before Parliament, which has led to 2 of the officers summoned before the Privileges Committee. There may be more people, because I saw more people on that demonstration. I mean, I saw more people. Even the I think the director of, I think not the director of operation, I think he's an operation commander at the even national headquarters. I think Mr. Ahi, he was there. I saw him there. I saw him in the midst of the people. But I chose to file the specific complaint, you know, in respect of these 2, because they were the people I engaged from the beginning. I mean, the Identity Division and then the region. So I didn't know where the national operations found its way into the end of the demonstration, and also one of those who were actually insisting. But I'm confident that when the hearing properly starts and we put all those videos before the Privileges Committee, the committee will have the powers to then subpoena and bring other people who are supposed to be there, who perhaps are not part of the initial complaints, and so on and so forth. So let's leave it there for now. Okay. And then, yes.
Well, since you're asking, we will spare you for that. But then the roads, back to the roads, you've protested. What has been the results? And if not any, what would you seek to do further?
Well, I think that it has already generated a lot of heat at the various agencies and institutions of government. I mean, it's one of the major things that I know the Assembly is concerned about now. Feeder Roads Department has been very, very worried about the situation and have been pushing the contractor to come on site to work. I've seen the contractor himself gone haywire, complaining all over the place about why we should embark on demonstration and so on and so forth, without taking responsibility of his own incapacity to deliver on the work that has been given him. And what I have done following that is to file an urgent question in Parliament to bring the Minister for Road to Parliament to come and tell the people of Ghana the criteria they use in selecting contractors, like the contractor on the Imensa Amrehia Road, and in the event that they fail to deliver on those contracts, like this very person, what sanctions are there for such contractors? And all these ones is to ensure that we can hold the contractor accountable to the citizens living in that stretch of the road. And quite apart from that, I know the contractor has said that they were unable to work because of rains. As weather has been raining for the last 1 year in Ghana, it is only the viewers who can judge for themselves. But the last promise he made is that in 2 weeks they are going to be on that stretch.
Your MC is supposed to be helping you out in this situation. Do you think that you're having difficulty in getting this road fixed because you are an opposition MP?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I just think that government has not shown commitment to this, its own promises. Remember, it's government that declared first year of road and second year of. It wasn't the MCE. The MCE is only an agent of government. So sometimes I pity her because I mean, things are not working, and there is no way she can actually look the government in the face and tell the government anything, because she is essentially an appendage of the government in the constituency. So what can she do? This, for example, this road was given out by feeder roads, a road of 11 million Ghana cedis. Where would the MC? What would the MCE do? The MC will only call the contractor. Contractor Mumba site. Into the Mumba site. Every contractor say, "Oh, you're ready," and now you're sika. What would the MCE do? When I raise a question, she would have to be politically correct by making it look like, oh, maybe because he's an opposition, that's why he's raising it or something. So she would have to do her politics, but that's unfortunate. But that is how it is. So if there is anyone who can stand with the people to demand for work and demand for accountability of government, then it will be me. Because trust me, if you go to Medina today, there is no evidence of first year of roads. There is no evidence of second year of roads. And so then one wonders, is Medina really part of Ghana? Is it part of the capital? Is the government really paying attention? Do they really want to do something with or for Medina, or they just want to pay lip services to Medina? Yeah, my view is that government has just neglected the entire community, and that is why I am on this mission to get government attention to Medina, and we will continue until Medina gets its fair share of national development.
So this is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break here, and when we return, my guest remains the Member of Parliament for Medina, Lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. I am with the Member of Parliament for Medina, Lawyer Susu, and our next issue has to do with legal education in Ghana. The 2021 Ghana School of Law exam result has brought back discussions around legal education in Ghana, and then I would like to get his view on these issues.
Well, I think the problem of legal education is that we haven't shown sufficient leadership in this area. We haven't shown leadership because I've always said and I maintain that if law school was a private school and I was the owner of that private school, I don't think that what has happened there from 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020 and even 2021, I'm going to spare anybody in management of my school in that manner. By now, my CEO should have been gone. So I've said it over and over again. Like the director of legal education should have resigned long ago. But you know we are in Ghana, South Africa. He will not resign. And then, if you were to allow them everything the same, next year the problem will recur and nobody really cares. We'll talk about it. It will come down and they will continue as business as usual. So it's a very, very unfortunate situation, and that's why I believe that leaving the situation to them at the law school will lead to no resolution, and that's why we are working very strongly from legislature here to introduce a private members bill to regulate legal education. So whatever we believe must be the way law must be run, very soon we should be able to have a bill that will deal with that situation. I think that the General Legal Council, as is presently constituted, definitely needs to be dissolved. I mean, we need to replace it with something else. Legal education must be autonomous. It must be standing on its own and having the Council for Legal Education as the majority leader proposed recently. He was even proposing that we should have, he says we should look for, I think, a commission of legal education, of a commission of a sort that would give us a presidential commission to come up with the modalities, and I believe that once this private members bill is tabled, all people, individuals who may have concerns that they may want to bring on board to support the passage of that bill, they will come on board, and there will be a very broad what I would call community engagement that would make sure that we come up with a bill that can satisfy the needs and the aspirations of Ghanaians. What I have said, and I maintain that, is that every single law school or currently law faculty, for example, KNUST, Methodist University, they have a law faculty, Presbyterian University, they have a law faculty, Central University, they have a law faculty, University of Ghana. These law faculties must be assessed on their merit, whether they have the appropriate faculty and they have the libraries, they have the infrastructure that can support training. If they do, they must be certified to be able to write or to run a professional law program, so that at the end of the day, any institution that replaces the legal education, the General Legal Council, with respect to regulation of legal education, would only be a regulator, and that regulator would set a unified bar exam that everybody will write annually, and those who pass are called to the bar. And Then we establish a bar council that now take care of what I'll call regulation of standards of the practice for lawyers and I mean lawyers who are either members of the GBA or who are non-members of the GBA. So we have a big problem at hand. We need to amend our Act 32, which is the Legal Professions Act, which is going to be the starting point to reforming the entire regime of legal education that we have now. And I think we can do that through a private members bill. And that's what we will consider in Parliament.
Some 499 students are being denied access to go to the law school this year. They claim that they've passed, and last week I was here, you joined the protest, you were coming right back from court. I don't know if I'm right to say you have a thing for protests.
Well, protests are very democratic means to press home your demand, particularly when you have a leader that seems not to listen to the voices of democracy. You know,
and in this case, you would mean the president?
Well, I mean, if that is what it means, I think that if you don't have a listening president, then you must bring on board the full force within a democratic space to get him to listen. And that's a very normal thing. That's why medical doctors will say we'll go on strike. And that's why you will see teachers say we'll go on strike. That's why people, because sometimes when they negotiate, their negotiations are a force on dead ears.
And to narrow this down to the president, a lot of people have high expectations of persons like you within the legal fraternity when it comes to this issue. Some people expect the president to have to be doing better in the whole conversation. What is your position on how the president has responded to all this?
I mean, all that glitters is not gold. So, I mean, merely having expectation of people doesn't mean that if you thought they were gold, merely having expectation means they were really good. Because many people believe that our president was a human rights person, and that him we should be recording the highest human rights protection in Ghana. Everything should be fine. But unfortunately, he
has not proven that.
Oh, obviously he hasn't. I mean, it's obvious that he hasn't. I mean, we've had very serious issues, I mean, the last 5 years. And we don't need to rehash all of them because there are very critical things that we have now that we need to pay attention to. And for these 499 students, I think that they deserve to be called to the Ghana School of Law for them to be admitted. And that has been my call. I have petitioned the Speaker, and most likely that we be working on the petition with the students to ensure that this 499 will have, I mean, will be heard. They apply to be heard on Parliament, I mean in Parliament, and we'll make sure that we can reach out to the Ghana School of Law to consider the plight of this 499, even if it means that they will be on a kind of a waiting list, or there's going to be some arrangement the school is going to do with this 499. The school will have to do. Now I understand that I saw in some news reports that they are in court. I don't know to what extent that is true, but otherwise we would also be waiting to see what the outcome of the court case will be. But whatever we can do using the parliamentary tools, we will also do.
There are the likes of Professor Kwaku Azar, who says there is nothing stopping the law faculties from running the professional course, and that he expects one of these law faculties to start it, and then once maybe the General Legal Council rises against it, then the other issues can emanate from there. Do you subscribe to that?
Well, that may be, of course, that is a more revolutionary way of doing it, and whilst I agree that there's really nothing in law that stops them, there is a limitation, because then they will not be able to call it like a professional law course. Because when you look at Act 32, the running of a professional law course, the prescription of the courses that must be done on a professional law course are all within the domain of the General Legal Council and under the Board of Legal Education. So if the university goes ahead and run, you can run it and run everything and run all the courses. But for the purpose of certification, the only institution that can certify that these people that you've trained are people who can be called to the bar currently is the Board of Legal Education and the General Legal Council. So that is a policy problem. So not until there's a review or an amendment to Act 32, that may not work.
moving away from legal education but then sticking to the law, there is a new IGP and some people will say there's a new sheriff in town. Things seem to be moving at a very faster pace. Some celebrities have been arrested, they were remanded and all that. But then from your position as a human rights lawyer, some people are raising concerns that the issue of remand is somehow, some way turning into a sort of punishment that the courts and the police are using against some people. What is your take on the Shatta issue?
Well, that is a concern that I share, and it's a very unfortunate concern. And I share that concern not only because of Shatta and all that, but I have personally been involved in matters in very, very recent times when a client of mine was arrested and was kept in detention for like 8 days. And when I insisted that he be sent to court, I was told that they've been trying to get an assignment for court, and it took forever for that assignment to be done. And on a particular day, I went there and even threatened that I was going to write a petition to the CJ against them if you don't get us a court, after which I left the place angrily. After I left, I think about some 20 minutes later, the investigator calls me and says that, oh, well, finally we now have a court, we've been there, your client has been remanded. I'm like seriously? So I realize, and these things sometimes happen at the blind side even of the judges. Because when you appear before the judge, all the judge knows is that this is the first time you're appearing before her. So whatever you are telling her, I mean, she's most likely to oblige. You know, so most often than not, I think that our justice system has become a tool for injustice in many instances. And I feel extremely sad about that. And what happened in the case of Shatta, for example, is a case study. I don't see why when you arrest someone, which you have a right to do as a matter of law, you would not want to follow the same law to deal with the person. Because the law says that within 24 hours, within 48 hours, if you don't release him on bail, you put him before court. When you put him before court and you arraign him before court, there is an automatic right to bail. Bail is a matter of right, even though that right is subjected to the discretion of the judge. Now, when we say the right is subject to the discretion of the judge, we are saying that there are certain criteria or conditions prescribed under Act 30 that the judge will need to consider to either admit or not admit someone to bail. And if the conditions are satisfied, denying those bail will be an unreasonable violation of the rights of the person.
And you would equate the Shatta
absolutely
to one of such.
Absolutely. So for example, he says that the person must be a Ghanaian. Is he a Ghanaian? Yes. He says that must have a fixed place of abode. Has he got a fixed place of abode? Not necessarily a Ghanaian. That's part of a condition. But you must have a fixed place of abode. Has he got a fixed place of abode? Yes, he does. You need to have independent sureties with sufficient means. Has he got independent sureties? Yes. Do they have sufficient means? Yes. He must prove that he would not interfere with investigation. There was nothing that showed that Shatta was going to interfere with investigation. And in any event, at the time, there was nothing to investigate, because you are simply saying that you made a publication, which you have. So what are you investigating anymore? Are you writing to Microsoft or to Mark Zuckerberg to give you the encrypted whatever? What are you writing? What kind of investigation are you doing? You have nothing extra to do on those matters. You understand? So clearly, denying bail under those circumstances, in my view, was an unreasonable violation of his rights. And so, yeah, and that's what I've said. So I think that we must move. Society is growing. The more we behave in this manner, the more we are taking Ghana backwards. Every society is growing and we are moving forward. We must be seen to become more proactive, more receptive to issues of procedural justice and so on and so forth. If you say I'm wrong, no problem. This is what the law says you should do with me. So deal with me in accordance with the law. And then if I raise legal challenge, you don't need to be worried. Be patient and let's go to the legal challenge. After that, you can still go ahead. And that is what makes societies grow. But when we remain as if we are a subtle military regime, where yes, we have the law, but we really do not follow the law. Okay, we believe in constitutional democracy, but we don't believe in constitutionalism.
And you think this is where we're tilting towards?
Absolutely. Oh, we believe that with the constitution. Yeah, we believe in the constitution, but would we believe in the values within the law? We are not. For example, I've made that example before. That, for example, you have a Legal Professions Act, and we established a General Legal Council, and the council that you have established, you have made the chairman of the council the Chief Justice. The Chief Justice, who is the head of the judiciary, is the head or the chairman of the General Legal Council. Now, when the General Legal Council takes a decision which is wrong, and you challenge that decision, it's the Chief Justice that will empanel a court to listen to that decision. I mean, are we real? I mean, we need to grow. If you talk about separation of powers, and there's a reason why in every democracy separation of powers is so critical. Because that is the only way you can hold each other accountable without necessarily blurring the lines or the contours between the various institutions. So such duplicity reduces the effectiveness of every society, the kind of checks and balances that must exist in a progressive democracy. So I think that we need to grow.
Okay. The president is in his final term, the first year, which will make it 5 years of his under his leadership. What are your comments?
Well, I think that the president has done the best that he can. I mean, obviously, what we are experiencing now is the best of the president. So you can be sure that we cannot expect anything more than he has done. And naturally, everything that grows, also dies. It's a natural progression. There is a rise and there is a fall. If this is the best of the president, you can be sure that we can't expect anything.
So for the next 3 years ahead of us?
I'm not a prophet of doom, and I don't intend predicting doom for Ghana. But it's not going to be any better. I mean, it's not going to be any better because the trajectory of governance does not suggest that there is hope at the end of the tunnel. I can assure you that the biggest win for Ghana would be a vote to change government. So you can put new set of people with new set of ideas, with new set of approaches.
And you'll be talking about the NDC.
To deal with the issues and the challenges of the people of Ghana. Look, you can take every sector of the economy. Nothing is working.
2024 is, one would say, too far away, but very close.
Yeah, but JM is winning. Yeah.
We'll live to see. But then you fought very hard for your seat. Is Xavier Sosu retaining Medina in 2024?
I'll leave that to the good people of Medina. I believe that they will retain me because they will not have done a good job. But I want to leave it to their own discretion.
Yes, so you heard it from the Member of Parliament for Medina, lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu. He leaves everything at the end of the day to his constituency. He hopes that in 2024 they retain him. After this interview with the Member of Parliament for Medina, some CID officers are reported to have stormed a church in his constituency where lawyer Francis Xavier Sosu had turned up to worship. GhanaWeb TV cameras happened to have arrived at the scene and recorded the events as they unfolded. This, just as we stated earlier, this is the arrival of some members, some of the minority members. Yes, we And this is the minority whip, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak. He's arrived here, and as expected and as announced, we expect that more of them will be coming any moment from now. The MP himself is still in there. Honorable Xavier Sosu is still in there. We will try and speak to the minority chief whip to find out what he's here for. What's happening? What did you hear? So yes, the MP is actually coming out. He has been brought out by the minority chief whip and leader. And there he goes. There he goes. He's going into the car. He's going into the car with the minority chief whip, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, and off they go. As it stands now, we are yet to see the police that were initially here or the security as it is, but then that is the minority chief whip's car that just came for the MP, and they are gone.
We invited Honorable Francis Sosu. You know, he's a Reverend Minister, so we invited him as our guest speaker. So he was here ministering. All of a sudden we saw a car park, and then armed men came out of the car. There were many. Yeah. No, actually, I think more than 10. Yeah.
Were they in uniform?
No, they were not in uniform, and then they surrounded the place and were asking for Sosu. They said I should bring him out. And I said he's ministering. So when it's done, then we know what to do. They keep pressing that they are here to take him to the police headquarters. So I asked them to produce their, warrant. They couldn't produce it.
Did they show any ID as well?
Yeah, 2 of them showed me their ID.
And they were which people?
That they are from the CID headquarters.
CID headquarters.
That's what they said.
And that is what the ID showed?
Yeah, the ID showed.
Okay,
yeah.
So then what happened?
So I asked them to wait. When we close, then they can take him. So when he finished ministering, then I took over to pray for him and the church. Yeah. So after that, it's like the members, some people in this constituency also came around, and then lots of people and some minor confusion outside because I'm inside preaching, so you know. So then finally, some officers came from the constituency together with his party executives, and then he waved at me that he's going to come. That's all.
So there you have it. Keep visiting www.GhanaWeb.com and stay tuned to GhanaWeb TV as we promise to bring you all the developments related to this story.
Hello there. So on the 27th of November 2021, we would be hitting the streets of Accra for the GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk. Come join us as we interact with drivers and create more awareness about road safety in the country. Our convergence point is at the Presec Legon, and we would end at Delish Restaurant in East Legon. Don't worry, food and drinks will be sorted. Come, don't miss this worthy cause. My name is Na Oyokwote, host for Bistec on GhanaWeb TV.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Verna Mineral Water and Delish Restaurant.
He's loud on social media but could barely be heard when he stood in front of a Trinity for an audition which later metamorphosed into a moment of backlash. Did Nana Banamwa, Bridget Otu and Sewa Mihe bully cyberbully Albert? Could they have handled the issue any better, or would you rather dedicate Reggie Rockstone's Maka to them for scolding a young man who has been spreading falsehood about them? Well, wait to hear what my able panelists have to say as we table this for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. Thanks for joining us. It's 1 hour of great company, ably supported by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices to smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Joining me on this episode is the man I call a legend, the man who exposed Dr. UN. He's the one who did a research on Dr. UN and noticed that this man has been operating a fishy award scheme. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a columnist. He's an international debater. The University of Ghana will win awards. He's also a broadcast journalist with Class Media Group. Karim, thanks for joining us.
Grateful for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here. Yeah, and I don't like that you never give yourself credit for that work on Dr. UN.
Oh, but you did the job.
You did the interview.
I only interviewed him.
Yes, you did the research.
You did the research. So
great
that's,
to be here.
Yeah, that's Karim. And Nani Aredu, a regular panelist, he's a director at oneplayafrica.com. Last time, no, same for director on the show because they can sack him at any point in time. But Nana, Omunyan Sakino, Onoan Sha Ibiana, Obejai, because Obenya gigs are who do a muyak ding pa. Nana Aredu, George Via, One Play Africa, former manager of Guru, Nana Ya. All the Guru songs, hit on songs in our network, in our cover. If you are fine.
Oh, you're fine, right?
Then
you're fine. You have we have a system where we read the budget, and the budget is to kill small SMEs in the country. Nobody's talking about it. You know, if a government tells you that. We had a survey, and the survey said 40% of Ghanaians spend less than 100 cedis in mobile money transactions, and then it tells you that they are targeting SMEs because we do business over 100 cedis and you're supposed to pay 1.75 tax on it. And it's crazy. It's not just the mobile money, it's the e-transactions that we do. Also, it goes to affect music in a big way. Because for you to listen to music online, you need to have a Visa card.
Yeah.
And if they're charging you for 1.75, it means that there are going to be lesser numbers on the streams from Ghanaians. Already, people are not even using the cards in the first place. Now there's a charge on it. Those who had hopes that the iTunes, the Boomplays, and the rest will probably integrate mobile money on their app services now are lost, because if they integrate it, they have to pay. You know, and so it's like it's a big thing. Nobody's talking about it. We are treating it as if it's normal. It's not. You understand?
It's a big
For a government to say I want to go into job creation with something called You Start in March and begin to tax the people even when they have not even created the jobs, it's a problem. You know, back when I say when you're economist, one cool school, to win their work, but that's the reality.
We're banning digital music near the
no, it's because I'm a businessman. I run a small SME, so
It is our duty to do that. And we are saying that Honorable Jinapon should speak. That is none of your business. That is none of your business. So by trying to point to Honorable Tel Aviv and to say that his constituents are seeing what we are doing to him, you are not being fair to the member. And you are not being fair to the corporate. We should not allow Afeni Maki to behave the way he's been doing. It is not fair.
Very well, honorable members. The leader has made changes and he has brought me a new list. And under the new list, John Abudulai Jinapo will now speak on the back. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. We want to respond to Right Honourable Speaker. We want to respond to this thing. We want to respond to it. Right? You mentioned his name.
Mr. Speaker, I found the deputy minority leader.
Please,
comment very unfair.
Please,
no, he mentioned my
I'm name. not giving you the floor. If the time is running against you, please go ahead.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is true that climate change is a major issue as far as the socio-economic development of this world is concerned. Indeed, Africa contributes only 2 to 3% when it comes to global warming as far as climate change is concerned. Climate change continues to pose a major problem towards food security. And in order to appreciate that, you ought to go to the budget. The Minister of Finance tells us that our rate of inflation, which is 11%, is mainly on account of food inflation. And yet his colleague, the Minister of Agri, is on one radio station to the other, telling the people of Ghana that food inflation is tumbling in the markets. Mr. Speaker, between the two, between the Minister of Finance and the media is here, they've reported the Minister of Agri and the Minister of Agri. Who do we trust? One of them cannot be right. But Mr. Speaker, if you want to appreciate this whole issue about climate change, you have to go to the 2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, following the COVID pandemic and its associated climate change consequences, the minister appeared before this house and asked Ghanaians to make so many sacrifices. Mr. Speaker, what did the minister ask us to do? All public sector workers, including MPs, our salaries were increased by just 4% against a rate of inflation of 11%. The minister went further to say that because of COVID, the national health insurance levy should be increased by 40% from 2.5% to 3.5%. He went further again and asked Ghanaians and their banks to pay a financial sector recovery levy of 5%. The energy sector recovery levy was increased by 20 pesos on diesel and petrol. Mr. Speaker, the issue of climate change is very, very critical. Mr. Speaker, as a result of that, the minister has asked us to pay a sanitation and pollution levy of 10 pesos on diesel and on petrol. Mr. Speaker, he went further to ask us to pay a VAT flat rate of an increase of another 1%. All these taxes and levies, Mr. Speaker, led to a cumulative increase of 13% of fuel price at the pump instantly. That is the sacrifice Ghanaians have made, even in the midst of climate change, Mr. Speaker. Even in the midst of all these difficulties, Ghanaians have been asked to pay a whopping 13% increment at the pump. Mr. Speaker, as if this was not enough. As if this was not enough. Mr. Speaker, as if this was not enough. The price stabilization and recovery levy has been increased by 40%. The UPPF has been increased by 164%. The bust margin has been increased by 200%. Mr. Speaker, fuel market parking has been increased by 164%. This is what this government has done in the year 2021 alone, even in the midst of the consequence of climate change. Mr. Speaker, this is what this government has done.
Honorable Speaker to take the chair. Yes, honorable members. It's important to remind you that we are streaming live. And so the whole world is watching us. Just to remind you, so that how you want to be seen, viewed, and respected will be what will happen. I am told that the minority side is on the floor. Honorable John Jinapo has 50 minutes. He's already used 4 minutes. That is the instructions I have. So we'll continue from here. In fact, 4 minutes, 17 seconds. That's what you've used. So continue on environment, I'm told. After that, I'll listen to the leaders to give me the ground rules, which you've agreed upon, and I enforce them strictly. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I was talking about the sacrifices the ordinary Ghanaian has had to make to ensure that in what the minister described, he wanted to achieve what he called completion, consolidation, and continuity. Ghanaians were asked to tighten our belts. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians were asked to pay so many taxes. Even after complaining, we went ahead to do that. But something happened, Mr. Speaker. Something happened that we are not averting our minds to. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the year, aside these taxes, the Minister of Finance has accrued some other revenues that we are not even talking about. Mr. Speaker, if you take oil prices alone has increased by 60.4%. Ghana is a net exporter of oil. Indeed, the difference is about $1 billion. Mr. Speaker, cocoa prices increased by 3.8%. Cocoa volumes, because your revenue is a function of price and quantity. And so even as the price is increasing, the volumes increased by 32%. Gold increased by 4.4%. Even on the downward side, because of the taxes that we collect, finished products, that is imported fuel products, increased by 41.6%. Cumulatively, it means that the minister got 11 billion from exports. That is what this minister got. That is what this minister got in terms of revenues. Despite all these taxes and other revenues, today, Mr. Speaker, you have to look at the outturn when it comes to the 2021 budget. Because you cannot do an analysis of the budget if you don't look at what we achieved in 2021. He's reported up to Q3, because that is where the data is available. Mr. Speaker, the minister told us that if we were to pay all those taxes, he would have achieved 51 billion as total revenue. At the end of the third quarter, he managed to achieve only 47 billion, meaning that there was a deficit of 4 billion. We are all talking of the deficit. If you look at the deficit, and I refer to paragraph 46, the minister is projecting that overall deficit by the end of the year will be in double digit of 12.1%. In just nine months, the public debt has increased by 50 billion. Mr. Speaker, today when we collect our tax revenue, can't even satisfy debt servicing. That is the true state of the Ghanaian economy. Wallahi, Mr. Speaker, wallahi. Wallahi, Mr. Speaker. Wallahi. The people of Ghana are suffering. Mr. Speaker, Nina Fedi. The people of Ghana, they are suffering, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying it, that the people of Ghana are suffering. Today, how families would even put 3 square meals on the table is a major issue. And as members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should show concern, we should show empathy. I just came from the constituency. Everywhere you go, even in the north, the cliche is that wahala, 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 wahala. But Mr. Speaker, we are not here by accident. We are here because the economic management team, led by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has demonstrated a clear sense of incompetence. That is the truth, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the figures, we cautioned them. We told them about borrowing. We told them about the deficit. They insisted that they knew better. I think that the time has come for the president to consider doing the noble thing by dissolving the economic management team and getting a competent team to manage this economy. Mr. Speaker, having dealt with the 2021 budget, led to the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, one would have thought that this government would change course. But when you look at the 2022 budget, it is even worse than the 2021 budget. And I will demonstrate why I say that this 2022 budget cannot be described as an Ajenkwa budget. Mr. Speaker, they are seeking to raise tax revenue from 55 billion to 80 billion. What it means is that they want to increase our tax base by 45%. In fact, total revenue is estimated at 100 billion. How are they going to achieve that? Mr. Speaker, I hold here in my hands the fees and charges for specified ministries, departments, and agencies. This bulky document that you see, this bulky document contains all those agencies. The Minister of Finance says that this year alone, all of them are going to increase their charges by a minimum of 15%. That's why he's proposing a minimum of 15%. So every government service that you try to assess, you should be prepared to pay an additional 15% on what you are paying. Mr. Speaker, and like the ranking member said, even when you've lost your relative and you want to access mortuary services, this government wants you to pay additional 15%. That is how insensitive and cruel the Akufo-Addo government has become. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, after claiming credit for the benchmark values, getting the people of Abosokai to congratulate the Vice President, holding a media engagement in 2019 and telling us that he has done so well, because when you lower the benchmark revenues, throughput will increase, which will account for the revenue shortfalls. The Vice President and his economic management team, 2 years after that project, they are making a U-turn all those benchmark revenues. And at the list here, almost all the vehicles that we import will be affected. So if you were to import a vehicle for your farm, be prepared to pay an additional money on that vehicle. So this issue that you are withdrawing it because of so-called production capacity is a complete misinformation to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, putting that aside, after promising that they will move away from taxation to production. I've already given you all the taxes they brought on board. They are bringing what they call the electronic levy. What does it mean? I want to give a clear critical example. If I were to buy this tablet, for say 2,000, and I take my invoice, the cost of the item will be on it, including a 17.5% VAT. Now, if I decide that I want to pay the cost, including the VAT that I'm paying to government, with my mobile money, this government wants to tax that tax that I'm paying to that government, 1.75%. That is the tax reality. In any country where you pay tax on tax, that is referred to as a regressive tax. That is why I wish to associate myself in its entirety and 100% with the venerable minority leader, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, that in this tax, in this form, and in this shape, the minority will not be part of it today, tomorrow, and the day after. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader statement is a powerful statement. Yes. And I want to plead with the members on the other side. For the first time in my life, I want to beg you, your constituents are watching you. Please, look at how your people are suffering. The people of KJTR are calling on you. The people of Suame are calling on you. That for the first time, and Mr. Speaker, you rightly said that this parliament is a new parliament. Let us put the politics aside. Let us be patriotic. Let us show empathy and reject days of noxious nuisance illegal tax. Mr. Speaker, it's even an insult unto us to decide that you tax our momo and tell us that it is innovative. What is innovative about taxing mobile money? What is innovative about taxing mobile money? Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the Vice President is becoming somebody you cannot trust. He was against momo yesterday, today he is for it. He was against taxation, today he was for it. He was in favor for road tolls, today he is against it. Every other benchmark, he was for benchmark, today he is against it. So Dr. Bamia, what do you stand for? That is the question. Mr. Speaker, the last point is the revenue itself. Where is this 100 billion going? They told us that we should pay the tax so that they will use it for critical infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, let me put it on record that is false, and it's in the budget. We are paying compensation, 35.8 billion. Interest payment, 37.4 billion. Amortization, 7.9 billion. Statutory payments, 31 billion. When you add all this together, that total revenue cannot even satisfy this amount. So what is left for so-called capital expenditure? It means that we have to borrow another 37 billion, which will still increase our public debt. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to end on a very sober way. I do not want to do politics at all. I just want to plead with my colleagues that please join us and let us say no to this mobile money tax because it is regressive. On that note, Mr. Speaker, let me say that climate change continues to be a major issue. Climate change continues to be a major issue, and all of us must pay attention to that. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable leaders, are there any ground rules that you want me to know so that I can enforce? I see that we are on environment and Dr. Dixon is next. His is supposed to be 10 minutes, but maybe there are other things that you want to draw my attention to before we proceed.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I think we are on course. We started with finance, and the lead speakers are 20 minutes, and the supporting cast at 15 minutes each. Now we are zeroing in onto the several sectors, and we're beginning with environment. The lead speakers have had 15 minutes each, and those supporting them will have 10 minutes. And then we come to the other sectors, where the lead speakers will have 15 minutes, and those supporting will have 10 minutes. Yes, Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. I didn't hear the last part of the submission.
See, I said that we began with finance. The agreement was that the lead speakers will have 20 minutes, and the supporting cast will have 15 minutes each. We've moved from there now on environment. The lead speakers had 15 minutes, and I want to believe that the Honorable John Jinapo spoke for environment, even though clearly he was on financial environment. The Speaker, so the other two speakers will speak for 10 minutes each, and then we come to the other sectors, where the lead speakers will have 15 minutes and the supporting cast will have 10 minutes each.
Yes, the first deputy speaker has actually written those time allocations against the names, but I thought maybe there are other things you want to draw my attention to. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I generally agree with Leader that at Business Committee, this is what we agreed to. Suffice it to add that today, finance, employment, environment, foreign affairs, gender and children, youth and sports, they will begin the debate today. The only matter we did not conclude was the sequencing as to whether it will finance, employment, or employment, foreign affairs. That we didn't, but generally, this is what we agreed to. So on our part, we are on environment now, and we got the Honorable Abu Jinapo. So the ranking on environment will be next is the Honorable Ebenezer Kelabi. Then that brings closure to environment. Then we can move to employment and foreign affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then you have gender and youth and sports. So the objection he raised is noted, but just that we didn't agree on the sequence. Is it after finance, foreign affairs, or after foreign affairs, employment? But generally, Mr. Speaker, we can proceed further with the times he has allocated. Thank you.
All right, so we move to the majority caucus, and then it's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Dixon Adumaku Kisi, and the topic is on the environment. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
Sorry, you are at the seat of Honorable Kweku Ajimamenu. I can't order say you speak from your seat.
I will go to my seat, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the fact that this House is a wonderful House of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today, privileged to talk about this brilliant budget, which I think is at a period where we're facing quite severe financial restraints. But I must commend the Ministry of Finance for its work thus far. And I'm hoping as we make decisions about the budget, we'll keep one key thing in mind, that the Almighty God gave us this land. We take very good care of it. And in as such, every decision made that impacts our environment also largely impacts our health. Pardon me for my voice. I know that the budget addresses in every way our needs, considering the time that we're in. Many of us cannot discount the fact that our health care through the environment has impacted businesses largely. So I need to use this opportunity to stress the fact that as we consider the budget for 2022, we bear in mind that key thing, that without cleanliness, without deliberate attention to the climate, without deliberate attention to the connection between our environment, our health, and productivity, we'll be making a very serious error. Our plea with all and sundry that in as much as we work hard to ensure that the budget is passed, we consider each day of our decisions in this House. And without a shred of doubt in my mind, financial institutions across the world are working vigorously to see how they can finance projects that maintain our water bodies, projects that maintain good sanitation, projects that, if we agree on, can help us maintain our wonderful standard of life in Ghana and in the world at large. The scale of planning, as seen in the budget by various governmental institutions, have brought to bear one key thing: that times, certainly worldwide, are hard. And I think it is one thing that cannot be disputed, regardless of your party position, regardless of your religious affiliation. And I'm here to talk also for one wonderful agency on the environment, which is the Environmental Protection Agency, and the need to strengthen it, as stated in the budget. Because as we're moving towards industrialization, and may I repeat, industrialization comes with, of course, its challenges of climate impact. In that regard, I think that more needs to be done on our environmental needs, and we need to let our money show. We need to let our finances, as it is, empower our environmental programs in the country. I am privileged to be one of the few that sat in the Global Climate Conference. And in fact, in as much as I went with an objective mind, I learned a lot. And one thing is clear: global challenges in terms of climate challenges are affecting us. And unfortunately, we are not very well prepared because of our drainage challenges in this country. Flooding, as we all know, not to mention, when the dams are open and all these challenges we have in this country, stresses the fact that infrastructural development is largely tied to our environmental health and wealth. And this budget, as done by the Financial Ministry, has brought to light the need for us to levy in a way and not necessarily borrow to fund very key environmental projects in this country. And for that matter, I think the average ordinary Ghanaian will be in support of this approach by government to levy and to allow people to use their earnings to support government initiatives. It is about time, pardon me, it's about time that we limit our developmental projections to how much we can raise within our home, Mother Ghana. I'll plead that as we give consideration to this budget as members of Parliament, that we do this with the appropriate intent, that we make Ghana the ultimate agenda, not any party's agenda. We should all have that one common interest of protecting our environment. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we appreciate your efforts to make sure that Parliament is well also represented, as you stated, in the budget. I need to use this opportunity to thank you for that. And in as much as you fight for Parliament, we'll extend that invitation to you, to also fight for our environment and ensure that all the budgetary needs of our environmental agencies are met, such that allocation for capital investments are also met. And I'm hoping that as we work towards appropriation, once again, our most important concern is to have a common ground when it comes to our environmental challenges. Because the environmental challenges have no colors. Challenges have no party. When it floods in Peki or any part of this country, when it floods in Anyasotum or any part of this country, it goes to all homes. It doesn't go to any particular religious home or party home. It affects all of us. So in conclusion, my plea again is that considering all of our challenges, when it comes to our environmental needs, as clearly put out by our financial ministry, that we pay the necessary price and we agree to people being levied in support of governmental initiatives that are going to be to all of us our benefits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the rest of my time.
Yes. Thanks so much, Doctor. You just used 8 minutes, 50 seconds, less than the 10 minutes allocated to you. So we move to our colleagues on the other side, and I think on environment is the turn of Honorable Ebenezer Taylabi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to also make some comments on the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to highlight some peculiar problems that I have in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I just want to remind members that the issue, our committee is not just about the environment, but it's also about science, technology, and innovation. Mr. Speaker, I was saddened to see in the budget statement that this government has decided to construct the road between Oyibi to Akuse Junction. Yes, it has a dire consequence as far as the environment is concerned. I'll come to that. Mr. Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity to appeal to the President that in Akuse we have very important national installations there. We have the Akuse Dam, and the road from the Akuse Junction to Akuse is so deplorable that today, if there's any accident, God forbid, and we have to evacuate people from the dam site, it will be very, very difficult to do that. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, much as the President has accepted to construct from Oyibi to Akuse Junction, I'm pleading with the President to just add 5 kilometers so that he can get into, Akuse Township. So that in case of any emergency, we'll be able to, rescue the situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, going through the budget and looking at the situation we find ourselves as a country and the world at large, there is no time in the history of this world that we need to consider science, technology, and innovation. Mr. Speaker, we are just coming out of COVID, and we are being, pestered with climate change. And in all this, the mantra, what we are talking about is adaptation and mitigation. And to do this, Mr. Speaker, it's all about money. It's all about money. And where does the money? Where should the money go? The money must go into adapting the right technologies. And Mr. Speaker, in the wisdom of the framers of this constitution, we have in the constitution we have institutions that are mandated to lead insofar as research is concerned. Mr. Speaker, when we had the opportunity as a committee to look at, to visit these institutions, i.e. the crop research, road and whatever research, all of them. Mr. Speaker, what we found, which is missing in this budget, is the fact that these people need money. These institutions need money, and because they are not being funded appropriately, what they have resorted in doing is to source funds from outside. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, what they do, all their research that they do, are funded by foreigners, and they detect the terms. And and then at the end of the day, what happens is that whatever findings, whatever knowledge they bring on board, does not solve our immediate problems. Mr. Speaker, because of that, these days you hear, all of us talking about the fact that we need to commercialize, research in this country. Mr. Speaker, I beg to differ. Mr. Speaker, the truth about commercialization of research, today, you go to the CSR, they are producing sachet water, they are producing honey, and they are running away, because they are shifting away from their core business of providing knowledge so far as science and technology is concerned in this country. Mr. Speaker, going through the budget and given the fact that we are just coming out of COVID, and the fact that, Mr. Speaker, last year budget gave cognizance to the fact that, but for the CSR and allied institutions, testing of COVID would have been a problem. They had to recalibrate and through innovative means, recalibrate their PCRs to assist in testing, for COVID in this country. And Mr. Speaker, it is the reason why we're able to do the kind of test that we did. One would expect that now that we are coming out in this budget, some expression will be found that government is making conscious efforts to put money into this institution. But Mr. Speaker, going through this budget, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, if you look at even the number of pages for environment science and technology, just 2 pages, and most of the things inside are just a repetition of things that we have heard over and over. Mr. Speaker, going to the details, you see that there's nothing there. Mr. Speaker, what I am asking for is that government must take up the challenge of funding research in this country. The idea of commercialization of research must not be part of the job of the research institutes. Otherwise, as I said, Mr. Speaker, a lot of knowledge. Because, Mr. Speaker, one will wonder how come we were able to get vaccines at the speed at which we got it, the COVID vaccine. But for the fact that some money has been spent in elucidating the structure of the virus years ago. Years. And the fact that the knowledge was available, it was applied. And we had the technology to develop the vaccine. Today, you and I, can have some breathing space. Though it is not 100% sure. Mr. Speaker, there's another aspect. There are other issues that we have to take seriously, insofar as climate change is concerned, and the fact that we need to adapt technology. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that the government of Ghana, the people of Ghana, must be proactive. We need to think ahead of times. Mr. Speaker, today, if you look at the budget, we are saying that to mitigate the effects of climate change, that is the emission of a carbon, we want to adapt, or we want to start using electric, bicycles, electric cars. How prepared are we? How prepared? How much investment have we made? Mr. Speaker, even the UK today, the problem they are having is that they went in for the electric cars, the electric buses, but because they were not proactive, they did not invest in the training of technicians who maintain these buses. Today they have a problem. Mr. Speaker, are we waiting for that to happen? It must find expression in this budget. If indeed we are serious and we want, to adapt technologies, then we must invest in, the training of people who will take care of it, and for that matter, invest into research, which will also lead to domestication of some of these, applications. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we can only do this if we make money available, but not through e-levy. Not through e-levy. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand. I'll tell you where we should get the money. We will get the money from. Mr. Speaker, I hold in my hand the audit report and analysis of irregularities in our finances from 2016 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, from 2016 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the amount of money that goes under the drain, that goes waste, that goes into people's pockets, Mr. Speaker, we will not be chasing people to take money from their mobile money. Mr. Speaker, we can, and that's the reason. Yes, we can. We need to deploy technologies to plug these holes. Let's use technology to plug these holes. Let's be open in our transactions, because, the Speaker, for 2020 alone, cash irregularities about 1.8 billion. We need money for research. We are starving the research institutions. We want to collect 500 billion this year through e-levy, only for it to end up in individual pockets. Mr. Speaker, we said no to this. No. Mr. Speaker, in any case, if you are saying no, you need to look at the numbers. Look at the numbers and educate yourself. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, going through the budget, as I said, our section, this one is a killer budget. 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 You need to be a budget.
Honorable member, your time is over.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
I hope we now move on. We move on to Foreign Affairs, and the first person on the list for Foreign Affairs is Honorable Brian Achampon. I know he's the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is well represented in the budget. The government's economic policy, where we try to present what we have been doing in the year 2021 and our outlook for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been dealing with issues in three folds. First is the security of the state in relation to how we deal with our neighbors, how we deal with the international community. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is seen as a good boy in a bad. We know what is happening in Mali, the Chad Basin, Burkina Faso, Togo, Nigeria, and to our west, Cote d'Ivoire. We have positioned ourselves, Mr. Speaker, to play a role that helps our neighbors secure themselves, and most importantly helps us protect our sovereignty and protect our human security. Mr. Speaker, on the economic front, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has championed the ACFA program by ensuring its establishment and the setup of its headquarters in Accra, Ghana, and championed the protocols of trade in goods, protocols on trade in service, protocols on investment, and the policy on competition within the AFTA program to ensure that Ghanaians benefit immensely from the program. Mr. Speaker, the AFTA program is a thought-through one full of benefits, and the policy being supervised by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Trade. Mr. Speaker, on the second front of championing diplomacy, our President, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring that our state is fully protected from the issues of terrorism through diplomacy with our neighbors. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the House that in the last 1 year, we've had 700 terrorist incidents in the neighborhood. 3,000 lives have been lost in the sub-region. The President signed the agreement, and this House passed the early warning mechanism system to allow for West African states to share information to protect our human security. Mr. President, we came to this House at our last sitting and passed a bill that set up the early warning center in this country. And that is how serious this government, led by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, is taking the issue of terrorism to protect Ghanaians and members of the ECOWAS sub-region. Mr. Speaker, our President, your President, the number one, Mr. Speaker, our president, your president, the number one, has been reappointed as the chair of ECOWAS. And in his capacity, is championing the realignment of the statutory positions for countries in the member states. Pretty much, when ECOWAS was set up, every country had some positions that they had to occupy. But this was skewed in favor of certain countries. And since he became chairman of the ECOWAS Commission, he's been mandated to realign to ensure that member states benefit from these statutory positions. He's also been mandated, Mr. Speaker, and the economic policy supports that, to ensure that the cost of the the ECOWAS agencies are brought to bearable levels in this pandemic era. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, our president is in a hurry. He travels quite a lot. And anytime our president travels, he comes home with goodies. Mr. Speaker, our president visited the European Union, home with 170 million euros. Mr. Speaker, our president visited Germany and came home with COVID vaccines. Anytime our president travels, Mr. President, he comes home with goodies. To the extent that these travels of the president are always reciprocated. Mr. Speaker, we had a visit of His Excellency Simonette Samoriga, who visited Ghana, Right Honorable Priti Patel, UK Home Secretary, Honorable James Hipe, UK Minister for the Armed Forces, amongst others, visited the Republic as a sign of the good works of our President. Mr. Speaker, the vehicle that the President travels in is inconsequential in these matters for as long as we want to play politics with it. Mr. President, in my capacity as a member of Parliament with some knowledge on security matters, Mr. Speaker, I have advised the Minister for National Security to continue to keep the information on the presidential travels secret, and if he may, lift it to top secret, because it is not every information that can be divulged to the public. Hitherto, it was confidential, that could be shared. Now it has been classified as secret, and I have encouraged him to increase the security level to top secret, because that information is not one that can be played in the political arena. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the outlook for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is quite straightforward. We'll continue to implement the policies that the President has set forth, that we as a country, we align properly with our neighbors. We take seriously the matters of ECOWAS. We play our role and continue to strengthen our role in the international community and ensure that we support the security sectors in triangulating the security matters in the West African region. Mr. Speaker, the economic policy directs the ministry to use its efforts in diplomacy to ensure that the economic sectors are supported to bring investment, jobs, and economic integration in the African sub-region. Mr. Speaker, we know what it costs. We know what it costs to do something. What we do not know is the cost to do nothing. Mr. Speaker, this economic policy has the necessary interventions to bring relief in these COVID times to Ghanaians, and I urge my colleagues on the other side to support it, to complete, consolidate, and continue the growth and progress of our motherland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thanks so much. Honorable Brian Achampon, you ended within your time, 9 minutes, 20 seconds. We now move on to the Honorable Member, Honorable Samuel Okujato Ablakwa, who is the ranking member on forum. You have 15 minutes.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the 2022 budget. And Mr. Speaker, right from the outset, I would like to make it clear that the comments being made after the presentation of the budget by the Finance Minister, that he will find a way of convincing us on this side to accept this budget, will simply not work, Mr. Speaker. We on this side will listen to our constituents. We shall listen to the Ghanaian people, and we will re-echo the views, the feelings of the Ghanaian people. Nobody will convince us other than the people of this country, other than the Ghanaians who elected us and brought us to this house. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I must state my preliminary disappointment about the 2022 budget. That disappointment, Mr. Speaker, emanates from the rather insensitive, the rather cruel, the rather unpardonable omission of the tidal waves humanitarian crisis that hit this country. The foreign policy of the president is that any time disasters of this nature have happened in other jurisdictions, he is among the first world leaders to comment, to empathize, to condemn. In Sierra Leone, when a similar disaster happened, they did not only issue a statement. The Vice President led a delegation to Sierra Leone to commiserate with them and to make donations. Here in Ghana, on the 6th of November, weeks before the budget was presented, the President, up to now, has refused to say a word. Not a statement of empathy, not a statement of sympathy. I have gone through the entire budget, works and housing, all the appendices. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, I have gone through from page 290, which has appendices of priority projects. There are tables there. 10B, 10C, 10D, 10E. Priority projects from now to 2024. In those appendices, from 2 pages, 200, not a mention of the Blekusu Coastal Protection Project. It's not a priority. Not now and not in the medium term. Go through pages 290, 291, 292, 293. All these things affect, I've heard people screaming, is this foreign policy? How do you think we will be viewed in the Committee of Nations? Leadership will be seen as a leadership that does not care, that does not owe the people a duty of care and responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, we are speaking of a humanitarian crisis of enormous proportions. Enormous proportions. And Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, I will be compelled to mention the names of those who make such interventions. I'll mention your name. You can't hide under the shade of your seat and be shouting. Your constituents will hear your name, that you are the one shouting. Please, you may continue.
I'm going to Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have heard some of our colleagues in other media discussions out of this chamber say that this budget must have been concluded in September. The last time I was on air with the Honourable Nana Komia, who said the budget must have been completed in September, and that is why it doesn't feature. Mr. Speaker, if you go to paragraph 43 of this budget document, an event the President attended and launched under the auspices of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources as recent as 25th October. 25th October, finds expression. Indeed, this budget document, we all know that there was some postponement in the date. Right from the cover page to capture the date, the postponed date of 17 November, that it was presented on 17 November. So this is just gross dereliction. And Mr. Speaker, if you see some of the pictures which I have here, Mr. Speaker, it is really troubling. It is sad. This is our caucus chairman, Honorable Bejra, when he went to visit a day after with the Keta MP, Honorable Gatwe. And Mr. Speaker, this is not Sierra Leone, this is not Haiti, this is Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is former President Mahama. He went to make a donation. And you see a whole school, Mr. Speaker, a whole junior high school, only the blackboard is left. The school totally washed away by the tidal wave. Washed away by the tidal wave. Mr. Speaker, you have people who had to just run for their dear lives. Over 4,000 Ghanaians have been displaced as we speak. Over 4,000 Ghanaians. This is a humanitarian crisis which should have found expression in the 2022 budget. And there is not a mention, not a word. And I am totally disgusted. I am appalled. I am livid. I am outraged. And we cannot have this kind of leadership in our country. Mr. Speaker, the other matter which is of concern to me is all the commitments that the Finance Minister speaks of from pages 20 to 28 in the 2022 budget, referring to our ECOWAS convergence criteria and the entire ECOWAS integration agenda, which we have been pursuing as a country and as a sub-region for many years. It is sad, though, that when you go through the pages, Mr. Speaker, Ghana is one of the worst performing countries when it comes to meeting the convergence criteria. Indeed, with the secondary criteria, only 2 of the 7 key items have been met by Ghana. But Mr. Speaker, what is more worrying to me is that the entire 8 pages, from pages 20, 21, 22, all the way to 28, not a mention, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that as we speak, our borders remain closed. Ghana is the only country, it's about the only country in ECOWAS that still has its land borders closed. How would this budget and all of this ECOWAS talk from pages 20 to 28 benefit the Ghanaian people who live in our brother communities, all the way from Boku, Pusiga, Golu, down to Enugu, and down to Aflao? Mr. Speaker, thousands of Ghanaians whose livelihoods have been lost. As I speak, the President chaired a meeting in January this year and set as ECOWAS chairman a reopening target of 31st July 2021 of our land borders. As I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, Senegal has complied, Mali has complied, the Gambia has complied, Sierra Leone has complied, Liberia has complied, Guinea-Bissau has complied, Cote d'Ivoire has complied, Burkina Faso has complied, Niger has complied, Nigeria has complied. Indeed, Nigeria has gone beyond opening land borders for free movement of persons and goods with Niger and Benin to additionally opening their land checkpoints at Seme, Krake, Maigatari, and Infum. Benin has complied. Togo has complied. Why is the ECOWAS chairman's country not leading by example? Why? And you set the target of 31st July 2021. Ghanaians living in our border communities who keep protesting, who keep demonstrating. And it has become a place of just extortion, where now people are crossing the border through underhand dealings. Our colleagues who live in these border communities have said on this for time without much number. I remember the Honorable Dr. Stoffe, the Honorable Jifago Mashi, the Honorable Hajia Ladi Ayamba have all advocated against the continuous closure of the land borders, including key members of our ECOWAS delegation to the ECOWAS Parliament, like the Honorable Mahama Yariga, whose constituents continue to reel under these draconian closure of borders. When will Ghana comply with the 31st July 2021 deadline? This cannot continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the youth of our country who are listening to us, I heard previous speakers make the claim that this is some budget we haven't seen before about job creation and all of that. What they are hiding from the Ghanaian people, Mr. Speaker, is that when you read paragraph 325 of this budget, government is talking about staff rationalization. Government is talking about right sizing. There is some looming downsizing, losses in terms of jobs. And no wonder when you compare key sectors like the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, you have a situation where the difference between the number of people employed in 2021 and the number of people who will be employed in 2022 declines by as much as 43,000. Then this business of U-Start, Mr. Speaker, I have interrogated the matter further. And contrary to the claim that government has set aside 1 billion cedis for U-Start, I was shocked to find out at Appendix 4C, page 252 of the budget, Mr. Speaker, that Appendix 4C reveals that we are depending on donors to fund this project by a whopping amount of 640,912,000. So we couldn't find 1 billion cedis to help our youth create jobs. Meanwhile, at the Presidency, the Office of Government Machinery, we all know, Mr. Speaker, that the allocation has increased from 2.6 billion to 3.1 billion. Where is our priority? Where is our priority? Mr. Speaker, perhaps this is the only country in the midst of a pandemic that the Ministry of Health budget has been slashed from 8.5 billion to 6.7 billion. And yet, as for Office of Government Machinery, it keeps going up. So this whole agenda, Mr. Speaker, is important for us to expose the government's lack of commitment. No wonder when you go through the budget, Mr. Speaker, the appendix which deals with government flagship projects, it will shock you to realize, Mr. Speaker, that the U-Start program does not feature in government's flagship projects. It doesn't feature at all, Mr. Speaker. It is simply not there. It tells you that government itself does not believe in it. And I'm also not surprised, Mr. Speaker, that allocation to NAPCO has further declined from 672 million in the 2021 budget to 520 million in the 2022 budget. So they should stop deceiving the youth of this country that there is some grand commitment towards job creation. It is not there. It is just half and half. There is no real commitment. Now, Mr. Speaker, I must come to the global situation within which this budget was presented. Ghana is not an island, as we all know. And some claims have been made in the budget, including how we are amongst the poorest performing countries when it comes to tax to GDP ratio and all of that. Mr. Speaker, I have here 3 important tables. The first is GDP growth rates, comparative analysis in Sub-Saharan Africa. Ghana's 2020 GDP growth rate is 0.4%. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that our neighbor, Cote d'Ivoire, grew at 2% despite COVID. Togo grew at 1.8%. Burkina Faso grew at 1.9%. Benin grew at 3.8%. DR Congo grew at 1.7%. Tanzania 4.8%. Ethiopia 6.1%. Guinea 7.1%. Sao Tome and Principe 3.0%. This is data according to the IMF. Then, on the World Bank website, Mr. Speaker, tax revenue to GDP ratios. We need to, Mr. Speaker, expose the falsity in the claims that we are not doing well as a country with tax revenues. Ghana has a 12.2% tax revenue to GDP ratio, according to the World Bank. Cote d'Ivoire has 12.0%, and these are figures up to 2019. Angola, 9.0%. Equatorial Guinea, 9.3%. Ethiopia, 6.7%. Gabon, 11.5%. Guinea-Bissau, 9.5%. Sudan, 7.8%. So, Mr. Speaker, the average, according to the World Bank, the current average of middle-income countries, tax to GDP ratio is 11.7%. We are doing 12.2%. Even Germany, Mr. Speaker, Germany is doing 11.4%. World Bank data. So the Ghanaian people are already overtaxed and they are overburdened. And we cannot have any justification, if you look at the global arena, the current global economic situation, to make a demand for more taxes, Mr. Speaker. That is why we on this side, and it has already been eloquently put out by our indefatigable minority leader, that this side will not support the imposition of further taxes. We will not support the Momo tax. We will not support these property rates increments. We will not support, Mr. Speaker, this attempt to increase fees and charges by 15%. Indeed, this is not the time for taxation. Every other country, they are cushioning their people. They are supporting their people. They are offering them relief. They are not imposing further hardship on the people. Mr. Speaker, I have another data set here.
Honorable member, you should be concluding. Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the budget deficit comparative analysis in sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana is the only country that did 15.2%. Reckless expenditure because we wanted to win an election in 2020. Cote d'Ivoire did only 5.5%. Togo 4.7%. Burkina Faso 5.4%. Benin 3.0%. DR Congo 1.3%. Tanzania 1.8%. Ethiopia 3.0%. Guinea 3.1%. Sao Tome 5%. Clearly, there can be no basis to further impoverish the Ghanaian people and impose hardship on them. Government should look at cutting down on corruption. You read the CDD post-election survey, 53% of Ghanaians say corruption is on the increase. The Afro Barometer says 62% of Ghanaians do not trust the Akufo-Addo government to fight corruption. Read the Auditor General's report. 1.2 billion cedis of our oil revenues cannot be found. Look at the wastage in chartered aircraft.
Are you hearing me? Please. Resume your seat.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. The borders must be open. Thank you very much.
We are still at Foreign Affairs, and it's the turn of Honorable Andia Pierre Kubi.
Mr. Speaker, my appreciation for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion on the budget 2022. Mr. Speaker, before I start, let me also thank you for your warning before we started speaking. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take a cue from that warning. Mr. Speaker, it's important that in the display or demonstration of skill, it is still necessary for us to resort to integrity and ethics. Mr. Speaker, having been given this opportunity to speak on this subject matter, I'm going to address it as per the expectations of my membership of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the way I understand this budget 2022, the theme of the budget, and Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that you are trained to also identify issues that are relevant under any circumstance and respond to such issues, not necessarily digress when the germane issues are present before you. Mr. Speaker, the theme of this budget identified three main subject areas: one of debt sustainability, two of job creation, and three of infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, I restrict myself to these areas as I present the performance of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in trying to address these concerns. Mr. Speaker, my chairman has already alluded to the fact that we have had high-level visits by diplomats in the year 2021. He made mention of the President of the Swiss Confederation, And he also talked about the visit of the UK Home Secretary, Right Honourable Patrick Patel, which culminated into the launching of the 24-hour super priority visa service for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, the President's travels and benefits come in issue. Mr. Speaker, during the 76th United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency the President met with the Vice President of the United States, and their discussions culminated in the grant of some support for infrastructure development in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is the first country to be recognized in a new initiative to develop infrastructure development in Africa. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance has been instructed to identify 3 life-changing, impact-making projects in Ghana for the U.S. government to support. Mr. Speaker, that is a big initiative. This is pursuant to the submission of our President to the United States President that beyond the Volta Lake and the Akosombo Dam, the involvement of the United States government in infrastructure development in Ghana has been very negligible. And that concern has been taken up by the United States government, leading to the opportunity for us to nominate 3 life-changing and development-oriented projects which the United States government will support. Mr. Speaker, the President of Ghana also visited some European countries, notably France, where he met with the French President and also discussed transformational projects in Ghana, which the French President will support. Mr. Speaker, we are benefiting from our democracy, and the credentials that we sell to the outside world is bringing us investment in return. Our relationship with our neighbors is also bringing us returns, and our position in Africa in world politics is also bringing us returns. Mr. Speaker, the President's travels sometimes is taken to be an investment promotion effort. Mr. Speaker, when the President visited the G20 summit and participated therein, he also visited Berlin and Düsseldorf. That brought us business initiatives into the country. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there are already companies in Ghana in energy, health, defense, and industrial equipment, and they are already participating in the economic space. Mr. Speaker, the visit also brought us 1.5 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccines donated by the German government. Mr. Speaker, on the African front, the French initiative of supporting African economies, the strategic development of recovery of African private sector, the green and digital transformation of the African continent were all issues that were discussed in the visit of our President to the President of France. Mr. Speaker, the climate change agreement in Paris was discussed thoroughly during our President's visit. Mr. Speaker, in May of 2001, there was a visit again by our President to the President of the European Union, which discussions led to the grant of 170 million euros to facilitate the development or the launching of the investment bank in Ghana. This is the largest facility that has been provided by EU Investment Bank for any project in Africa. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana, through COVAS, delivered, the government of the US, through COVAS, also delivered 1.72 million vials of COVID vaccines to Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, only just yesterday, there was delivery of another consignment of COVID vaccines to Ghana due to the interaction between the President of Ghana and the President of the United States. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President of Ghana was the special guest of honor for the opening of the Pan-African session of at the African Parliament. This was held in Johannesburg, in South Africa. Mr. Speaker, this consolidates Ghana's position and our President's credential as the leader in democratic governance, and also position Ghana on the African and world stage as a leader in democratic governance and also champions of civil liberty. Mr. Speaker, in the recent coup d'etat in Guinea, our Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration was mandated to intervene and find out what culminated in the coup d'etat, and also send a signal that ECOWAS is not happy with that situation and will therefore not endorse the takeover by military adventurers, and therefore that ECOWAS will come and provide a roadmap for a return to constitutional rule. Mr. Speaker, the President of the country, Ghana, also as a leader of the Authority of Heads of States and Governments, also visited Guinea in September of 2021 to also bring the decision of the ECOWAS heads of states and leaders of government to the military junta, indicating that ECOWAS will not endorse and support the military takeover. Mr. Speaker, also the same situation in Mali, our President had to intervene to sound the warning to the country's leadership that ECOWAS would rather we went back to constitutional rule. Mr. Speaker, on both occasions, the President of Ghana showed leadership, and therefore we have maintained our position as the lead country in the sub-region in respect of peace and tranquil and good governance. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the pandemic, as we have enjoyed, and I want to also give caution to my earlier speakers who said that we are coming out of COVID. The fact on the matter is that some other countries are even experiencing lockdowns. So we are not out of COVID. We are still in COVID. And therefore, notwithstanding the COVID situation that we find ourselves, investment inflows are not as was expected because of COVID. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the total investment inflow into the country through our diplomacy amounted to $2.6 billion. The expectation was that we will decline sharply because of the incidence of COVID. Fortunately for us, we have shown resilience in investment promotion as a country, and therefore, by the time of the half year of 2021, we had recorded something like $850 million of investment flow into the country, which supports the position that Ghana is still.
Honorable Member, you should be concluding. Your time is over by 1 more minute.
I'm very grateful,
yes, please,
Mr. Speaker.
Conclude.
And so far, we have been able to demonstrate to the world that Ghana is still the destination of choice in respect of investment, and therefore the investments continue to come in. The expectation is that by the close of the year, we will get close to the 2.6 target as set in the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, the last that I want to...
Honorable Member, your time is over.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we'll now move to youth and sports. Youth and sports.
Mr. Speaker, our foreign affairs, the second person of the foreign affairs.
Foreign affairs. Yes, on the minority side, we are left with the Honorable Alfred Oku Vanderpoel. You have 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on the budget statement and economic policy as presented by the Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, I've always been of the view that budget statements must inspire the people, must give the people hope. Mr. Speaker, this budget statement does not give our people hope. It does not inspire our people. This budget statement is so discouraging to our people. Mr. Speaker, if we talk about foreign affairs, you know, we come to this chamber and we give waivers to foreign companies. The question is, what have we done of late for the Ghanaian manufacturers? We turn around and we tax our own people. And we make it very difficult for our Ghanaian manufacturers to produce. They will tell you that it is easier for them to go outside and import than to stay in Ghana and produce. And they will tell you that that is what they want to do. Where is it in this budget that we want to support our local companies to produce so that we can also export to our neighboring countries? I think the time has come for us to put the brakes on all the waivers that we give in this chamber and look at what we can do for the Ghanaian company and manufacturers and producers. Mr. Speaker, this budget does not give our youth hope, because in this era and today, our youth continue to look for greener pastures outside. This budget, I wish, will give our Ghanaian youth hope to want to stay home and be engaged in the productive sectors of our country, so that our youth will contribute their quota to the national development. Mr. Speaker, a visit to the embassies in town, or when you travel outside this country, the youth are always making attempts to want to leave the shores of this country. Our budget should give them hope, creating jobs for our youth to stay on board in this country, so that, as I said, they can contribute their quota to national development. Mr. Speaker, when you go to town and you look at our people and you talk to our people, in my constituency, they can already, the hardships of this economy makes it difficult for them to put food on the table. Mr. Speaker, the budget statement as presented is not going to change that picture. In fact, because of the taxes arranged in this budget statement, Mr. Speaker, one can predict that it's even going to be more difficult for our people. It will be difficult for them to pay their children's school fees. It will be difficult for our people to, put food on the table. It will be difficult for our people. The truck driver cannot buy the fuel and therefore whatever he buys will turn around to take it from the people. Cost of transportation, and therefore cost of food, and cost of living. My brother, Mr. Speaker, it is difficult, and it's going to be more difficult. Mr. Speaker, let me say a word about the suggestion here about property rate. On property rate, I thought it was one of the bedrock of revenue for our district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, if the central government is coming down to the local level to get involved in the collection of property rates, what would that do to the district assemblies? Are we on the verge of wanting to collapse the district assemblies? I thought we would rather strengthen decentralization by giving them the tools, the management, and what they need to strengthen the collection of their property rates. So our district assemblies will sit up and stand up and address the climate change issues at the local level, address the health issues in their local areas. If we don't do that, then what are we doing to the local governance within our assemblies? Mr. Speaker, the time has come. We just went to Ho this weekend. And if we were traveling through Ho to our neighbors, our neighboring countries, look at our roads. What has the year of roads in 2020 done to our roads? What has the year of roads in 2021 done to our roads? Well, if we want to travel to our neighboring country, talking about foreign affairs, what have we achieved? Let alone wanting to achieve something for 2022. Where is the track record? I ask. So, the time has come that I think we need to look at this budget statement again in the light of the advice of our leader on this side. Mr. Speaker, some few months ago, I was in this chamber and I made a statement about mobile money and the attacks on them by armed robbers. So I thought the time has come for us in this budget statement to look at how we will support and provide security for mobile money operators. But rather, we have a statement, a budget statement, that is also going to attack our mobile money operators by putting more taxes on them. They are calling for support. They are not calling for more taxes and more attacks on them. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this budget statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Oko Vandapoy. You just used 7 minutes, 35 seconds instead of the 10 minutes. So we move on to, as I earlier on indicated, youth and sports. And we start with the Honorable Edu Johnson. You have 50 minutes. I hope you are the chairman of the committee.
Yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please. You have 50 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2022 financial year. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I will seize this opportunity, with your permission, to congratulate the Black Stars of Ghana for their strategic performance in their pursuit of qualifying to the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. Mr. Speaker, Ghana continues to excel in international sporting competitions and tournaments. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, the Black Satellites of Ghana participated in and won the under 20 AFCON competition, and the Ministry of Youth and Sports fulfilled the presidential pledge of a total amount of $300,000, which was disbursed to the 25 players and the 14 officials who accompanied the team. Mr. Speaker, additionally, a cash donation was also presented to the best player, the best coach, and the best goalkeeper. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, the Black Stars of Ghana have also qualified for the 2022 All Cup of Nations to be hosted in Cameroon. And then they will continue with their preparation towards the AFCON, as well as also pursuing their qualification to the World Cup in Qatar in 2022. Mr. Speaker, there is this reason why we all need to support the government of Ghana to generate a lot of revenue to be able to support our national teams to attain higher heights in sports. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the ministry will participate in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham and also continue with their preparatory activities towards organizing and hosting the 13th African Games to be hosted in Ghana here in Accra in 2023. And as part of the preparations, Mr. Speaker, to the hosting of 13th African Games in 2023 in Ghana, the Ministry of Youth and Sports is going to procure a lot of logistics and equipment, and also will begin the construction of a new multi-purpose sports complex, together with an Olympic-sized swimming pool at Boteman in Accra. Mr. Speaker, as part of the routine maintenance of our sporting facilities in Ghana, in 2021, the Ministry of Sports selected some stadia across the country for renovation. And currently, the projects are ongoing and are at various stages of completion. Accra Sports Stadium currently is at 98% completion. Phase 1 of Babayara Stadium, 98% complete. First phase of Esipon Stadium, 90% complete. Mr. Speaker, there has been a controversy surrounding this Esipon Stadium renovation. It is an issue that has to be cleared here now and not again. Mr. Speaker, this is the phase 1 of Esipon Stadium. Phase 2 will be awarded in 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, Cape Coast Stadium is currently also at 60%, and the ministry will continue the construction of Abreu and New Dibiase Sports Stadia also in 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, as part of projects and programs of the National Youth Authority under the Ministry of Youth and Sports, phase 1 of the construction of 10 youth resource centers are ongoing, which was started in 2020 and 2021. Currently, we have this number of projects ongoing and are at various stages of completion. Reference to paragraph 982, with your permission, I read. First phase of the construction of 10 youth resource centers are ongoing in 10 regions and are at various stages of completion. Hinkro in Bono region, 97% complete. Koforidua in Eastern region, 95% complete. Wa in Upper West, 95% complete. Yinahin Asante region, 92% complete. Jumpa Onofin in Central region, 92% complete. Po in Volta region 90%, Navrongo in Upper East region 90%, Yendi in Northern region 87%, North Kandesi in Greater Accra region 82%. That's how far we have gone, Mr. Speaker. And the ministry will continue to construct additional 9 youth resource centers in the 6 newly created regions to enable the youth in those regions to also have access to those facilities to equip their skills and develop their talents, Mr. Speaker. In the area of Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs was able to inaugurate 4 traditional councils in Upper West region in 2021. And this inauguration actually deepened the collaboration between the traditional councils and the Ministry of Chieftaincy. Mr. Speaker, in 2022 budget, the Ministry will initiate the process of constructing 6 regional houses of chiefs in the following regions, Mr. Speaker: Ahafo region, Bono region, Northeast region, Oti region, Savannah region, and Western region. This is the reason why we are calling for us all to support the government of Ghana with the e-levy, toll, and other tolls to be able to generate enough funds to be able to do some of these things. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs were able to map up sites for the development and construction of pilgrimage centers in Ghana to serve as tourist centers to attract foreign visitors. In 2022, the ministry is going to continue with this program and projects to be able to make sure revenues are also generated to serve our traditional authorities and the local government ministry. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs is doing so well by making sure that there is peace and absolute peace across the country when it comes to chieftaincy issues. Currently, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, the ministry completed work on 5 draft legislative instruments on the codification of lines of succession to stoops and skin and forwarded them to the Attorney General's Department for adoption and consideration. Mr. Speaker, the draft instruments are in respect of these traditional areas: Ajade, Avatime, Buddha, Myong, and Techiman traditional areas. These are areas where there are challenges regarding traditional conflicts, traditional misunderstanding, and all that. So this draft LI is going to make sure things are put in the right place to maintain peace in those areas. Mr. Speaker, I will end here and ask the whole House to support this budget estimate in making sure the government of Ghana will rely enough funding to be able to support all of these activities and programs in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, thanks so much. You really have dashed us a lot of minutes. You were given 15 minutes and you spoke for only 9 minutes, 40 seconds. We'll move on to Honorable Kobla Mensa Wisdom Wyoming. You have 50 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But the Third Deputy Speaker will take the chair soon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to the motion on the floor that this House approves the budget statement
and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, this budget that we are considering, in actual fact, is just a rehash, having gone through, more especially with regard to the sector in question, youth and sports, a rehash of some of the old things that appeared in the old budgets, and which of course were never realized. And so I'm wondering whether it is not, as described by some of our earlier speakers, is this not just one of the, probably the misleadings of the public? It's a question.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, Evelyn.
The inconsistencies in policy.
First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, now we will continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the inconsistencies in some of the policies which appeared in various budgets in the past that were not actually tackled. For instance, we look at budgets for the 2020 year, and you refer to paragraph 975 of that particular budget. You will notice that there was a promise, very key promise, to ensure that the regulations or the allies to very key laws establishing your agencies. That is the Act 934, which is establishing the National Sports Authority, and also the Act 939 establishing the National Youth Authority, would be done and possibly will find its way to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, in 2021 budget, that did not find space in, and that activity wasn't done. In 2022, perusing all the content, it has also not featured. Then the question is that, are we not interested in ensuring that we focus activities of these agencies so that there is a degree of efficiency in their deliverables, so that at least you'll be able to know and be able to measure your performances and give specific responsibilities to these agencies to be able to meet certain key demands. There are a lot of expectations so far as the youth is concerned of these two agencies. And the truth is that they don't live up to expectations, and the industry is yearning for it. And so there is a need for us to give a special attention to that. For instance, we do have challenges with regards to sports, for instance, among the federations, where selection, welfare packages, and sometimes even elections to positions have been dealt with challenges. And some end up in courts, in our usual courts, which normally should not be the case. If the LI or the regulations are done, we would have found a way amicably to resolve issues within, without necessarily resorting to the courts. And so it's with the National Youth Authority. The question is this: the board of the National Youth Authority should have a youth representative to be able to articulate the needs, to be able to put across what they want, and what the policies and the driving force behind whatever the yearly activity
in ensuring that all that they want are met. And there's a process in the law in getting this representative onto the board from the grassroots to be able to identify youth groups, recognize them as such, and have them represented at the regional level and statutory at the national level. So that among themselves they can choose who to go and represent them on the board. So the independent nature of the process gives room for an effective articulation of the needs of the youth on the board, so that we can be seeing the entity running the wishes and the ambitious aspirations of the youth of this country. All these years, nothing is happening. We pay lip service to it, and because for whatever reason, everything stays where it is. We keep talking about school sports, which we always want, oh yes, we will do it. But why are we running away from getting this LI in place so that we can have an effective, detailed collaboration between the National Sports Authority and Ghana Education Service? And also, not only that, the National Sports Authority and Ghana Health Service, because the health status of our athletes, and then the effective running of the school sports, and then the effective technical support that the NSA will provide in all of that. It's so important that the LI and then all the regulations must not be toyed with. But it appears government is paying lip service to that, and it's not taking it serious, and it's not good. For it to be totally absent even in this budget tells us that government is not ready to work that and probably just hop in anyhow in implementing some of this very, very important activity. Mr. Speaker, another very, very important activity that also got missing along the line, which was mentioned in 2021 budget, was in paragraph 957 of the 2021 budget. In it, they stated that they were going to establish a sports fund for the sector. And we all know how important that is for the development of the sports industry. And there are key stakeholders in the industry that have always availed themselves to be able to put this whole thing together. But then, unfortunately, we just mention it, and without doing anything, it's totally missing in the 2022 budget. How serious are we as a people, so far as this is concerned? Mr. Speaker, it's really a troubling situation, because one of the key things identified by the sector across after several meetings and analysis is funding. And so this is so topical and a matter which everybody would want to contribute and support the process. And I do not know why government keeps paying lip service to this, and so the issue is this: where are we in all of this? At what stage have we gotten to? Have we pushed it behind and are tackling other matters that may not really help in advancing the cause of sports development in the country? It's very important for us to look at that and see. It is very sad. Then I walked to, Mr. Speaker, to the current budget 2022, and I heard my colleague, the chairman, the hardworking chairman, trying to defend the whether it is 90% of the first phase of the Esipon Stadium that was supposed to be the issue, or 90% was complete, or whatever it is. The answer is this: that there was a visit. As we speak today, several interested parties have visited the place, photographs taken of the entire project, and I can tell you on authority, both do not add up. Both do not add up. And so the issue is this: we keep not telling or economical with the truth and the facts. And this, for me, is not the best. And so I think it is for the Minister of Finance who introduced the material here and to the entire country to probably recheck and come back and correct the facts before us. Else, the committee, your own committee, Mr. Speaker, will take the issue up and then do the thorough work and submit a report on that by the grace of God. Mr. Speaker, this, I must say, also brings to the fore, immediately the budget statement was read, we also saw some feedback, unpleasant ones, of course, from Branghafu. And my thought is this: is the government working from top to down or down to top in terms of determining which policy and subsequent activity to implement that will impact positively on the people? You want to build or go to renovate the Sunyani Coronation Park, and within 24 hours, the chiefs and people and opinion leaders issued a strong statement. And then this, for instance, you did not carry the people along. You did not, in fact, consult. You did not get the people to understand and appreciate what you wanted to do. And of course, that is an error. And of course, what the people want, on this occasion, you must be seen fulfilling it. Other than that, tell us the kitchen is too hot, and probably we on this side, when we assume the rain, will find a way to pull it down. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, we are aware currently the sector and the government is basking in glory after they just ended Olympic Games in Tokyo of the boxing team that was sent. And the medal that was won was showcased, and just as the president celebrated the people. And we all became happy about the feat that was done. But there's something that is lingering now, that the work that went into preparing the athletes, the cost of preparing those athletes. In fact, it is a budget that the state must meet and must not run away from it. As we speak today, the budget of the boxing association and all that they went through camping and preparing for the Tokyo 2022, unfortunately, the state is running away from it. Meanwhile, the results, you are happy. You are basking in the result. But what gives the result? You are running away from it. And that is not good enough. You need to go back and look at it. Mr. Speaker, that is just not the best. So first to say, on the youth front, Mr. Speaker, may I refer all of us, Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to the paragraph 407, 406, 407, 408, where the minister sought to indicate the support of the financial services in ensuring skills are provided or given to our teaming youth and job creation and all the associated support for the youth. And even indicated the total amount of money that he realized from them, about 78 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when we look at all that, that is, if I may just read some aspects of 406. It says, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote, study portions. The banking industry has collectively decided to accelerate their portfolio allocation to qualified SMEs.
Just 30 seconds, so try and conclude.
And in all of this, if you juxtapose that against paragraph 421, you would realize that the 421 is now indicating to us that government is also engaging financial institutions after you had already informed us that you engage them and you realize a certain amount of money to support the youth. And so, which is which? You are now engaging the financial institutions. Meanwhile, you've already communicated the results. And that is why I think it buttresses the point that was made earlier by my colleague, Opideto Oblapa, that the Youth Start project, clearly, which is complete donor-driven, might not even be realized because you are not even punctual about the source of the money. And clearly, I just want to say, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Hanson Norte, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget statement and economic policy. Mr. Speaker, perusing through this budget, we can tell from the spirit of this budget that there's been a paradigm shift in our economic outlook and our leap into the future. Mr. Speaker, as a young person in Ghana and as a youth of Ghana, I identify with the millions of Ghanaians, young people, who are underemployed, are looking for opportunities in the public sector that are not available. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over 100,000 students graduate annually from our tertiary institutions, and the majority of them cannot find jobs. However, Mr. Speaker, this budget has taken a big leap of faith into the future. The budget, as presented by the Honourable Minister, was themed Building a Sustainable Entrepreneurial Nation, Fiscal Consolidation and Job Creation. Mr. Speaker, Entrepreneurial Nation and Job Creation underlined, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote Professor Mariana Mazzucato, an economist and professor of economics. I quote, "Unsurprisingly, we find that across the globe, the countries leading innovation and green revolution are those where the state is playing an active role beyond that which is typically attributed to market failure theory. And the public sector organizations involved, such as development banks and state agencies, are not just providing counter-cyclical lending, but are even directing the lending, Mr. Speaker. It is the visible hand of the state which made these innovations happen," unquote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all I'm trying to drive at is that there's the need for that visible hand of the state to support businesses in Ghana, most especially young businesses in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is not all doom and gloom for the youth of Ghana. This budget is investing in the young people of Ghana. It's directly investing in the young people of Ghana through the Youth Start program under the Obatampa Cares program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've had solutions in the past, like the NIEP and NAPCO. NAPCO, for instance, employed 35,000 out of the 100,000 youth that's engaged. But, Mr. Speaker, this Youth Start program is basically a direct investment by the state into the businesses of young people in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, it talks about soft loans of up to 50,000 Ghana cedis for startups. Mr. Speaker, for some of us who are entrepreneurs, if we had this opportunity when we started business or when we left school, Mr. Speaker, maybe it would have been the Dangotes of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, this gives the young people of Ghana the opportunity to take that leap of faith and be their own bosses, so that they're able to become the captains of industry
that would propel this economy forward. Mr. Speaker, not just that, there's a starter pack of up to 100,000 Ghana cedis for the young people of Ghana, for them to be able to acquire equipment and technology so that we're able to move this economy forward. We want this budget gives the young people of Ghana the opportunity to hold the reins of the economy of Ghana and become the national champions that we want to promote. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, yes, we know that not all the businesses will succeed, and therefore there might be failures. Mr. Speaker, this budget, in paragraph 423, talks about the National Unemployment Insurance Scheme. Not every young person in Ghana may be able to build their own business or survive. Some might even lose their jobs, yet. However, this budget is catering for them, giving them a cushion and mitigating the shocks that may arise from disasters such as COVID-19 and the likes. Mr. Speaker, sometimes when we talk about young people in business, we concentrate on young people in urban centers. Mr. Speaker, there are teeming youth in our countryside. Unfortunately, majority of them, especially in the western, northwestern region, some parts of the central region and eastern region, and Ashanti region, were engaged in illegal mining. The government, through Operation Halt, was able to chalk some successes there and prevent or stop these illegal practices. However, it affected a lot of livelihoods. Over 1 million families were affected. Mr. Speaker, this budget, through the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program, is supporting young people who found themselves in illegal mining to be able to re-engage in the skills that they have in mining through community mining. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that cares for its people. This is a budget that is taking care of the needs of its people. This is a budget that is creating opportunities into the future for the young people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude without making reference to something that is dear to most Ghanaians, which is sports. Sports is our second religion, and most especially football. But Mr. Speaker, you cannot do sports without sports infrastructure. And this budget, in paragraph 982, talks about the 10 youth resource centers that have been built all around the country, Mr. Speaker, for the youth of Ghana. Doma Impro in the Brown Afro region is 97% complete. Kufredi in the Eastern region, the youth center is also 95% complete. Mr. Speaker, while in the Upper West region is also 95% complete. Yinahini in the Ashanti region is 92% complete. Dunkornofin in the Central region is 92% complete. Axim in the Western region is also 92% complete. Ho in the Volta region is 90% complete. Navrongo in the Upper East region is also 90% complete. Yendi in the Northern region, 87% complete. And then North Kanesh in the Greater Accra region, Mr. Speaker, 82% complete. All these infrastructures have been put in place to help the youth of this country achieve their potential. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, this budget decisively moves beyond our preoccupation with positioning the state as the answer to all our development challenges, and that the need for private-public partnerships in the development of some of these infrastructure is necessary. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for giving the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Thank you. How are you, Matt?
Honorable Benson Baba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government has been in office for the last 5 years. They inherited a Sports Act which was passed in 2016, Act 934, and also the National Youth Authority Act, Act 939. Mr. Speaker, regrettably, for the last 5 years, and still counting, no concrete proposal has been brought forward to indicate that the LI that should help us to govern sports have been completed. All what we hear from series of budget statements is that the consultant is working on it. For how long do we wait for this LI to operationalize the administration of sports in this country? The absence of the LI has created a big vacuum, and that is why the sports fund cannot be launched. Mr. Speaker, it saddens me to note that all what we have been doing is promotional. Development infrastructure, we are attempting. But when you talk about sports development and promotion, it goes beyond the infrastructure. It talks about the structure of competitions, the structure of talent identification, the talent of training athletes, the structure of training coaches and administrators. Then you can say that you have a complete sports development program. But in this budget statement and in the previous ones, there is nothing talking about how we can resource the National Sports Authority with technical personnel. As I'm speaking, that department is virtually collapsing because all the good coaches, all the good technical men have been relegated to the background. And only administrators have taken key positions in the sports administration of this country. Another observation, Mr. Speaker, is that the Act 934 talks about the organization of biannual sports congress to review sports development for the period and map out strategies for development for the future. Nothing is made mention of this in the budget statement that for the last 2 years we have gone for Congress and we have been able to strategize to prepare ourselves for the games ahead of us. And for the games ahead of us, I'm referring to the Commonwealth Games and also the hosting of the All-African Games. All what we are thinking about is that let us try to renovate stadia. Yes, but renovation of the stadia, like what we have been told, was done at Esipon, which we were told is 90% or 80% complete, and reports are coming out that they are nowhere near that threshold. Mr. Speaker, we are getting late. We are getting late in our development. That is why Ghana cannot boast of top-class sportsmen and women. We are playing second fiddle to countries which were nowhere near us at the time of our independence. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I want also to comment on the poor preparation of our athletes to the last Olympic Games. We sent 34 athletes. Boxing
can be exempted because they are always at the Bokum Arena, that facility which was built under the presidency of President Mahama, has been a motivation for the young boxers in that area to continue to train. I know that prior to that, if you talk about the regions that have produced the best amateur boxers, and some going up to the professional body, you mentioned Greater Accra, the Volta region, the Western region, Northern region, and those days we say Upper region or Upper East. Today, we do not have even coaches to be in those regions, let alone to call for a facility that will help them. We are building facilities without considering the strength of our human resource. There are certain regions that are endowed with physique that you can say for this particular region, if you want people to play volleyball, handball, basketball, maybe go to the Volta region and give them a sports hall there. We are just putting infrastructure and saying that they are covering the whole country, but did you make provision for the technical men who continue to train those athletes? So, Mr. Speaker, I think that this whole policy is a rehash of previous budget statements and did not take into consideration how we can move from one step to the next step. I want to plead with the Minister for Youth and Sports to look critically at the long delay in bringing to this House the proposal for the sports LI and then the National Youth Authority LI, so that we can have a comprehensive document for implementation of our sports policies. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this policy statement in the budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I call it Honorable Rakumbrobe.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity for me to contribute the budget statement for 2022. The Speaker, the subject area of employment is one that I'm appealing that both houses see it so passionate, and that we don't do politics with it, because it is of great concern to everybody, to all sides. I have seen many of my earlier speakers, anytime they rise, especially from the other side, will seek to even condemn the budget statement before they present their arguments. This is an area where I'm thinking that every household is involved, and therefore we must see it as so passionate. Whatever is in there should be of concern to both sides. Mr. Speaker, from page 9 to page 337 of this budget statement talks about employment and employment creation. Indeed, the theme, building a sustainable entrepreneurial nation, fiscal consolidation and job creation, attest to what I'm saying. The Speaker, for the sake of this debate, please permit me to take you through a few employment statistics for people to appreciate the employment situation in Ghana. About a month or so ago, Ghana Statistical Service gave us a population of 30.8 million. The number of persons within the working age is approximately 18 million. The total estimated working population, Mr. Speaker, is approximately 12 million. Total number of persons not working but in school and other apprenticeship stands at 5.4 million. Total number of people not in work and also not looking for job also stands at 422,000. In fact, if you take the strict definition of unemployment by ILO, we stand at 3.7% as a nation, Mr. Speaker. But if you put those not working but in school and other apprenticeship and those looking for job not getting for job, our employment statistics will stand at 7.1. Among this, the youth are the ones that have the higher unemployment rate, and that stands at 12.6, Mr. Speaker. With this background, and considering that the youth account for this high rate of unemployment, this budget, the Adinka budget, couldn't have come at a better time. It's also important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the term unemployment and jobs will be used interchangeably, but they are not the same. So while employment constitutes jobs, the reverse is not the case. According to the Market Business News, a job is a position of paid employment, a piece of work, specific task done or to be done, a duty or a responsibility, etc. Employment, on the other hand, is a relationship between two parties, usually based on a contract where work is paid for. Mr. Speaker, with the very informal nature of our economy, where 80% plus of our working population operates, the Ajinkwa budget even provides more hope for the Ghanaian youth now and ever. Over the past decade, Mr. Speaker, 220,000 youth from both secondary and tertiary institutions enter the labor market every year. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, less than 10% find jobs in the formal sector. So the question is, the 90%, where are they going? Mr. Speaker, the answer is simple. Here, the Adenkwa budget. Mr. Speaker, you permit me to walk you through some major interventions spelled out in the budget that are speaking to the fact that the youth must have hope in this budget. You recall that in 2020, during the COVID, His Excellency, through the Finance Minister, was here to introduce the Ghana Cares program. In that program, Mr. Speaker, it was to support three key things. One was the private sector in agribusiness, in manufacturing, ICT, and digitalization. The second one was to look aggressively at supporting entrepreneurship towards job creation for our youth. Mr. Speaker, the third is the optimization of the implementation of government's transformation agenda for greater results. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to paragraph 355 of the budget statement. And as part of the Ghana Cares program, the following activities will be completed in 2022. You will register additional 3 million farmers for support. And this is important. When I talked about 80% of our workforce in the informal sector, we can't leave out farmers. This budget seeks to target about 3 million of them. And this is something that we should all be proud of. At least everybody, apart from those of colleagues who have their constituencies in the coastal areas, most of us have farmers in our constituencies. And this is good news for us. Mr. Speaker, we also collaborate with the Ghana Enterprise Agency and the NEIP to provide starter packs for youth in poultry, in soya, in rice, etc. And this is also going to lead to about 3,600 direct jobs, with 40% of them being our youth. As we can hear again, when I say the youth are the target of this budget, these are some of the interventions that we seek to do. In paragraph 407, Mr. Speaker, there's also the skills development program, where we are targeting the banks to collectively support about 150,000 young graduates and youth entrepreneurs over the next 3 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm urging on my colleagues, anybody who rises up should speak to this budget, and the question should be, how are we going to implement, how are we going to support for this to come to pass? Because that is what will free us as members of Parliament. When our youth get jobs to do, we will then have a sound peace of mind to be able to do the work we have been brought here to do. We will also have continuous job creation in all sectors. Mr. Speaker, you recall prior to 2017, there was freeze on formal employment, i.e. in the health sector, in the education sector, and so on. So a lot of our youth had opportunity to get jobs in these areas. We will continue that in the 2022 budget, where our nursing students, our teacher trainees will come out and they will be absorbed into the public sector and paid. And these are some of the things that we seek to do. You will recall that we brought in NACO as a stopgap measure. To date, as I speak, about 35,000 of them have been absorbed into the formal sector. Mr. Speaker, now you start has become a household name. When you get up, everybody is asked, hey, what is you start? What is you start? What is you start? Honorable members, you start is fantastic. It didn't just come. It didn't just come. It was a wide consultation between youth across all the 16 regions of Ghana that led to coming up with You Start. So it is not a failed program. We are not going to come up with modalities and it will shock you. It's that all constituencies are going to benefit from this program. It is targeting 1 million jobs in 3 years. And trust me, my colleagues on the other side will benefit from this immensely. And therefore, I urge them to support us to be able to do this. To support us, implement the e-levy. Everything e-levy will give us money to be able to do some of these interventions that we are planning to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the youth start will be given up to 50,000 startups. You will give 50,000 for individuals and 100,000 for associations. So you start is one thing that will be very good for us. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me touch on pensions for the informal sector. As we speak now, Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board has started the registration of cocoa farmers in all our cocoa growing regions. Currently, they are in the central region and Bono regions. In 2022, they are going to continue, and the target is to have 1.2 million cocoa farmers. And this is not for nothing. The Cocoa Board law has been there and had advocated for this all this while. Only this year, this program has been launched. The Board of Trustees have been inaugurated, and we are making sure that our cocoa farmers will live and have enhanced packages when they go on retirement. The Speaker, finally, I will touch on one program which I think is very important, and that is the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program in mining sectors. The Speaker, you recall that Galamsey is one thing that fortunately both sides of the House are not happy about. So His Excellency commissioned a study to be done, intervention to be made. I am proud to say that under this program, 6 interventions have been earmarked: the National Land Reclamation and Reforestation agri and agro-processing, apprenticeship, skills training and entrepreneurship, community mining, community enhancement projects. I'm very proud to announce that even when the program has not been fully rolled out, we are talking of about 220 direct and indirect jobs that this is going to bring. Mr. Speaker, I think that the other sector, the YA, Youth Employment Agency, is also one area through its digital platform will do lots of employment and give hope to our youth. The TVET, the Technical Vocational Educational Institutions, are also targeting these youth in the informal sectors. I pray that my colleagues on the other side will support us to be able to implement these ones for our youth to have smiles on their faces. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the debate.
Now, I'll call on Honorable Mutala Mohammed.
Please, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker,
Please, sir. Please, sir.
for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the debate
Please, sir. Please, sir.
on the policy statement presented by the Minister for Finance for and on behalf of His Excellency the President. Mr. Speaker, I came here this morning thinking that my colleagues from the other side will engage in this debate that may change the position I took right on the very day the Minister of Finance did the presentation. Unfortunately and sadly, the more I listen to my colleagues from the other side, the more my resolve to reject this budget in its absolucy is strengthened.
Sure.
And I really don't think that this is a budget that must be entertained by this House. And I expect my colleagues that they should let their consciences speak so that we together collectively reject this financial statement. Right, Honorable Speaker, there have been several statements made, particularly in the issue of employment. And we've heard many of such. Interestingly, all the issues that have been raised based on nothing but fact of lies. And I say this without any reservation. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is important we juxtapose this statement with previous financial statement presented in this House, interestingly by the same Minister of Finance. The budget is anchored on job creation and entrepreneurial development. And it is important as a House of Record, we go back to look at the previous budget statements made, which also had the same objective, to create the needed jobs for the people of this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, if we check in this budget, allocation for NAPCO is 520 million. Let us not be deceived into believing that this 520 million is something that can do anything and that can achieve the purpose for which it is captured. It is important we look at the very year NAPCO was implemented, and that is the 2018 financial statement. The budget line for NAPCO in the 2018 financial statement was 400 million Ghana cedis. And mind you, the 400 million Ghana cedis included the amount of money needed to establish regional offices and district offices. When the budget was presented, and I wasn't in this House, I challenged the figures and as to whether those figures could achieve the purpose for which NAPCO was created in the first place. You had in the budget that 400 million, which included regional and district offices. And I've had the opportunity to have ever worked with a similar program, the National Youth Employment Program. And at that time, I challenged the system that you needed not less than 200 million Ghana cedis to establish the regional and district offices and get the manpower to manage that office. But the figure was not the issue. What was the issue? Was the 100,000 people they claimed they were going to engage. Because you needed to do a simple calculation. And right, Honorable Speaker, with all due respect, running the government is not like selling kelewele on the street. or my grandmother selling cocoa on the street, that whatever money you spend must be approved by this house. And if this house doesn't approve the budget and the appropriation, you cannot go ahead to spend any money. Now, if you had 400 million as the allocation for NAPCO, and you claim you are going to engage 100,000 people, and each of the beneficiaries was going to be paid 700 Ghana cedis. My 5-year-old girl, whose birthday Right Honorable Speaker celebrated yesterday, simply can do the arithmetic that 700 Ghana cedis times 100,000 will give you 70 million. And 70 million times 12 will give you 840 million. The argument in response ahead was that it could be captured. So if you needed 840 million to take care of just allowances of this, within the setting up of regional and district offices, the argument they made in the mid-year budget, I challenge my colleagues to go look at the 2018 was mentioned. This is the biggest scam ever pulled on the people of this country. Take this statement. The budget line for NAPCO is 520 million. And the minister claimed again they are engaging 100,000. Come on, 100,000 people, each is going to be paid 700 Ghana cedis. Just do the calculation with your phone and send it to me. How much it is going to cost this state? 520 million is not 840 million for allowance. It's allowances of beneficiaries alone. And that excludes administrative costs. That excludes the salaries of people who are engaged to work for the purposes of NAPCO in the regional and district offices. So that 520 million simply cannot suffice. I know they will come back and tell us that of course we take care of it in the mid-year budget, just as they did in 2018, and the response will be the same. Once again, I can bet my last penny that they may not mention NAPCO in the mid-year budget for 2022. Right, Honorable Speaker, to prove to you that those numbers they claim they created is not true. That explains why. That explains why the unemployment rate is increasing. Under the NDC, in 2016, when we were leaving office, the unemployment rate was 6.8. Dr. Bawumia said that it was mismanagement, that it was incompetence that occasioned the 6.8. And I remember in 2017, when there was a reduction from 6.8 to 6.7, we told them that those reductions could not be occasioned by the magic one in terms of policy intervention to create jobs for the young people of this country. They said they did that. Today, this same statement, we are being told that youth unemployment is 12.6%. These are not my words. And in fact, in the mid-year budget, unemployment was 8.4. The irony is that you cannot be creating jobs in hundreds of thousands. Planting for food, you claim you created 150,000. Not for 100,000. Yet, the unemployment rate in this country is increasing. But it is not surprising, Right Honorable Speaker. The reason is that the president figures are different from the Minister of Finance figures. Minister of Finance figures are different from the NAPCO boss figures. For the purposes of my colleagues, the NAPCO boss stated publicly that they engaged 117,000 young people under NAPCO. You have the president who quoted 92,000. And you have the Minister of Finance in this house who quoted 100,000. So certainly, two of them will not be telling us the truth. I think that they will choose for us which among the three is not telling the people of this country the truth about the figures of the jobs they created under the NAPCO. Because certainly 117,000 is not the same as 92,000, and it certainly cannot be the same as 100,000. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is only in this year's budget that we have been told to find X. And it reminded me of my search I learned at the SSS, or equation. The Minister of Finance, when he appeared before this house, and in talking about Agenda 111, by the way, which was christened Agenda 111 because we were told they were creating 111 district hospitals. Read in the statement, when he made the statement here, 1111 is now 124. Including 7 regional hospitals and 3 psychiatric hospitals. But he said that cadastral plans have been done and about X number of sites. X. When he got there, he paused. Clearly, this statement was hurriedly done, or perhaps that explains why the minister had to deliver the financial statement almost 1 o'clock. When we were communicated to that the delivery was going to be done 4 o'clock, it is very clear that there was last-minute changes in the figures. Right, Honorable Speaker, I have been engaged in agriculture, and one of the means by which you can generate the needed jobs for the people of this country, particularly the youth who do not have the opportunity to enjoy formal education, is to look at them how you can access, agriculture opportunities for them to do something meaningful. I had a poultry farm. The poultry farm is collapsed, and it is collapsed not because I couldn't manage it. It is collapsed because the feed with which I was producing for the poultry was produced from maize. And throughout my young age in Tamale, I never witnessed a bag of maize sold at 200 Ghana cedis, except under this government. It went up to 400 plus Ghana cedis. Yet we are being told by the Minister for Agri that yes, my wife hasn't told me that there are increases in the prices of foodstuffs, and therefore no one can say that foodstuff prices have increased. I can understand. When you begin to analyze the pain of people or the suffering of people at a distance, it leads you to some of these statements. And I urge my friends that having taken into consideration the challenges confronting us, the unemployment of 8.4, the youth unemployment of 12.6, that has never happened under any economic management. And in fact, when we had His Excellency Ali Mama of blessed memory, he was not an economist. We never experienced less than 1 growth in the economy. When we had His Excellency President Mahama as the manager of the economy of this country, we never experienced a growth of less than 1%. The only economist who led the economic management team is the economic messiah, the person who changed the economy of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and he recorded less than 1% economic growth in this country. It takes an incompetent genius to be able to do what these two vice presidents who manage the economy of this country could not do. It takes an incompetent genius who indeed lectured, paraded every university, and interestingly, he is no longer using the Central University. It is now Ashase University. And it's understandable why the Central University is no longer being used. The boss on the way are waiting to ask him questions, and therefore he must run away. Right, Honorable Speaker, you cannot create the needed jobs when corruption is spreading like prairie fire. And interestingly, right, Honorable Speaker, take the 2017 financial statement. Every single paragraph in that statement is pregnant with corruption and how they were going to fight corruption. And 2018, they began moving away from the word corruption. If you take this 2021, financial statement, the word corruption is mentioned only 2 times. Only 2 times. And that 2 times is not talking about how they are fighting corruption. The reason is simple. We have never accused this government of being the creator of corruption. As a matter of fact, if I can borrow President Kufuor's description, he said that corruption started from Adam. It is understandable. The difference between President Kufuor, the difference between President Mills, the difference between President Rawlings, and the difference between President Mahama and the current president is that he has perfected corruption. As a matter of fact, the president is fighting anybody who is fighting corruption. And that is the reason why, even in the debate, they don't have the temerity, they don't have the courage to mention corruption. Because corruption is now a word that is sour of appointees of this government. And if it is a sour on the taste of the leader of this country, certainly it will be an absolute sour on the taste of the people. It is not surprising that the person who they appointed to do the work for corruption and deal with people who are indeed engaged in corruption, unfortunately, that person had to leave. And I'll conclude with how he described His Excellency the President, that he is the mother sapient of corruption. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this statement. And call on my friends that please, I beg you, let your consciences reign. Let us in one word, in one position, reject this budget, which is Christians, by a name that is mockery to the people of this country. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Philip Baswa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to add my voice to the economic policy of government for 2022. Mr. Speaker, the budget is a clear indication of how far the MPP government has come and is willing to go in expansion of improving our economy, especially after the chaotic and traumatizing last 2 years the entire world has experienced due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Speaker, His Excellency the President Nana Akufo-Addo, since assumption of office, has been consistent with his policies and programs aimed at creating jobs for the taming unemployed youth as was inherited. Mr. Speaker, we can best understand the present employment situation and the success made when we view things in retrospect. When Honorable Muntara was speaking, he made mention of the fact that the NDC government left office with the unemployment rate of 7.8%. In fact, according to Ghana Living Standard Survey, the unemployment rate around 2015 was 11.9%. Mr. Speaker, according to a May 2016 World Bank report by Sarah Johnson, dubbed the landscape of job in Ghana, it posted that about 48% of youth between 18 to 24 were jobless. In 2016, the Institute of Statistical, Social and Economic Research estimated that 250,000 young men and women enter the Ghanaian labor market yearly. Their research indicated that the formal sector employed only 2% of them, constituting 5,000 out of the 250,000 graduates. Mindful of the program of unemployment in the country, the President at the start of the term in office began to put in place programs and policies to ensure that the unemployment situation in the country is brought down to the barest minimum. Mr. Speaker, as has been repeatedly stated, the global pandemic has indeed affected all sectors of our economy, including employment and job sector. But thankfully, the firm shock absorbers put in place by government in the form of schemes, policies, structures, and programs have ensured that our country and the citizens are in a relatively good place. Mr. Speaker, in the area of employment over the last 5 years, the government policies and programs have gained the trust of the citizens. We do admit that more can and should be done, but also realize that it is very impressive what the government has done in a very short period of time in the area of employment. The government has implemented a number of programs, with the current ones being the Nation Builders Corps, which has recruited 100,000 youth across the country.
recruiting 100,000 youth across the country, according to paragraph 28 of the budget statement. Out of this impressive number, about 35,000 of these recruits have secured permanent jobs after their training, after their training, according to paragraph 410 of the budget statement. The Youth Employment Agency has also continued to do tremendous work on it, as it has enrolled 80,538 beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, the National Afforestation Program, in the period since the government took office over the helm of the leadership, has engaged 44,682 youth across the country. Mr. Speaker, the government, when we speak of employment, did not end with these youth programs, but also employ almost 30,000 Ghanaians into various key services sectors such as education, information and communication, health and social work. In the area of skills training, just as Honorable Rekubekwe did mention, government, through collaboration effort of many different institutions and bodies, such as the National Vocational Training Institute, Opportunities Industrialization Centers Ghana, and the Integrated Community Centers for Employment Employable Skills, trained a total of 7,472 persons in various trades and vocational skills to 2021, according to paragraph 965 of the budget. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana School Feeding Program over the last year has also served as an employment tool, as the program provided employment for 32,496 caterers and created a ready market for local farmers, according to paragraph 1043 of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, the operationalization of the Ghana Cares initiative in 2021 has also helped to protect businesses after the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic disrupted activities. This program has helped provide the employers and the employees of various small and medium-scale business. These programs and policies have definitely proven to be timely and effective in battling the enormous problem of unemployment the government inherited. However, the government realized it is not enough, and rather than rest on its laurels, continues to push and deliberate on move more creative and effective ways to remain on course to reducing unemployment. Out of this dedication to the reduction of unemployment, the Youth Start initiative has been proposed under the Ghana Cares program, according to paragraph 414 of our budget. Mr. Speaker, this initiative is unique from any that we have had in this country. The Youth Start will be a vehicle for supporting youth entrepreneurs to gain access to capital, training, and technical skills, mentoring to enable them launch and operate their own businesses. Youth Start will support youth-led enterprises with the following products: soft loans of up to 50,000 Ghana cedis to help startups, in particular by young graduates and school leavers, and small businesses to expand. A standardized loan
package of between 100,000 Ghana cedis at concessional rate for small and medium scale enterprises from financial institutions. Mr. Speaker,
One member, I have 1 minute more.
with this initiative, the government is putting the power into the hands of the youth through entrepreneurship. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we can agree that we are not where we wish to be yet as a government and a country, but it is an undeniable fact that we are not where we were before this government took over the helms of leadership. We have steadily been moving forward and will continue to do so with the help of everyone in the country. And we all need to contribute our best to building this nation of ours. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I move to support the motion that this Honorable House approve the 2022 budget so that we can continue to move forward as a nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Paul Alex Adwakumensa. Very well. He's not around, so I should move on. Then I'll move on to Honorable Festus Ewua Kofi. All right. I'll cross their names out. So, and now I go to Honorable Betty Crosby Mensa.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement for the year 2022. Mr. Speaker, an average of 120,000 young ladies get pregnant in this country every year. An average of 120,000 young ladies get pregnant in this country every year. And out of the 112,000, 109,000 of these young ladies are within the age brackets of teenage, whilst we have 2,800 of these young children which falls within the ages of 10 years and 14 years. And one may think that this is definitely an issue of concern that we were expect Honorable House to consider in the 2022 budget. Mr. Speaker, the majority of these children, in fact, the victims of pregnancy, actually falls in our dear, in fact, governing party's stronghold, that is in the Ashanti region of Ghana, which currently has over 17 teenage girls being affected when it comes to issues of teenage pregnancy. However, you observe through the budget statement that government is either inadequately making provision to curb the menace that is currently affecting the country. Now, I'd like us to refer to the budget statement, page 204, paragraph 1034. And I read, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection collaborated with stakeholders to embark on school and youth outreach programs. The program satisfied 1,262 young ladies and 185 young men in the Ashanti region, Central region, Eastern region on their sexual and reproductive health rights. Mr. Speaker, out of the 112,000 cases of teenage pregnancy, We have a government committed to providing sensitization to less than 2,000 young people of this country. And I think definitely this is an area and this is an issue of concern. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, about 2 weeks ago, members of Young Parliamentarian Forum, members of the Population Committee, in collaboration with UNFPA, privilege of meeting young people in the Central Region to interact and understand some of the basic issues and some of the causes of teenage pregnancy. In fact, some of the participants of the program included the Gender Department of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. So one was expecting that government will be committed to more education for our young girls, more sensitization programs, mentorship programs, and programs that seems to address these young people, their menstrual hygiene and the likes. Mr. Speaker, as I sit here, the issues that came out of that noble meeting was the removal of insensitive taxes on women's sanitary pads. And I was expecting to hear the Minister of Finance say something about it, instead of rather encouraging unnecessary taxes such as the e-transaction tax. Mr. Speaker, if government could not even make sanitary pads free for our young girls, which of course we believe that some of this financial crisis make them vulnerable to the opposite sex. Mr. Speaker, I also want to tackle on an issue that has made our country Ghana a laughing stock in the international community. Mr. Speaker, if you have had the opportunity to listen to BBC News, if you have had the privilege to listen to the CNN, Al Jazeera and the like, you realize that in the last 2 years, there was a publication of about 20,000 young people being trafficked on our water lake. Again, one was expecting the government's preparedness to put up strategies and programs in place to ensure that these young children that are being paraded, that are being trafficked, the issue can be addressed and resolved. Unfortunately, there was little or nothing said in that direction. Mr. Speaker, most of it, what we see is we see NGOs, international NGOs, actually leading the fight against child trafficking, without actually having knowledge of our cultural and social standards and settings of these young people. We were expecting that as a government should take the lead when it comes to issues that affect children of our great country. Taking up leadership so that not just NGOs who do not understand what goes on, but rather promoting programs that in the end will salvage the future of these children. We sat around and we discussed, and we said a sensitive government should be looking at building and establishing schools, basic schools in hard-to-reach communities, such as on the islands in the Afram Plains, so that these children whose parents think that using them on the lake serves as a trade or as a way of enterprising them, they will be given equal opportunities to go to school and learn the basic things that every child is entitled to in this country. Mr. Speaker, we are also expecting to hear some sort of skills development, capacity building, funds being available to some of these women who are affected, so that in the end, they will not see fishing or sending their children to masters as an alternative, but rather they will be well-resourced and equipped to protect their young ones. And that, Mr. Speaker, I was expecting to hear more from the Minister of Finance and some programs and plans that have been put in place to protect our young children. Mr. Speaker, again, I feel that a department that is under the President's office, that is MASLOC, should be well equipped to be able to take up some of these challenges, such as skills development for young ones, empowering just women, in fact, I'll call them the marginalized in our society, for them to be well equipped to take care of their children. Mr. Speaker, I want to use this opportunity to appeal to you that our responsibility is hereby made to your committee, that is your Committee on Gender, Children and Social Protection, to be able to to monitor and assess the impact of mass law on young women, and the impacts they make in our social protection. Mr. Speaker, I want to also use this opportunity. Post-COVID, we believe that inequality is on the rise globally, and Ghana is no exception. The gap between the rich and the poor, Mr. Speaker, has definitely widened. And as I went through the budget, I was expecting strategic programs that will be put in place to actually bridge the gap between the rich and the poor. Mr. Speaker, I asked this basic question. When we look at the new taxes that are being introduced in our budget statement, when we look at the increments in our fees and charges, how is it going to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor? How is it going to protect the poor and the marginalized in our society? And I think definitely this is an issue of concern that we all need to look at. Mr. Speaker, let me just cite a little example, especially with the e-transaction levy. A young woman who is earning not more than 10,000 Ghana cedis a month decide on the medical situation of the mother to transfer 400 Ghana cedis, or let me just make it 200 Ghana medical reasons. The 200 Ghana cedis is charged with the e-levy before it even gets to the mother. Now this is going to be one-time transaction for the whole month, and the threshold we are told is supposed to be 3,000. So in that case, how is that child or how is that woman going to get a refund for the said transaction, since it is done once the transaction is being made? Mr. Speaker, again, a critical look at the various increase and charges. A young woman in a constituency in Donkokrom, in Afram Plains to be specific, who wants to do a birth registration for her child, and just to find out that the birth certificate charges has been increased by about 15% or more. How is that going to really indeed bridge the gap between the rich and the poor? Again, Mr. Speaker, I think that this budget indeed is insensitive to the plight of young people, to the plight of the poor, to the plight of the marginalized in our society, and therefore, on behalf of my committee and the minority caucus, we will say no to the approval of this budget. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Festus Awadako. Sorry, Ewa Kofi.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on the debate on the floor. And I believe at the end of this agricultural budget will be wholly approved by the House. Mr. Speaker, during the year 2021, Gender, Children and Social Protection Ministry undertook a number of activities. There was an outreach program that targeted about 1,260 youth and 185 young ladies. They also organized community sensitization program for 370 traditional areas. And children right promotion and protect development program were also held in some selected districts and municipalities. They also continue to support the vulnerable, especially the children and the disintegrated family. The LEAP program also granted 344,023 households and registered 76% of these LEAP people on the NHIS. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of programs that I cannot mention that were undertaken by the Gender Ministry.
We are very grateful to the government for getting his commitment to ensure that the disbursement of the fund for the people with disability is closely monitored. And they are also advocating, at least for next year, that the passage of the affirmative action bill is successfully carried out. Above all, in spite of the COVID and the constraints in the government pets, we were able to feed 3,448 people and 65 with 10,832 public schools. Mr. Speaker, had it not been funding constrained, I believe this figure would have been doubled. It gives a clear indication that if government has adequate resources, more of such will be done. And that is why we are craving the support of the House to ensure that 2022 budget is approved. 2022 budget is an adequate budget. It's a budget that is kick-starting the youth start, a budget that is going to expand and provide job opportunities for our youth. A budget that has also committed himself to the Public Financial Management Act, a budget that is going to do a lot of reforms in the energy sector, a budget that is going to continue government flagship projects in roads, health, and housing. And above all, also going to ensure the national security of the citizens. Amidst other social interventions, if you go to the budget, page 221 to page 223, there are a number of government interventions that were carried on. As a result of all, the government decided to ensure that the growth of the economy is pegged at 5.8%. Last 2 years, whereas the global economy was shrinking by 3.1%, and that of Sub-Saharan Africa 1.7%, we were able to still achieve a positive figure of 0.4%. And even last year, we had 4.7%, far higher than what the Sub-Saharan Africa achieved. 2022, 5.8 is the target, whereas the global achievement is about 4.9. And these are going to be driven by the key sectors of the economy, being the agri, industry, and service industry. That is going to grow more than average of 5.8%. We have achieved it before. We've done it before. Yes, we are better managers of the economy. We have never gone beyond 4% of GDP growth. As a country, over the years, for the past decade, the lowest GDP growth were recorded in 2013-2014 of 2%. But in spite of the COVID, we were able to grow beyond that. We need a solid banking sector, a very resilient banking sector to sustain the growth of the industry. Mr. Speaker, if I may be permitted to give you the figures. Before the financial reforms, we had total deposits of banks were just about 37 billion. As we speak, as of last September, it's 113 billion. And that's a total asset before the reforms was also 60 billion. It's more than tripled, Mr. Speaker, to 170 billion. Loans is about 34 billion and it's 48 billion. Non-performing loans, which peaked in 2014 at 23%, is now 15.8%. And just as of last September, it decreased to 16.8%. The banking sector is well adequate in terms of capital. The average capital adequacy is 19.9%, well above the potential limit of 11.5%. Policy rates, the least talk about it better because we inherited at the time when the policy rate was moving 20%, and T-bill the same thing. As we speak, T-bill is 12.5%. Mr. Speaker, the government has also introduced a number of tax rebates. That's to ensure that cost of living, production costs are also reduced. The VAT threshold, which used to be 200,000, has now been extended or increased to 500,000 Ghana cedis. And the flat rate has also been reviewed, or is in support of the domestic production. 2-year tax relief has also been given to the textile manufacturing companies, and there has been a reduction of the withholding tax of sales of processed goods, which in my area we are going to benefit so much, by 50% from 3% to 1.5%. Reforms is also going to take place in the energy sector. We were here when the country was plugged into doomsday. A number of purchasing power agreements were signed, very juicy ones. That is costing the country over $500 million a year. And the government is certainly going to undertake certain reforms in that area to bring down the tariff, and that will help the consumers. Two economic indicators that we could use to measure the purchasing power. When we say what does it mean? It is the ozone layer depletion that is causing that. It is not the hardship of the economy. It is the ozone layer. Two factors that can contribute to the purchasing power. That is inflation, that of the depreciation rate. We inherit inflation at the rate of 70%, as we speak, is less than 11%. During your 8-year rule, you increased the inflation so much, the depreciation of the city was 238%. Haven't you reduced the purchasing power of the consumers? So who is contributing to the area margin? Who is doing that? These are the measures that, as a government, we have decided to undertake to ensure stability in the economy. And that is why we are urging members here to support us for the approval of this budget, so that we can carry on the numerous activities that the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection is supposed to execute. Mr. Speaker, very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Honorable Comfort Doyo Kujo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To add my voice to the budget statement presented by the Finance Minister, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, for this Honorable House to approve the budget statement policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2022. Mr. Speaker, we have to position this statement very well for the budget statement to know its position. This budget statement belongs to the dustbin. The whole budget statement belongs to the dustbin, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking as gender committee member, and the budget statement has captured 1,143,421,000 for gender ministry. Mr. Speaker, to do what? The ministry is only working on school feeding. The rest, all we need to do is to close that ministry because nothing good is going on there. Mr. Speaker, as a long-serving gender committee member, we have oversight responsibilities on gender ministry. Mr. Speaker, page 204 and page 204, line 1036, read, Mr. Speaker, the ministry observed the celebration. The ministry observed and celebrated the 2021 International Women's Day to increase awareness on gender equality and women's empowerment. At where? We were here and we dressed up as women, waiting for them to even tell us where the celebration is going to take place so that we join them. We didn't hear anything from them. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, the same paragraph, the ministry engaged women at Agbogbosi and Medina Market on responsible parenting SGBV. Mr. Speaker, which part of Agbogbloshie and which part of Medina? Because nothing happened. We didn't receive any letter as gender committee members to even witness it. Mr. Speaker, we don't know what is going on. The whole year, we've met twice as committee members. The whole year, we've met twice. We don't have information. You are looking for information, you won't get it, and you don't know who to speak to. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is just there, and all they do is to pay school feeding. Mr. Speaker, on the same page 1039, Mr. Speaker, the ministry continuing with stakeholder consultations to prepare an amendment on Act 715 and its draft legislation instrument to conform to a provision of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. Mr. Speaker, from there, if you come down, the ministry monitored the management and disbursement of 3% of the District Assembly Common Fund for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, the report from the disability people is becoming unbecoming. We should have oversight responsibilities. It is our duty to make sure these disabled persons are getting their monies. Who is monitoring what is going on? The report I had just 3 weeks ago is too much. All I want to tell the ministry is, if really they are working on these things and is getting to the people, they should involve the gender committee for us to have oversight responsibility and check from district to district to know what is happening and how they are disbursing the money, because the report from there is becoming too much. Mr. Speaker, school feeding. They've captured school feeding, blah, 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 in the paragraph 1, paragraph 206, 1043. Fine. But Mr. Speaker, our problem is caterers are reporting too much on payment. Pay them on time so that they can give proper food to their children. They have to go and borrow, they have to go and credit because they are owing. They go to the market, they don't give them supply. They end up at times just preparing gari and some small things for the kids. And at the end of the day, by all means the government will pay. So why don't you pay on time so that they can have money and buy food and cook for our children to enjoy? Mr. Speaker, a whole lot needs to be changed at the Ministry of Gender. Otherwise, we lock the doors and leave only school feeding to stand there as a gender ministry for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, 500,000 SHS people, students, are in school. And occasionally, government fails to provide food for them. They call parents to send them to survive. Now you want to tax Momo. Who are you taxing now? Our children or we the parents? If they receive it, who are you taxing now? Mr. Speaker, my mother has been sick for the past 25 years. All I do is if I receive my money, my salary, and they tax me from the account department before they pay me, and I have to send just 300 Ghana for my mother to buy medication, then you are taxing the old lady who has been sick for 25 years. Mr. Speaker, this new lady, it will happen today, tomorrow, and it will happen next tomorrow.
For the record, the proposal before us does not include taxing the receiver. Let's not confuse the two. The proposal before us does not include taxing the receiver.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I am correcting the facts.
happen today, it will not happen tomorrow, and it will not happen next tomorrow. Because the beneficiaries are students. Mr. Speaker, go and check records. Beneficiaries are university students, polytechnic students, HAS students, and all retired pensioners who live in the villages are the people who use Momo a lot. No MP here will send Momo and do transaction with Momo. If you are doing Momo transaction, it's about somebody who is sick in your constituency, who is in the labor ward, or who need your attention to give them money in school. Mr. Speaker, it will be unfair, very, very unfair if we don't throw this budget away. All we need to do is to put this thing in the dustbin. That is where it belongs to. For the finance minister to go and sit and rewrite the budget again and come back to the house and present a good budget that will help Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, all we need to do is to manage waste in our system. Even if we take 1% tax from Ghanaians, if the whole tax for the whole Ghana is 1%, and we manage it well, we can go far. We can use it for so many things. If you take 15%, as this statement is suggesting, and we don't manage it well, we will be where we are. Mr. Speaker, it's known that if you have one thing and they add the other thing to it, all you need to do is to expand. But we keep adding and no expansion. We are where we are. So who is monitoring those things? I'm begging the finance minister, issue some management team that will manage this waste in our system. It's about waste in the system. It's about doing things the wrong way. So if we continue to do things the same way, we'll get the same result, even if we get 50% increment in tax. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleading the whole Ghana to support the minority. The poor in the society should support the minority. Everybody, students, they should wake up, support us, so that we throw this budget away for the minister to go and present it again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
The last for today is Honorable Sheila Battles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, when it comes to gender issues, women always have to fight. And why is that? Even in the placement of the debate, we are last. So that should tell you that we are always sent to the back of everything. And for us to be able to have a voice, we need to fight. And I'm happy to say, Mr. Speaker, that this fight has been well represented in the budget that we are all looking at today. Mr. Speaker, I stand here as a woman, not the type that we are all been talking about in the media. I was born a woman. But I am thinking that it is not very easy to be a woman in the world today, especially when you have aspiration. Mr. Speaker, you would never appreciate the plight of over 50.7 million Ghanaians who are also defined as women. Today, even though I'm speaking on gender, I'll focus on women, because women are always in a struggle. And this budget has to present something that will give us the kind of hope that we are looking for.
Mr. Speaker, you would agree with me, we are vulnerable. When decisions are being made, when policies are being created, usually these policies are gender blind. They are gender insensitive, or should I call it gender neutral? Because it is expected that we should have the same muscle as men, so that we can also get the same benefits as men do. Mr. Speaker, I dare say this is harmful for human development. We do not have equal rights as women. We are denied the same things that men do, especially in terms of our wages, in terms of opportunity, in assets. Mr. Speaker, women the world over are poorer, and it is no different in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we also represent the majority of unpaid labor. Now, if you look at our 2022 budget, which has been presented, I went straight to the area of women or gender, specifically the Ministry of Gender, and I compared it to 2021 to see if something has changed. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the total allocation that was given to the Ministry of Gender was 330 million. But in the 2022 budget, it has been increased to a whopping 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the majority of women that participate in the school feeding program had part of their payments done last year. I'm happy that I have seen that the school feeding program has been allocated 881 million Ghana cedis in this year's budget. I think the women of Ghana, especially those who are caterers in this program, are going to be very happy. I also saw that the LEAP program has been given 197 million. Child trafficking budget has been doubled to 2 million. Wow. And an additional 2 million has been allocated to domestic violence. Wow. You may not appreciate these things because I see a lot of men here. But women face real problems, which we believe that with these allocations we'll be able to go further. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, the economically active number of women, that is women above 15 years, is 8.2 million. The average woman gives birth to about 3 children. But I think some of us do 1, some do 0, but I'm sure a lot of the men here may have 15, 16, divided among your wife and the others. And looking at the population ratio, now Ghana has a population of 30.8 million, and out of that, there are more women than men. There are more women than men. Women are more than men. So we must listen to this because it is very important. It means that the men here are having more girl children than men. It means that as the population grows, there are more women who would likely also be your children. So the glass ceiling has to be cracked and broken forever, so that we and your children will also have the kinds of opportunities that you get. I am grateful that my father, Kwamina Bartels, has been able to bring me up so that I can also achieve my own aspirations. And I pray that we will all be able to create the kind of environment that our children are also going to achieve their own aspirations. So I'm also extremely happy to hear about the YouStart, which has also been represented in this budget. Mr. Speaker, it made me extremely happy, and I have said it everywhere, that this YouStart is actually the kind of start that every girl needs in Ghana. Why am I saying this? If you look at the number of girls that are enrolled in our tertiary schools today, it is said that an average girl gets about 4 years of tertiary education. Why? We know the challenges. Teenage pregnancy. We have domestic violence. We have illiteracy. We have so many challenges that women have to deal with. And so a lot of them end up not getting to the top level, especially getting tertiary education or beyond. So they are left to be on their own, struggling with whatever the situation, throws at them. And as we all know, if there isn't an intentional process to ensure that girls are able to uplift themselves, then what we are doing is creating a very poverty-stricken country. So for us to create the YouStart program, where girls or women can equally benefit from this package, that ensures that if somebody like my neighbor Ohima, yesterday she came to my home and she was chatting with me. She has a master's degree, but when she came back, way back in 2018 or 2016, 2017, thereabouts. Yes, I can't be sure of the date, and it's really irrelevant. But the point I'm making is, somebody who has been able to complete her master's degree program, she expected that the moment she came back, she was trained in Scotland and also in China, and she wanted to start a business. But the question is, how do I go about it? She went to the banks. She put in her business plan, but she was asked for collateral. She was asked for this or that. So how does she benefit? So I said to her, do you know about YouStart? She says, I don't know anything about it. And I said, what do you have in your hand? Like the biblical scripture which said, God asked Moses, what do you have in your hand? And he said, I have a staff. And he used that for all of the miracles. So Ohima can use her fruit juice business that she is doing right now to create the kind of miracles she needs in her life because of YouStart. YouStart, 1 more minute. Which is a fantastic program that has been put together by this government in this budget, is going to propel her to get at least 50,000 Ghana cedis. Where would you get this kind of package? Only in this package. And I'm extremely happy that today the girls and the women of Ghana have an equal opportunity. Look at the school feeding program. Because of school feeding, which is a social intervention program innovated by this government or this party, today we can boast that our children have been enrolled, and we have never seen such numbers ever of children being enrolled, especially the girl child. Less children are now falling out of school. More girls are graduating, and today we can boast that girls are also getting into secondary education because of free SHS. And I'm happy and proud to be associated with this budget. And I believe that as a house, we must do everything possible to ensure that this budget as we see it, is approved. Thank you very much, Mr.
Speaker. Very well. That is the last contribution to the debate for today. It is 5:15. Yes. Leaders.
Speaker, we have some common agreement with my colleagues on the other side, the minority leader, that we will defer the questions slated or billed for today to tomorrow, and hence we can adjourn proceedings for now. Speaker, with your leave.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there is consultation, and probably we may even have to discuss it further with Mr. Speaker, that we defer questions to tomorrow, and probably we must get Mr. Speaker's understanding. If tomorrow morning he's not even able to proceed to start at 10 a.m., he gives you the mandate so that you can clear questions within the first 1 hour. Then we can proceed to continue with the budget debate. But this is a matter I believe I would you engage the Speaker on to see what his convenience and pleasure will be. So, Mr. Speaker, you can adjourn us with the understanding that the Honorable Minister for Sports and the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs will avail themselves tomorrow to respond to the questions that, as you may direct, will stand for tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we are in your hands.
Well, I don't know if the business committee can reconsider programming questions during this period, because I've looked at the questions. I don't think that any of them is an urgent one. It's not a matter which needs to be responded to or something will happen. So, but I'll leave that to the business committee. As we speak now, only 2 of the speakers are available. The other one is doing international assignment. So if we are to do long debates and also many questions, I'm sure it will stretch us too much. So, but for today's questions, I think answers have been provided. May I direct that the answers are published in the Hansard? What's your view on that?
Mr. Speaker, since we are not owners of your question, I can only go back to those who are responsible to it to appreciate the weight of your advice. Once the answer is given, probably at a future date you can follow up, but you have the first responses. But Mr. Speaker, knowing our rules, since it is a member's question, if you can allow some space to consult further with the sponsors of the questions, then we can report back to you. But without any hesitation, I think that your directive will be appropriate, that the answers are so published in the official Hansard, whilst we do further consultation with the members responsible to the questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. The House is adjourned to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 24th of November 2021, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
He is loud on social media but could barely be heard when he stood in front of a trinity for an audition, which later metamorphosed into a moment of backlash. Did Nana Banamwa, Bridget Otu, and Sewa Mihe bully cyberbully Albert? Could they have handled the issue any better, or would you rather dedicate Reggie Rockstone's Makan to them for scolding a young man who has been spreading falsehood about them? Well, wait to hear what my able panelists have to say as we table this for a riveting discussion. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, and this is Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. Thanks for joining us. It's 1 hour of great company, ably supported by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has what you want, from juices to smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. Joining me on this episode is the man I call a legend, the man who exposed Dr. UN. He's the one who did a research on Dr. UN and noticed that this man has been operating a fishy award scheme. Abdul Karim Ibrahim is a columnist. He's an international debater. The University of Ghana will win awards. He's also a broadcast journalist with Class Media Group. Karim, thanks for joining us.
Grateful, Arandifa, for having me. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Yeah,
and I don't like that you never give yourself credit for that work on Dr. UN.
Oh, but you did the job.
You did the interview.
I only interviewed him.
Yes, you did the
research. You did the research. So
great to be here.
Yeah, that's Karim. And Nani Aredu, a regular panelist, he's a director at oneplayafrica.com. Last time, no, I said for director on the show because they can sack him at any point in time. But Nana, Omunyan Sakeno, Onoan Ansha, Ibiana, Obejai, because Obenya gigs are Hodu Emuye Dimpa, Nana Aredu, George Via, One Play Africa, former manager of Guru, Nana Ya. All the Guru songs, hit on songs in our network, in our cover.
Just.
If you are fine.
Oh, you're fine, right?
Then
you're fine. You have we have a system where we read the budget, and the budget is to kill small SMEs in the country, and nobody's talking about it. You know, if a government tells you that we had a survey, and the survey said 40% of Ghanaians spend less than 100 cedis in mobile money transactions, and then it tells you that they are targeting SMEs because we do business over 100 cedis and you're supposed to pay 1.75 tax on it. And it's crazy. It's not just the mobile money, it's the e-transactions that we do. Also, it goes to affect music in a big way. Because for you to listen to music online, you need to have a Visa card.
Yeah.
And if they're charging you for 1.75, it means that there are going to be lesser numbers on the streams from Ghanaians. Already, people are not even using the cards in the first place. Now there's a charge on it. Those who had hopes that the iTunes, the Boomplays, and the rest will probably integrate mobile money on their app services now are lost, because if they integrate it, they have to pay. You know, and so it's like it's a big thing. Nobody's talking about it. We are treating it as if it's normal. It's not. You understand?
It's a big
For a government to say I want to go into job creation with something called You Start in March and begin to tax the people even when they have not even created the jobs, it's a problem. You know, back to say when you're economist, one go school, into winning their work, but that's the reality.
Wait, digital music near the
it's because I'm a businessman. Like I run a small SME, so I feel it. You know, when the earlier on budget that read, yeah, you feel you because you're a small company already. Brands are not dealing with it because you don't have numbers, you don't have a lot of things going for you. You have to pay salaries, you have to pay SNET, you have to pay tax and all that kind of thing. Then all of a sudden, boom, another one. Maybe the government wants all of us to be employed by their corporation so that the country will not run very well. Like I don't know what they're trying to do. You understand? It's just too much. And the creative art sector, everybody is quiet on it. We do a lot of heavy e-transactions actually, creative art industry. I'm not talking about musicians.
Yeah.
You know, you want people to go to Netflix and watch a movie, right? When it's a Ghanaian movie there, they have to use their Visa cards. It's going to affect them now. It's a transaction. You know, already the banks are killing us. And now this. You understand? So yeah.
Right. So okay, that's Nani Aredu, director at oneplayafrica.com. Next, Ama Bruni is on standby with the tidbits. We call it Nkomo.
Nkomo hankasana na watwi the brand be also friend journalist Albert wa trending be mu odin ankasa eyi hu nkomo ene ne aka ene yede ba besum nti we de ye nche kwa Ama Bruni ye ntwa ye hu na ne ye konyina ye mfa besum na watwi bia ni mu nsem na sa na watwi de da sorry ya video bi e kwhwe Twitter nsem na ba na mo post video bi a Abufre bi as a young man be was a friend journalist Albert Oba audition for the next TV star GH1 program bi a woye na wo say wo kwhwehwe ni mu say na say the social media na obeye bia wo kwadwuma kra wo tumi dege wo information na wo ahwese na wote na wo kwhwehwe ma say na sa eya akwe wo friend journalist Albert onu no ta account bi echi a ene wo kwa trolling wo say onu wo say wo friend agenda Twitter ho an kaka nkofo nsem just say sem ni nim kra wo nkita evidence wo nkita fact kwa na abeka gu so dwuma bi no ene fofia nto ata na ba na moa Bridget Otu se wa mehi omno mo ye judges sankofu ya wodina nanim no ba ko ya kaka kansem ehu hia fata afa ho na namba se ne sume ne ebe ye wode no se wo a wugina kwe wo so ya na kwaka sa wa mehi ho asem Bridget Otu Lydia Force no numu a wo kan ho asem ene wa ba begina nanim se oba eye audition for ni show ono na mbe mento ene je otutu bi ma akwai na akwai ni nsem ebe echi ni se Twitter fo se oh when eye se wodi edi no cause ono de bi oso yo kan kwofo nsem won se wodi ye ni de amafuka se na eye journalist fi wan bo won homodin na eyi Albert Chirema okọ eye audition ya nanim kogu asi eye nkwofu bi wo ho no de wan sheda mbodi wo se wo de se wasake no efi ho no man fe de nkwofu fe ni so ye kronfo ne ade nya kopo ne di na edi na fofia ankankanka obi nko bi be bro no no se na nsem yo de betu de no no aka se no o church of nkwofu ho no onya ade nti se de Ghana fo mfa bone nche no na video yi be ye beja nkwofu kika eye Albert ya semi na boy yanka saba house no so o pause nkwofu na wa kaka won hu semi no pem wa chew na ye wo ha na ye hu se sam ono asanso abetro another post eye na edwuma o ye na nko ye edwuma wo some website bi wa asake no na yi na ne boss kiremu so nkomo na nya sa nete o se ono Albert edwuma no wo ho no wo se wo kase wo cho story se bi adua na wa tro tu bi ombo ne homode nti ono a wo ka o pass ake ne dada na etwa ne nsunu mu kra ne so wo ha no hu se ye Kojo Sheldon YouTuber Kojo Sheldon boy ya so drop screenshots bi eye Albert ya kokone na nsusu ankomba no no nya edwuma na eye Chris se ade na wo yesa wo ha se wo se wo mbo homode na wo se ye ma wo sometime kaka na wasan so afechi ekwa ko page wa fofo na ntisanka onya se edwuma na Kojo Sheldon e repair na anko beja wo ntenu so eno se wasake no nti o kire ma nya te se bia eyi ne okoye ne ntia na osake no no anka so mbo ne homode ena etosu ebien ogu Kojo Sheldon so page ma ntenu so ena wo fire wo dismiss no yenim sanka esiwa na ye titiri bi wo krom ha se wo so eye journalist fa wo di sadme wan bomodin eye senior lecturer bi wo University of Ghana Legon eye Dr. Kobi Mensa Chema kofi won follow eye ethical principles bi aye oban sentwe adwuma mese wo fa so cause wo so bi e cyber bully obi wo social media na keka kofi nsema na video wa ba wo hwa wo betu ni fo na fa nkofo so atien na wo so aka na nim sa nkofo se ni na ye trolling bi na ebe yi na nkofo se na wo Bridget to yen kwa ya check Twitter wo keka nkofo nsem yawa ede yawa fitai wutumi ya nkofo nti ade na wo obi koka bia mu bu pese mu gubo ne nim asem se ndia akoye bebre na so ni tietie ma ne say ye wo ho ye GH1 fo wo say won afa boy yi say won ne ba be ye campaign bi na eye Caleb ni boy ne breaking news no say dey boy ne ba anyone ba be ye adwuma Monday you cry no be start adwuma na eja na ba be chire mu so picture na ye hu say ye Albert Bolare ene ono na ba ejina ho na nye say bia won afa ne adwuma boy ne na wo pese won ne ye some campaign bi hu say GH1 de mutumi ye some drug abuse na aba na mo asa trauma don ya den campaign for wo pese wo ye wo say anti cyberbullying campaign nti ye hwe nim se na ne be ko bi ama bro ni se unim se ye wo hase e de komoni na e ba beso na se ye de journalist Albert ni na aba na mo ansem se mi kogu a mtuni osanso ye politician Kwame A+ chema ono no so makokweku manti oso ne nsa no de no ko hu mampina na do dan kweku faado e no man deputy minister position A+ na edi sa adwuma no de nsem mi to dwa bra Arnold chema meeting ya wo koye ya wo creative art won IGP koshia no o se A+ na organize it na se anka IGP ne nkrofo wo fa appropriate authorities creative art ministry wo hono na fe ne mako hu A+ na A+ o Arnold nkasa asem na wo ka no kra de bi na ka besa anka na de disa adwuma no mu no de to dwa so ono kra makokweku mante o ji se anka IGP fa no so no ono kra nu ono no so ne se o de ko hu faado ene wo ma ne ministerial position ene na chairman bi chairman rapper medical na yire fela makafu na nwe bi one down fufuru kra no East Legon Hills na da 4-bedroom luxury apartment fela makafu some video bi twegu on Zion Felix blogger call torch so church ne high kitchen high master bedroom ni ade na fela chema mu sa property amu hu womba 1 year old island ne de one wo si man wo so the 5 months na si dan na fela chema no womba second born na wo ba be na won ne yen onu kra wo be si 5 to 6 bedroom apartment amana o chima elevator ni na bewum na fela din sem YouTube ambra wo ye housewarming party nyumtini medical mo be kai na say ya no ko ankafo ho say o social media na auditio bi ko kire ne ade na eja wonse IGP dan pare ne boys wo invite ne nsem no o career akodem kakra na medical chima o ko ankafo no nyema e fa ne nusu no ese woni ense wo ka kire o so be bia wo da pa na wonso obi sebio eja ne nan wo ha say nti wo abonten na won prison na osra wa abobreye koso ko di prison honoma o kirema enda fem kra na watwe bia ye tinsem na fufura babetwem kra ne se ye numtuni AK Sunstress kirema se ni nomi yi ne head single ba ku ye Jonathan I wo se na se twetwegu ebe ye popular pe sister ise ne hu nto ne da ena ne hu dodo no ena ne tie ne ya just wa ye mra obebe petu ayare odwen ho nti ase eyi na o kirema na se ne me koide akwakoye ti se juju ibi vudu ibi na obi die di no o se nimtum num no ono na otete se nkofo kaso se obe hate obe ye popular na nkofo die duru jewu ni ade wenje ndi kosi so ono akasa ohun se nnum ya chefe ma che se nkofo esonyom ni ma wo bonyom we be fa radio so be fa hin na nkofo di jom ene Jonathan ene na akwakoye ya ma fo chirema AK wo hate songs album we release won nyina wan yare na wo amafu yenche de nim but AK Sunstress chair numu ya ye wo yimu gofo de eduru na eje nkofo hit songs broadcast journalist Bridget Otunso de atu just say wo your bia na won frɛ wo se wo ya hyawo ni jantre ni tutu ni nia ene untumi fa won sense wo buka se wo your bia o se krom ha de akwakoye se obia bia wa bɔ ne bra hu se wo ya well established wo nya bibie hu sa kɔwa na wo kɔba na manfo bo de se wo ya hyawo ni o se sense duma wo ma no nti ono de se de mpo de emfa ne ho cause wo bɔ din se wo ya hyawo ni na se wo nya hyawo ni entetare wo hu nti sa asɛm na ya wo kan ne kwa de ama manfo nti emfa nya asɛm Stoneboy Chirema panso ono ordinary no beto ye gamro nsem do onye bida o se gamro se mo ho mpefo amotena o se mo ye executive mu ni kwan a se mo faso right way am beje royalties na so mo nye adwuma mo tete position nim keke nti o so ono de se o si so say 2000 Ghana cedis ya wode man as royalties e no pena weje eno no de o de esu ni nyansa but panso be ka ye gamro ho asem na kwakwa ese de bia o kan wa asem de bi onye bida wokude ya na ye finance minister Kenofo Riata budget 2022 budget ekotu ye Parliamentary nim na nsema ba beto dwane se de abeje tax fofo kra we say electronic tax we say we mobile money transaction bank ne ade say adwumadi ni a ubetua 1.75% of tax na say me dey mafo bebre a kire mu wan so we dey betu do say yes to na say dey unam kroma wuntua to biem na say me na actually they are forcing chema akoye say Ghana ha say mu say ye nche dey ntua tax na ade nyete ye na ye mbese ye tua o bank na ye ni arehye wo mu cause tax amojejeje kan ye twemu na sa tax mu de ye deg na ansa na mba be sorry so na ye Nigeria ni nwumtu ni Davido na wayi nkonya bi wo social media Davido wonu se November ye nche kwa be di birthday na so okra some Rolls Royce bi afia manoni aba Nigeria nti oso onu de industry de won se amanfo se Davido de wabo ankofo bebre nti o se na ne nyankofo won kire no do nti obi ansa ne 1 million naira ento ne account na amanfo ye nim se we di anka de enye yibia be hye amanfo say ye Nigeria for nimtofo brands or your advert ma one ye collaboration amanfo send this key just say ne obi say 1 million naira ne kwa ebrobulum sending ne ebrosa na amanfo say de ye check-ins currently ye say bi beba nso ye hwehwem sesi a 155 million naira ne sesi de wanya say ye song so be ye Joe Biden US dollars modia $376,000 kana make am kana bi wo mankasa na Davido nya sa donation amanfo ka say Ghana has say artists and assets in 20 benefits in bu akacha manfo so mo say na 1 million Ghana cedis no mo be send na manfo say we di ankasa akode betumi aye ebidum say we di anka kokokra ma Shatawale ne fans manfo dey say Chrome has say Ghana ha ye we celebrity benefits in bu aye ne Davido aye ye obenya ska wonye an say na wodwen ho na say dey na wotwe dey onim sa ma broni ensem ne bebre na edo so journalist Albert ne akonyina me de besom nti Abrantepa wonu abeja fanya watwe de mamu som keke munimi mobile money number mumpe kaka na mo fan send him na me fan kopodwe amabroni makram.
Thanks Amabroni for the tidbits we call it in Komoho mumu ni de yes and this is your better 1.70 but they say you know 101 right. So for more of these stories visit our website www.GhanaWeb.com. Let me begin with Karim. Let's see which of the stories you want to run with.
Well, I'm interested in what Bridget Otu has been saying. I mean, I won't attempt to speak for any woman because quite obviously my experiences are very different. But if you live here in Ghana and you observe public discourse, you would appreciate that she is making a very, very important point. And all of us need to do better. Because there are just about too many things that if you are a man, you can get away with. If you are a woman and you are not the Proverbs 31 woman, and you are a Bridget Otu, Nana Jimana Sante, I mean, name them, Felicity Nelson, you're going to be in trouble. And oftentimes, your trouble doesn't come as a result of the content of what exactly it is that you're putting out. It is largely as a result of some expectations of you to behave, to be submissive, to know your place. Because, I mean, you're a woman. How dare you come out there, talk about anything, and be so aggressive as any other person? And so oftentimes, even though, I mean, yeah, everybody gets overboard one time or the other. People maybe insult one time or the other. But you would notice that for the average woman, there's not room for you to be assertive, to be strong, and to put your views across in a manner that doesn't seek to first and foremost appeal to people and their sensibilities first. And so I think she has a very, very good point here. And also within the context of everything that is happening now, our favorite now turned celebrity cyber bully. If you look at the conversation around it and all of that, I can get it, but I really, really appreciate it. And I think that for all of us, especially as men also, we need to do better.
Nana, I mean, you say you shall say there. I say, but me predict say we need their force in every boss.
But you know, but on a on a more serious note, we have to take charge and go for accountability. You don't have Baumia sit on radio and national radio and say that you don't have to tax the mobile money. And then next minute you have a tax levy on e-transactions and mobile money is heavy tax. And then they say the poor. Who is the poor? Define the poor in this context here. You can't define the poor because if you say a market woman spend a lot of money. My mom is a market woman. They even do heavy transactions over mobile money. First, they didn't even understand what they were doing with the mobile money. Now they are trying to understand it. Now there's a tax on it. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah, and we run, like if you come to One Pillar Africa, we have something called market. So people do online purchases and stuff from us. And we have to go to the market and get the product. You have any products you want to sell, you can just go to the website and put it there and people can buy. Now, it's hard to go and explain to the woman that Semeto into is not 5, now Meto into is 5 cedi, now mommy 5. Send them amount. You get me? Because you're sending the money on Momo. What am I saying? You see, but we had a word for it. Paperless.
Yeah.
How do we go paperless if
cashless society?
Cashless, and how do we do that if you have 1.75 on you every time? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
How do we do that? Youth must call for accountability, and we need that. We need to hold them for their words. And yes, one day they say, "You say for taking a bath." What am I saying?
Yeah.
But I want to talk to the artists, Stoneboy especially, for saying that Gamro knows what to do, and so he's tired of talking about it. I agree with him. It's frustrating that a group of old men who claim to understand certain system have been put in position to work for the system to be better, and they are not doing what they are supposed to do. It's very painful, especially when the people they represent are doing everything, in their power to make sure that they do their part to bring them something to do for their service. Assuming every artist say that I will not release music anymore, just imagine what will happen to the people who work at Gamro. Next to zero. They might probably have to shut down the business and fold up and all that. So I understand him. I understand. I will say, unfortunately, that is not what is happening. And the big kick is that I was telling somebody in my office that the artist, when it comes to the creative sector, is not the most important creative person in the sector. But when it comes to the music, they are the most important. Because when they get a big cake, everybody gets a slice of the cake. You get me?
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. So assuming that the way they showed up for the IGP, they decide that even though we know you guys are old men, you know what you have to do. We are going to pull up on you, like I said last week on the show, several times for you to do what is right. Tell us what the problem is. We know there are some mafias and some backdoor conversations where I know for a fact, per mathematics on the digital stores and everything, that if Gamro should work properly, every media house averagely will spend a lot of money on paying for music usage. So there are some conversations that goes on behind doors, stuff like that. You hear, these are all things that you hear from people in that sector or in that circle. It may be true, it may not be true. I'm not saying it is what is there, but we hear those conversations. So I can understand it, but they have to work on it. They have to, because it's not for today. Today, you are okay. Tomorrow, it's for tomorrow. These monies that come from Gamro says like our SNIT for creative people. It's for your future. It's for your 2 kids. You understand? So they have to work on it. They shouldn't just say, "Oh, excuse me, Gamro knows what to do," and they have to work on it. They have to go to the guys and sit down and have a conversation. If not, the AJ is there. Go to the AJ, make a complaint. Go with, don't just go with empty hand. Go with some document. You can do some white paper. You understand? Do some white paper and have all your data analysis and all your research into it and say that, listen, these are the reasons why this particular body is not working. So can we have another CMO in the country to help us? Would you get it?
Yeah.
If not, artists are supposed to feed ideally, they feed over, if I'm not over exaggerating, they feed close to 20 people with one revenue in their hand. What am I saying? Over 20. Say, can I be doing in same 19 now?
No,
exactly. What am I saying? Until someone tries to get it together. It's the unity that will change this. Believe me. They put up for the IGP. They showed up for the IGP. Why can't they come together as a unified body and go to Ghana continuously and change
All right,
stuff?
okay. So that's Nani Aredu is a director at oneplayafrica.com. We will take a quick break. When we return, it's all about Nana Banamwa Bridget Totu, Sewa Mihe, and journalist Albert. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV.
Hello there, my name is Joel Leshen, the host of Friday Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. On the 27th of November 2021, I'm inviting you to join the GhanaWeb staff as we embark on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign to help save lives. We'll be meeting at 6 a.m. at the Legon Preseg bus stop and we'll be ending at East Legon. Come in your numbers and join us in our quest to save lives on our streets. I hope to see you there.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Walk is proudly sponsored by Somoko Ghana Limited, Venom Mineral Water, and the Lish Restaurants. From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business. Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Present your political show.
Welcome to another edition of
Has a blog been
fact, so I don't think I'll be.
You write
facts.
When you write this, hey Sewa, we know what you've been up to in this country. What do you know?
Where did you pick that from?
That is your Twitter page.
Okay.
That
Twitter is about agenda.
What's the agenda? So in other words, it's about fooling and saying stupid things that is meant to tarnish someone else's image. What's this factual about what you've written about Sewa?
I mean, Twitter is a different world, you know.
How? Twitter?
Get that right. You can't even spell am I. You can't even spell it. Yet you think you can sit behind a phone and write crap on Twitter about people. Simple am I. You can't spell it. But that's not the point. You question people's relevance. How relevant do you think you are? Because I've seen tweet of you rubbishing Lydia Forson too.
I need to get the source of. I mean,
it's your phone. Your phone is in your pocket.
You said you deal with facts. Yes. No, even wrote just on October 10 that the 4.5K issue that person is paid more than you at GH1 TV.
Do you know my salary?
I mean, how did you know?
That's why I'm telling you that what you see on Twitter is different from.
When you sit on Twitter and you write utter nonsense about people. You've said horrible things about me, Sewa, Lydia Forson, Bridget, other people on your Twitter. Here I am. Say it to my face.
Why should I?
Why shouldn't
you?
Because Twitter is not real life.
I have always said that people who bully people, when they see them, they can't even talk.
You can't even.
You are a very clear example of those people. You can't. If you sit on Twitter and you say that it's a different life, and you can insult Lydia Forson that you haven't met before, and if you meet her, you will go shush. You can't speak like right now.
Because it looks like when you meet real human beings, You can't express yourself.
I know you go back on Twitter and write crap.
Yes.
Go ahead. I don't care. But the thing is, you couldn't say it to my...
Welcome back to the show. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV, also showing on Xylophone TV. So you saw the video clip of journalist Albert being scolded by Nana Banamwa, Briditotu, and Sewami here when he showed up for an audition. And Kofo P, Amanfo P, Anche or Madrin, be say they could have done better. Benzo say, Trinianim da Haya Monchen. Say, oh, there's this a candidate. Kokraman Ferris will be soon, so and so Ferris say, Odia Sawa Bishim. Let me begin with Karim. You've been following this conversation. It's a straight question. I mean, did they go overboard?
Unfortunately, I'm not really interested in that. So the answer to that will be a very difficult one for me, whether or not they went overboard. I think that's entirely up to them to choose how they want to approach that.
Okay.
However, I have my own views on what they did and what I think the implication of that is for expression broadly, for public discourse, and for the position that they sought to put themselves in. More or less to say that, see what has happened to this person. If you are out there and you think you can say whatever you want about whoever on the internet, watch, because one day you may need someone. That I have a challenge with.
Okay.
If they are taking a cane to whip him or drag him on the floor or punch him in the face, I'd be not interested in any of that. They could deal with all of that with the Ghana Police Service or whatever. And so the question of whether overboard or not, I'm not really moved by that. But what I'm moved by is what I've just talked about in respect of what that means and whether or not in the grand scheme of things they are any different from what they are complaining about. To that extent, I do not think they are.
Let's expand that conversation.
So for me, I think that generally I could agree that, I mean, life is hard. This world that we're all here, I mean, I've made this point time and again. This table that exists here is not a sentient being. If you hit it, there's no pain. It doesn't have to wake up every morning and look for food to eat and all of that. That's perhaps what all of us were at some point in the scrotum or the scrotal sac of our fathers or something like that. Eventually, something kicked in, we became whatever we are. So life is hard. So ordinarily, I would hope that whatever that we do it in a manner that would not bring displeasure, pain, difficulty for anybody. To that extent, if you live on the internet or wherever, I would hope that you bear in mind the sensibilities of people, and if you are so minded to respect that and say things about them in a way that would not cause them some disaffection or pain. That said, I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with insults, with sitting wherever and saying whatever you want about people. The line, obviously, for me, is when you lie. I mean, when you lie about somebody, you have entirely made up something about them in a way that is unfair to them. But when you insult people, I have absolutely no problem with that. And if it so happens that you are at the receiving end of something like that, and you do not like it, I think you're also at liberty to fight back in any way that you want, including when that person appears before you somewhere someday, or you meet them somewhere someday, and you decide to, I mean, have your revenge with them and all of that. But the point is that while you have the right to exact revenge in any way that you want, you should also bear in mind that the rest of us have every right whatsoever to also interrogate your response to that, because that's how society works. That's the life that we live. And the reason this is very important to me is because, and that's the mistake we often make, is that we treat issues in isolation. We don't understand and appreciate issues in proper perspective and context, and to know that for every single deed that happens, especially when it has to do with other people, there's implications on what we do going forward. So I told you that I knew you were going to call me for this particular discussion because of some views that I'd shared. And I made reference to another journalist. I mean, because of your platform, I don't want to mention names and then you have to go and deal with all of that. But yes, there's a journalist here in this country, I mean, very respected, very senior journalist, who has also made a similar point some time ago, that somebody called him too known or insulted him on social media, and then later on in his life, this person appeared before him for an interview because he was seeking a job at a place that he was a boss at and all of those things. Ultimately, the young person who appeared before him for that job did not get it. The reason why that person did not get the job was not because he was not qualified, even though the job had to do with social media management and all of that. His reason was not that maybe based on your temperament and all of that, I can't give you the job. It came strictly to, you didn't show respect to me. And this is my platform also, so I will do with you as I please. I think that is nonsense. And that's precisely what I saw in the video or the interaction between the three ladies, judges, who also happened to be victims of this guy who had come before them. Because the point is this: if there exists an open opportunity and you are placed in a position of leadership or trust to scrutinize, to engage, and to select, among other things, you are expected to objectively do that job. And so if at that moment a personal vendetta, and I do not trivialize the pain that you might have endured as a result of that at all, but the point is that when you are in that position and then someone appears before you and you engage them in that manner, then quite clearly you're not any different. And more importantly also, you could, for instance, decide not to give that person the job. That's fine. But when you put that out, and as we know, this is an interview process for a TV series yet to air. But somehow, that part of it came out. It came out for what reason? To send a message that we got him. And for those kinds of things, you see them in despotic regimes: China, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Iran. Those are the kinds of guys who always like to send a message to someone that, we've seen you. You can't hide behind this internet and do whatever you want. We are watching you. One day you will need us. When you come, we'll do this to you. That is nonsense, because at that point, it is not about the Albert guy again for me. It is about every other person. It's about all the people who are empowered by the anonymity that the internet creates. All the very, unknown people who are able to express themselves in any way that they want on the internet. Because if you look at all the events that have unfolded afterwards, and this very sham, very fraudulent cyberbullying campaign that they are on right now, if you look at all of that, ultimately, what that comes down to is that none of them really cared about any principles here. It was not about cyberbullying, because I reject that nonsense about cyberbullying between some unknown journalist, Albert, blogger from wherever, and Nana Banamwa, Sewa Miye, or whoever. That's not how bullying, just check the dictionary, that's not bullying. There must exist a certain power relation, asymmetrical power relation. It doesn't mean that a nobody cannot hurt someone else. I can hurt the President of the Republic of Ghana, but another Danko cannot sit anywhere and say, me, I'm bullying. With what?
With your words.
Yeah, but that's not bullying. And that's a word. No, I could be abusive, but that's not bullying. Bullying is in context. If we're going to use it, we need to use it right. Because my challenge with that is, if we don't take care, we destroy words and their meanings. And then those things will not matter anymore to the people that those things apply to.
In the case of Sewa Mihe, yes. The post that they read, yes. There was one that said, Sewa Mihe, we know what you are doing in this country and all that.
Yes.
And Sewa has come out to say that some of these comments at a point could make people suicidal. In fact, she has shared her experience.
I don't dispute that at all.
So in that case,
I think that's obviously very abusive. And I mean, if you run through the gentleman's activity on social media, especially in respect of how he has engaged other people, I think you can see a trend of having sexism in there, because overwhelmingly his victims, if you want to call them that, appear to be women. So yes, it is abusive, it is not nice, it is not good, but it is not bullying, in my view.
Okay. Nana, Yao, George, Dia. Nana, yeah, fine. Nana, meet you.
There are 3 parts to this conversation. I have every time I run away from conversations elsewhere, and I come here. Because I've received calls from people on radio and all that, especially because I'm a content creator.
Yeah,
I'm one of the best we have in this country.
Definitely, no doubt.
So I understand content and I know how to monetize content. See, people understand. There's a way you market content.